Tabling of documents, dépôt de documents. Introduction of government bills, dépôt de projet de loi émanant du gouvernement. Statements by ministers. Reports from interparliamentary delegations. Présentation de report.
Presenting reports from committees.
Introduction of private members' bills. Première lecture de projet de loi.
First reading of Senate public bills.
Motion. L'honorable député.
The honourable member for Hochelaga. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. There have been discussions between the parties, and if you seek it, I think you will find there is consent for the following motion, that at the conclusion of today's debate on the opposition motion under the name of the member for Timmins James Bay, all questions necessary for the disposal of said motion are deemed to have been put and the vote deferred on this until Tuesday, November 1st, after question period. Does the honourable member for Hochelaga have unanimous consent to move this motion? Yes. Therefore, the House has heard the terms of the motion. Is it the pleasure of the House to adopt this motion? Yes. Adopted. Carried.
Motions. Motion. The honourable member for Etobicoke Centre.
Monsieur le Président,
Mr. Speaker, there have been consultations and between the parties, and I think if you seek it, you will find there's unanimous consent for the following motion: that the 6th report of the Standing Committee on Citizenship and Immigration, tabled in the House on Wednesday, the 5th of October 2016, be amended by the substitution of the 3rd paragraph of page 9, by which follows that some are threatened and are forced to return into their countries of origin and may be kept in detention. In fact, we are not supposed to detain a refugee on these grounds.
The honourable member, l'honorable député de Etobicoke.
The honourable member for Etobicoke North. Does the member have the unanimous consent to table this motion? No. The unanimous consent has not been accepted.
Motion. Presenting petitions. Présentation de pétitions. The honourable member for Kamloops Thompson Caribou.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And a number of citizens in my riding are very concerned about the state of palliative care and hospice care, and they're suggesting that the federal government recognize its importance and make specific accommodations for it. Thank you.
Presenting petitions. Présentation de pétitions. The honourable member for Cowichan, Malahat Langford.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm pleased to rise again in this House to present a petition on behalf of the hardworking and dedicated constituents of Shawnigan Lake, who are asking for the federal government to provide some assistance in combating the situation of a contaminated soil dump in their watershed. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Présentation de pétitions.
Presenting petitions.
Petitions. Questions on the order paper? Questions on the order paper. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would ask that all questions be allowed to stand at this time, please.
Is that agreed? Agreed? Agreed and so ordered. Orders of the day. Ordre du jour.
Government orders, business of supply, opposition motion regarding care for First Nations children in the name of Mr. Angus.
Mr. Angus, seconded by Ms. Jolibois, moves that the House call on the government to comply with the historic ruling of the Canadian Human Rights Tribunal ordering the end of discrimination against First Nations children, including by A, immediately investing an additional $155 million in new funding for the delivery of child welfare that has been identified as the shortfall this year alone, and establishing a funding plan for future years that will end the systemic shortfalls in First Nations child welfare. B.
B. implementing the full definition of Jordan's Principle as outlined in a resolution passed by the House on December 12, 2007. C. Fully complying with all orders made by the Canadian Human Rights Tribunal and committing to stop fighting Indigenous families in court who are seeking access to services covered by the federal government, and
Like all pertinent documents related to the overhaul of child welfare and the implementation of Jordan's Principle. Debate. The Honourable Member for Timmins, James Bay.
thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm very proud to launch this debate this morning to put an end to the systemic and racist discrimination against Indigenous youth. But I'm very disturbed that it is necessary to force a debate in the House of Commons in order for the government to recognize its legal obligations to comply with the historic decision of the Canadian Human Rights Tribunal. The Prime Minister is also the Minister for Youth, and he told Canadians that his priority would be repairing the relationship with First Nations. Unfortunately, the government continues to delay action in response to the tribunal's ruling, which ordered immediate action be taken. Since the decision, the government has twice ignored its orders. What part of the word immediate does the Prime Minister not understand? Because of the government's lack of urgency, it is now the responsibility of this Parliament to ask the government to comply with the legal obligations they have to protect Aboriginal youth who continue to suffer under a broken and underfinanced system. Across Canada, there are young Aboriginal youth who are dying every day of despair. They live in underfinanced schools with inferior health services and unmet promises by this government. What nation squanders the hopes and dreams of its children? As a nation, our best resource is the potential of our children. The days of racism and systemic discrimination must end. The reconciliation, or rather, reconciliation is not just a word. Reconciliation must be transformed into a reality.
This House. And what we are discussing today are about the choices that we make as a nation, about the legal obligations of this government, but above all, it's about the children. I want to note that yesterday in the Manitoba legislature, there was a unanimous condemnation of this government's refusal to respond to the Human Rights Tribunal. I want to pay tribute to 13-year-old Garrett Tamagatik from Fort Albany, who gave up hope this week and died. I want to thank the Canadian Rangers who were there at his funeral because they do so much good work in our region. I think of the 3 others we lost in Fort Albany alone just this year, that beautiful little community. I think of the 4 in North Saskatchewan. I think of Sheridan Hukama, who's ground into hopelessness, and her death touched off the Attawapiskat crisis. And we have seen in my region 700+ children try and kill themselves since 2009. Now, we have talked in this House about suicide, and it is not specifically the issue of the day, but it is the public manifestation of the hopelessness and the failures that we can trace back through the Human Rights Tribunal ruling to the systemic racist discrimination against children in every area of public service that they are entitled to. And I'm heartbroken that we even have to stand in this House and force a debate on this issue because we're talking about compliance with the law. You know, Mr. Speaker, I think of this past week of the story of Charlie Wenjack and Gord Downey that has opened Canadians' eyes to reconciliation. But there are hundreds of thousands of Charlie Wenjacks across Canada trying to find their way home now, trying to find their way home to hope, trying to find their way home to identity. and the 163,000 Charlie Wenjacks who want to come home to their families and are in a broken and badly underfunded child welfare system. And so when the Human Rights Tribunal found in January that the government was guilty of systemic and racist discrimination against children, they shone a light on that broken system. And they ordered immediate money to be put into that underfunded system. And what the government responded with in March was their budget, where they promised $71 million, when the shortfall was over $200 million that had been identified. With this government that spent $7 billion this past summer on flagpoles and tennis courts and good time announcements, couldn't find the money to meet their legal requirements to keep children protected. And then we find out, Mr. Speaker, that they actually never even bothered to respond to the compliance orders. They simply brought forward numbers that had been put together by the Department of Indian Affairs in the dying days of the last government. So when they say they responded to their tribunal, no, they continue to ignore it. So what does this mean, Mr. Speaker, for children on the ground? There have been over 2.6 million sleepless nights for children who've been away from their families since the tribunal ruling. We find stories that connect the broken child welfare system to the hopelessness and deaths of children. Tina Fontaine, taken from her family and found in a bag in the Winnipeg River. We think of Isaiah Kopanens of Grassy Narrows, whose little brother died from mercury poisoning. And mercury, one of the effects of mercury apparently is the effects of depression. And so she ended up needing help. But under the broken child welfare system, they didn't help her and her family. They took her and put her into foster care. So the poor little girl ended up dealing with police, ended up on the streets, was put in a hospital one night with no oversight, no adult to look after her, walked out and they found her body later. You know, Mr. Speaker, they say a nation isn't conquered until the hearts of its women are on the ground. And how do they get the hearts of the women on the ground? They take their children. That was what the white conquerors figured out first off, and it's happening today. And I talked to a mother the other day and she said, how do I sleep at night when I don't know where my babies are? So we see recently in British Columbia horrific levels of sexual abuse against children in the child welfare system, the vast majority of them being Indigenous children. We see in Alberta studies where over 741 children died who have been involved in the child welfare system between 1999 and 2003. And the vast majority of them were First Nation children. And Raven Sinclair told the Calgary Herald there was nothing accidental about these shocking deaths. She said, there are an incredible number of kids dying every year. This isn't an accident. It's not a fluke of statistics. It's happening year after year. The other thing, Mr. Speaker, that they were ruled on was Jordan's principle, and we voted in this House for the principle for Jordan River Anderson, the little boy who died in a hospital and never got home because the feds in the province argued about jurisdiction. And this House passed a full motion saying that all children, First Nation children, should be eligible for medical services. And this government is at the Human Rights Tribunal now arguing what that means. So they're saying, okay, we will agree that children who are badly handicapped on reserve, oh, we'll pay for their treatment, but other children, nah, we'll continue to fight. So what does that look like to children? Well, we'll give you the example in 2011 of Pictou Landing First Nation, where they almost bankrupted themselves trying to fight to get home care for a badly handicapped little boy. And the government had their case thrown out because the justice recognized that the government had supported Jordan's principle, so they couldn't actually deny this child care. And they went to appeal, and they actually wanted the family to pay the government's court costs. We see through the tribunal the ruling that internal documents in 2012 where Health Canada said that a child who needed a special bed to keep from suffocating, that Health Canada wrote on the report, absolutely not. And the doctor had to pay for it. So the new government's saying, well, those cases we will deal with. We'll accept that. Now we'll be in compliance. But other children will continue to be denied. And on the very day that this ruling came down, the Health Minister's Department turned down the third-round appeal for special orthodontic surgery for a little girl from Alberta. At the time, the Health Canada denial rates for orthodontic appeals were 80% in the first round, 99% in the second round, and a full 100% in the third round. Tell me that's not systemic denial of service to children? But get this, with this new government, it's gotten worse. It's now 99% denials in the first round for orthopedic surgery, 99% in the second level, and 100% in the third level. How can this government stand in this House and say they're going to support children when they're actually fighting that family in court? In fact, the health minister decides that it's better spending of taxpayers' money. She spent 3 times the amount of money on lawyers through the Justice Department to fight that little girl's family than what it costs to provide them medical care. That's what systemic racist discrimination looks like. And I want to see this government stand up today and tell us that that little girl in Alberta won't have to worry that her teeth are going to fall in because she's being denied service while government lawyers are fighting her family. This is not a question about asking something unfair. This is about compliance with the law. I want to just, Mr. Speaker, in my final moments, during this suicide crisis that we're seeing, I asked the officials of Health Canada, when the little girl from Grassy Narrows who died, what we heard was there was no mental health services. What I've seen in northern Saskatchewan, what I've heard elsewhere, they couldn't get the treatment or they were denied the treatment. And I asked the officials from Health Canada, well, do you track the young people that you turn down or the delay rates? And he said, yes, we're very concerned about mental health. Yes, to answer your question, the department does have records of people. And I said to him, would you share those statistics? And he said, we'd be happy to provide those statistics. So we wrote to the department and asked them to provide the statistics on tracking the young people who are being denied health services who are facing suicide. And they wrote us back that Health Canada is unable to provide data on the number of requests and approval rate. They don't track the children that they reject. So what kind of system doesn't even bother to keep track of children under its responsibility? That's why children are dying. That's why children are ending up on the street. And that's why this government has been found guilty of racist, systemic discrimination against children. So what we're hearing now is change is incremental. Don't worry, it'll get better over time. Well, I'm sorry, Mr. Speaker. The communities that we represent shouldn't have to crawl for and fight for inches of ground when children are suffering, when children are being denied their greatest potential. What we're asking for through the compliance orders of the Human Rights Tribunal is actually peanuts in what this government be willing to spend on other things. But what kind of nation thinks they can squander the hope and potential of their children? What kind of government believes that it's above the law when we're talking about racist discrimination, systemic discrimination against children? It's a question, Mr. Speaker, of what kind of Canada we are going to be in 2016. Because, you know, Mr. Speaker, children only get one childhood. Once it's gone, it can never come back. So I'm urging my colleagues in the House of Commons to do the right thing. What we're asking here is not the opinion of the New Democratic Party. This is the findings of the Human Rights Tribunal that affect all of our nation. And we can do better as a nation, Mr. Speaker, if we're willing to put the needs of the children first. And you know, Mr. Speaker, at the beginning, I spoke about the young children that we've lost. I don't want to come in here to do another motion in the name of a child that was lost because of systemic laziness. I want us to be promoting the children who are going to go on and create the kind of Canada that we need. But until we see this government actually recognize that they have legal responsibilities, that they have to meet these terms that have been laid out, the full implementation of Jordan's principle, that they stand up in court and say they will no longer fight families in court, that they will meet that shortfall in child welfare that has been identified this year as $155 million. And they'll explain to the Canadian public why they didn't even bother to crunch numbers in response to the Human Rights Tribunal. They just pulled off a set of numbers off the shelf and handed it off and pretended that it was theirs. It's like stealing someone else's homework and thinking that you're going to get someone patting you on the back. It's not acceptable. The $71 million this year doesn't cut it. The amount of money they put aside next year doesn't cut it. It doesn't meet the shortfalls that have been identified. And they need, and this is the final element of our motion, they've been told to come forward with the documents to prove whether or not they actually have been studying this at all, or they're just making numbers up out of thin air. And I would like to believe, I have enormous respect for the Indigenous Affairs Minister, and I know she wants to support this motion. But I also know that the Prime Minister gets his advice from Michael Wernick. That's the man who has the Prime Minister's ear. And Michael Wernick fought the legal case against Cindy Blackstock tooth and nail for 9 years. So I want to see that they're actually going to put the interests of children first for a change, and not the interests of the Finance Minister or Michael Wernick. This is about the children, and we need to do this. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Good job.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Indigenous Affairs.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank the member for Timmins James Bay for bringing forward this motion today. I think the member agrees with the government that the system needs a complete overhaul in order to bring protection for First Nations children. And we are very supportive of that reform and have started the cogs in the wheel to make that reform happen. I'm a little bit disappointed today that the motion does not speak to that reform, because I thought it was something that the member opposite would want to see. So I'd like for him to clarify that. I'd also like to ask the question based on the numbers of financial dollars that's quoted in his motion, because the tribunal ruling was very clear. And the tribunal ruling stated that it should be based on need, and that need should be identified and the resources identified to meet that need. Nowhere in the tribunal ruling is it said the amount that I have been able to find that should be contributed. So I asked the member why he pulled this number out of thin air as opposed to honoring the recommendation that the tribunal was making.
Member for Timmins James Bay.
Thank you. I want to thank my colleague. I want to apologize to her if I didn't write in it that I wanted to thank the government for all their great work. She seemed to take that as an offense off the top. Well, they haven't done great work on this file. Because for her to say that we pulled this number out of thin air, that's not our number. That's Cindy Blackstock's number. And Cindy Blackstock is more than willing to present the documents, which is part of the motion. I think my honourable colleague, if she reads down to Section D, it will ask the government to provide the documents. Because if the government provided the documents, then we'd know on what basis that they costed this out. Because they fought 9 years against this. So they knew this was coming. They had 2 compliance orders, and they're still scratching their heads and saying, well, nobody knows what the numbers are. But they presented numbers to the tribunal that actually had been prepared before. So if they believe $71 million this year is the adequate number, that's their opinion. The Human Rights Tribunal says it's not in compliance. So this is not my opinion. This is the legal decision of the tribunal. But if they present the documents to show why $71 million in underfunding is good enough, well, then I'm sure the tribunal will be more than happy to read that. And we will support whatever the tribunal says. But right now, the tribunal said they are in non-compliance.
Questions and comments. Kamantha, the Honourable Member for Cowichan-Malahat-Langford.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank my friend from Timmins James Bay for his great speech. You know, I had the honour of working for Gene Crowder, who did bring in Jordan's Principle back in 2007. And I think what's really helpful in today's debate is to compare what the Liberal Party used to stand for and what its actions are now at their government. And I just wanted to read out a quote from the member from Yukon during the debate on Jordan's Principle in 2007. He said, "In conclusion, we in Parliament must unanimously support this so that First Nations children have access to the same life-saving, life-enhancing and life-building programs and services as other children. Let us not ever again have a situation where a child lives his life and dies in a hospital because of bureaucratic squabbles between governments or departments." So I just wanted to read that out for the record, Mr. Speaker, and ask my friend to comment on what the Liberal Party used to stand for and what they're now doing now that they're in government. Thank you.
Honourable member for Timmins James Bay.
Mr. Speaker, I want to thank my honourable colleague. I had the honour to meet the family of Jordan River Anderson when we moved that motion. I guess I was a lot more naive back then. I thought that when Parliament passed a motion to say that they were going to protect First Nation children, that we were all honour-bound and we'd do the right thing, because it would be shameful to do any less. And yet here we are, all these years later, and we're seeing a new government, a new health minister, and she's fighting Indigenous children in court when the denial rates in her department against special orthopedic surgery is 99 and 100%. You know, just recently, her officials denied a little boy an audiology test, said it wasn't necessary. I was stunned when I saw that, because my daughter was born deaf, and we were told when they found out, for every month you lose is a chance that your daughter will never get into school. We have to move immediately. And some bureaucrat, not a medical doctor, a bureaucrat in the health minister's office wrote it's not necessary. This is the kind of discrimination that they face. Can you imagine anybody back home that your child goes to a doctor and gets a prescription or an order for specialized treatment, and someone who's never seen your child, someone who knows nothing about the case, can write absolutely not and overrule it? That's what systemic discrimination is. And I thought that when we passed Jordan's principle, that those days would end, but it's still alive and well with this government.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Kamloops, Thompson Caribou.
Thank you, and I certainly appreciate the very impassioned speech from the member from Timmins James Bay. You know, it's interesting, this government is really focused right now in terms of the health accord and a battle with the provinces, trying to tell the provinces how they need to deliver health care. The federal government has responsibility for certain populations, whether it's veterans or Aboriginal children. So I think I'd like to ask my colleague, you know, can he compare, is this government doing as good a job in terms of the support that Aboriginal children need on reserve as to what someone off reserve might receive?
The honourable member for Timmins James Bay.
Well, thank you. I want to thank my honourable colleague. I work very well with her. I have enormous respect for her. What she's laid out is the fundamental issue, is that there is a complete discrepancy between the services that children on reserve are treated to and children off reserve. That's why it's systemic racist discrimination. That's what people back home need to understand. So in the case of the numerous horrific deaths of children in care in Alberta that we saw, if your child off reserve and your family has problems, it's a lot cheaper, a lot more proactive, and a lot better in the long term to give your family support in the home. And that's a common practice in the provincial systems. The common practice in terms of how it's dealt with on reserve is the child is taken away. And when you take away that child from their home, the family starts to implode. Many of these, we see children who end up on the street, children who end up being trafficked. You have to build the family. And that's the fundamental reason it's broken, is because there's not even the financing to support the family on reserve so these children can grow up and be who they should be. And yet non-Native families, that is often, they know the solution is you have to support the family. So this is the discrimination we're talking about, and I want to thank my honourable colleague for bringing this up.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I appreciate the comments from the member, but I really think that we're missing out on an opportunity. You know, one of the things I've noticed about this minister is that she has a genuine caring heart for First Nations and Indigenous people. If we take a look at the magnitude of the problem, one of the last questions I ever asked, I served in the Manitoba Legislature for over 18 years. The last issue that I raised in substance was dealing with the children of our province. Over 10,000 children that are in foster care. The magnitude and the seriousness of the problem is incredibly difficult to actually gauge. What we need, Mr. Speaker, is genuine reform. We need to go beyond this. It takes provinces and the different stakeholders. The provincial government plays a critical role. The child advocate back in '99 said that Manitoba was in a child care crisis back then, and it hasn't gotten better, Mr. Speaker. I would ask the member, would he not agree what we really need is genuine reform of the system? We need the provinces at the table, Manitoba especially, Mr. Speaker. Would the member not agree that it's time that provinces and other stakeholders start putting the child first and look for reform?
The honourable member for Timmins James Bay.
Well, I want to thank my honourable colleague for mentioning Manitoba, because last night the Manitoba legislature, including his daughter, voted to condemn his government for their refusal to comply with the Human Rights Tribunal. So I think we can certainly look to Manitoba, because, you know, the provinces were not brought before the Human Rights Tribunal. The federal government was, and the federal government has the responsibility. So people can laugh on the other side about this, but what we're talking about is a compliance order. We're talking about whether or not this government believes that they are above the law. So what I'm hearing from the Liberals is, you know, our response to this is we're going to go consult. We'll point someone to go consult. Well, we'll consult whether or not we have to abide by the law. That just doesn't make sense to me. If they were going to consult about Site C, they could have appointed a special appointee to go and see whether treaty rights are being run roughshod over. No, they had to make immediate action. And yet we have a tribunal ruling, 2 compliance orders. That's what this is about. It's not about what the NDP thinks. It's about what the Court of Canada has said.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Minister for Indigenous Affairs.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm pleased to be here on Algonquin territory to rise to speak to the motion from the member of Timmins James Bay, and I want to thank the honourable member for affording me the opportunity to discuss this truly important issue and to address any misunderstandings and to update this House on the progress that we are making. Mr. Speaker, as Minister, I've been mandated by the Prime Minister engaged in a renewed nation-to-nation process with Indigenous peoples to make real progress on the issues most important to Indigenous people, including child welfare.
We promised to establish a new relationship with Indigenous people and a new way of doing things. We intend to keep our promise.
Priority as parliamentarians and as responsible Canadians must be first and foremost the health, well-being and protection of Indigenous children. All Canadians want children to have the best chance in life. First Nations children, however, do not always have the same access to quality health and social services, and way too often have been apprehended and placed in situations where they have suffered abuse and where they are removed from their culture and therefore lose the personal cultural identity which is essential for optimal health, education, and economic outcomes. This is shameful and has to change. For years, I've been outspoken on the need to reform this system. The fact that there are more children in care than at the height of residential schools is heartbreaking.
The first 5 recommendations of the Truth and Reconciliation Commission report recognize the need to work together to fight against that shortcoming. I intend to honour this obligation and to act without delay.
Motion in the context of the Canadian Human Rights Tribunal decision on child and family services. I want to state clearly that the government welcomed the decision of the tribunal, and we were working to implement its findings, including ending the discriminatory practices identified by the tribunal. But we were working on this regardless of what the tribunal had said. We need to make the reforms. In my view, one of the most important factors is that discrimination is the overrepresentation of Indigenous children in care. These children are separated from their families, at risk for losing their culture and identity and language, and even worse, facing abuses and violence, as was demonstrated by the member's speech. It is the current system that causes this, and we can and will do better by these children. The tribunal has said that it believes the federal government is, quote, determined to reform the entire First Nations Child and Family Services program, and it believes it intends to do so, end quote. We are and we will. Jour après jour.
Day after day, Dr. Philpott and myself have worked tirelessly to ensure that First Nations children really have access to the health and social services that they are entitled to.
at the Assembly of First Nations Special Chiefs Assembly, I committed to work to an overhaul of the child welfare system on reserve. I meant what I said that day. We are committed to nothing less than a full-scale reform of child and family services on reserve, and are undertaking that reform in partnership with the provinces and territories and First Nations. We are actively reaching out to partners across the country to jointly develop options for reform. This includes working in partnership with the First Nations organizations, leadership, communities, frontline service providers and agencies, non-governmental organizations, other federal departments, as well as the provinces and territories to meaningfully reform the First Nations Child and Family Services program. We need transformational change, and the goal of the child welfare system must be to reduce the disproportionate number of children in care, full stop. The member's speech actually spoke to the needs for reform, but unfortunately that is not in this motion. Mr. Speaker, as a first step, we know we need to end the funding discrimination endemic in the First Nations child welfare system. Budget 2016 announced an investment of $634.8 million over 5 years to support the immediate needs of First Nations children on reserve. This included $71 million in immediate relief investments to First Nations Child and Family Services. The immediate relief was focused on providing additional enhanced prevention services in every province and the Yukon Territory, which was also a previous discrimination. We agree with the Tribunal that future funding but not be based on an arbitrary formula or figure created behind closed doors in Ottawa. Rather, it must be based on the actual day-to-day needs of agencies. It must be based on what it will take to operationalize transformational reform and to keep kids out of care and in their communities. We also agree that Jordan's principle applies to all First Nations children, and we are already applying the full meaning and scope of Jordan's principle. Children are getting their needs met.
I am proud to report that since the changes brought in last July, nearly 900 children from all provinces and territories have been identified to receive services under the expanded definition of Jordan's principle. These are children who would not have had access to these services before that.
Concrete first steps in addressing the most pressing concerns. But it isn't only about money. Building something new, something different, means we need to talk to the people who are most involved. This new approach means moving forward in our relationships. We want to be accountable for results, keeping more families together, and reducing the number of kids in care. It's no longer satisfactory that the federal government pays in the provinces and Yukon to deliver services without any say in the results. The current system has left kids suffering, taken from their families and their communities. One need to look no further than the recent report from the BC Child Advocate to see the tragic results of how this system fails kids. Or to what we heard time and time again during our consultations on the design of the National Public Inquiry on Missing and Murdered Indigenous Women and Girls, the direct connection between the failure of the child welfare system, both to the children that were taken and to the women and the mothers that were left behind. Or to the story of Rena Foster, who I was lucky enough to spend the day with in early October as part of the celebration of International Day of the Girl. Rena was put in foster care when she was just 2. It was the first of 6 foster homes she lived in, during which she both witnessed and experienced abuse. As I said that day, Rena spoke truth to power in a very poignant way. It reaffirmed my understanding about the need to listen to people who are affected by the policies like child welfare. We have been listening to the concerns of First Nations communities and organizations regarding the child welfare system. As I said, Mr. Speaker, we agree that it needs a total overhaul, and we are taking action. On September 22nd, I was pleased to appoint Dr. Cynthia Wesley Eskimo as my special representative responsible for leading the engagement process on the total reform of the on-reserve First Nations Child and Family Services program. Dr. Wesley Eskimo is a member of the Chippewas of Georgina Island First Nation in Ontario, the has the chair in Truth and Reconciliation at Lakehead University and has spent her whole career advocating for and advancing the rights of Indigenous peoples. This appointment represents a key step in our commitment to engaging with all the provinces and territories and all partners for the full-scale reform of the First Nations Child and Family Service Program. Mr. Speaker, this is important as we need to transform the system with the benefit of hearing directly from youth and incorporating their lived experiences into any new approach. The voices of the children who participated in the Feathers of Hope gathering echo in my ears every day. The feather they gave me sits on my desk reminding me of this important work on a daily basis. They have told me their difficult stories of abuse, being separated from siblings, of being told that their culture, their beliefs, and their traditions were inferior. We have taken a number of concrete steps. Dr. Wesley Eskimo has begun consultations on reform, which will run coast to coast to coast. This afternoon, she will be meeting with all of the provincial child advocates. We are surveying all agencies to better understand their unique and individual needs and circumstances, and we are committed to identifying best practices that achieve real and culturally appropriate results for kids. These models include things like Touchstones of Hope, championed by Cindy Blackstock, and the Maori Family Conferencing model, highlighted by Mama Wee Wee Chidata in Manitoba. The federal government is also a full partner at tripartite meetings with provinces and the Yukon and First Nations and agencies to discuss real reforms in the system. We are funding Indigenous regional organizations to hold meetings and gather strategic information that it can inform the reform process. We will be meeting with child advocates and other provincial Yukon stakeholders, and we are working to reestablish the National Advisory Committee to provide advice on the engagement process and the reform of this program. The committee will include representatives from federal government, the Assembly of First Nations, the First Nations Child and Family Caring Society, agency directors, and an elder and a youth representative. We are also planning for a national summit on Indigenous child welfare for early 2017. The summit will bring together key stakeholders, hear from youth in care, service providers, child advocates, First Nations community representatives, researchers, and others to share information about the wise practices in prevention and how to support children and families. Mr. Speaker, there is a federal, provincial, territorial working group involving senior officials who work on child and family services to share information and best practices. I will also be working with the Minister of Families, Child and Social Development to launch the consultations with provinces and territories and Indigenous peoples on a national early learning and childcare framework. We know how important affordable, high-quality, flexible, and fully inclusive childcare is, but we also know that for Indigenous children, care must be culturally appropriate and supportive of language and culture. Monsieur le Président.
Mr. Speaker, I can tell you with confidence that through our concrete action, we are working hard to end discriminatory practices.
Steps to, in the Gitsin phrase, upright the canoe. Mr. Speaker, we know real reform doesn't happen overnight, but we must be relentlessly focused on driving this reform. We have to understand that removing First Nations children from their families, from their communities, and from their language and culture creates lasting damage. This was what was meant by the motto of the Truth and Reconciliation Commission: for the child taken, for the parent left behind. That must be and will be our motto as we reform the system once and for all and put First Nations kids first. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Miigwech Kuyanomik.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Timmins, James Bay.
Speaker, I want to thank my honourable colleague. I have enormous respect for her, and I know how much this matters to her. And I want to say that I actually feel bad that her government is putting her in this position, because she knows as well as I do what the shortfalls are. Because to have her parliamentary secretary say that we pull a number out of thin air, or the minister be told to say that these numbers were created behind closed doors. These numbers in the shortfall were given to the government and to the tribunal 8 months ago by Cindy Blackstock, and there was no argument at the tribunal that what the shortfall was. And yet then the government came out and offered $71 million, and that was supposed to be a response, but it wasn't a response. These were numbers the government had already created in the final days of the Harper government. So now, I love consultation. I think consultation is important, and I agree, we got to reform it. But I'm staggered to hear that the solution to a compliance order by a court is that we're going to start another consultation process. No, the question before us today is about complying with the Human Rights Tribunal. And when the minister says that they're actually implementing Jordan's principle, well, that's not what the compliance orders are saying. So will she tell us, in the case of the young girl from Sucker Creek First Nation, will they stop that court case against her because the tribunal is saying they are not implementing Jordan's principle? So this is what this is about. It's about the legal obligations that have been laid out, the shortfalls in numbers that have been put to the tribunal, what the government never argued but are now saying was taken out of thin air. It's about their refusal to meet Jordan's principle because they're still fighting children in court. So you can't have it both ways. Tell us that that case will be ended today, and tell us what the government's numbers are that they oppose Cindy Blackstock on.
The Honourable Minister of Indigenous Affairs.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the member again for his concern and his support and his leadership. It is really important that our approach is not only about the tribunal. The tribunal is important, but because the provinces and territories were not included in the tribunal, we have to go further than that. We have to do better than that. We have to include the provinces and territories and know that these reforms will take place bottom up, but with leadership from the federal government where we will be accountable for the results. This is hugely important, and I think that's why the advice we had was to increase the enhanced prevention dollars in the provinces that weren't getting it. So British Columbia, Yukon, Ontario, New Brunswick weren't getting enhanced prevention dollars, and so that's something we could put in right away and then get on with these much-needed reforms, as the member so well knows and is so, as you know, implicated in the suicide tragedy across this country and in missing and murdered Indigenous women and girls. We have to get on with the reforms. On the Jordan's principle, since the change in the definition, we are very pleased to report that we changed that definition in July, and since that time, almost 900 kids are now able to get supports and services that weren't previously available, including the Health Canada workers going out and reaching out to communities to find these kids that really should be getting better care, and we know we've still got more to do.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Kamloops, Thompson Caribou.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I do appreciate my colleagues' comments about the transformation that's needed within the system, and I think most people in this House will agree that we do need to look at significant changes. What we're talking about right now, though, is a bit of the here and now, and I guess my question is, she talked about a dollar figure of $634 million. I'd really appreciate it if she'd share that the most of that is backloaded after the next election, and to indicate, does she believe that the funding that is currently provided in her budget is adequate to meet those emergent, urgent needs of children? Yes, transformation is needed, but does she believe that they have adequately supplied the funding in terms of today and now?
Minister, of Indigenous Affairs.
Thanks very much, Mr. Speaker. I thank the member for the question, and I think that the member will understand that in fixing this wrong, that what the tribunal asked us to do was to fund based on real needs. One of the problems right now in a broken system is that a lot of the money is going to non-Indigenous families to raise Indigenous kids where the children don't do well, and certainly the families on reserve don't do well, having had the child removed. And so what we're doing is right now putting in place the enhanced prevention dollars that will put that money in place in the provinces and in the territory that didn't receive it, and then we will ramp up the money to make sure that we are funding the real needs on the ground that will be in keeping with the reforms, which would be getting more money onto the reserve to help families, extended families, and communities to be able to raise those children in a culturally safe way such that they will do well.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Don Valley East.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to thank the Minister for her passion and commitment to transform a system so that we as a collective can get concrete results for the Aboriginal community and issues that plague the community. And for the past 10 years, the Harper government did nothing. In fact, they were accused of not protecting the children. They were accused of systemic racial discrimination. And I'd like to ask the minister, what were some of the challenges she faced when she took over a file which had no movement on it?
Minister.
Well, I thank the member for the question, and there's no question that it's been 150 years of problems that have been badly addressed, and particularly with this file, that from residential schools to the 60s scoop, that time and time again, governments have thought that children, Indigenous children, would be better looked after in situations where they didn't protect their culture and their language, and where we've learned that frankly, with the previous government, where they refused to support or fund language and culture on schools on reserve, that this secure personal cultural identity is not some little extra. This is essential to self-esteem, to resilience, to all of these things. And so we know that we've got to do better on language and culture. We know that we've got to do better in terms of reforming the system. But these reforms are going to have to be bottom-up, with real consultation with First Nations, but listening to the children. We have to listen to these children, or we're going to get it wrong.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Timmins James Bay.
Speaker, again, with all due respect to the minister, talking about how they came into a broken system, which was totally broken. This has been a broken system for decades. And her colleague who said it was the Harper government, and we all know that. But then what I'm trying to get my head wrapped around is when it came time to putting forward a child welfare plan, it doesn't seem to be based on the minister's vision of a proactive and grassroots and helping children response. It's actually the Harper numbers. That was what was presented. That $71 million was presented for this budget that had been created before the tribunal ruling, before this government came in. So we're actually dealing with a roadmap that was created by the previous government, which is not in response to the Human Rights Tribunal. So when the minister says it's not just about the tribunal, we get there's a bigger issue. But what we're talking about today is the compliance of the Human Rights Tribunal. That's the issue. And in terms of Jordan's principle, I don't want to contradict her, but they have defined at the tribunal, they have limited the definition of Jordan's principle to children with short-term needs, badly handicapped on reserve. So maybe there's 900 more children getting it, but the full principle of Jordan's principle is that all children in First Nations deserve equal medical treatment, and they are not complying with that. And will she tell us that they will actually change the definition at the tribunal and stop these court cases against children?
Honourable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I just want to reassure the member that long before the tribunal result came forward, that we were preparing for what we could do to reform the system. We knew we had to put in the enhanced prevention dollars, and that's the $71 million, and we knew we had to reform the system. So, you know, it is really important that we get to the reforms, working with the provinces and the territories, because children are not being served by this present system, and putting too much money into a failed system can actually cause really bad results. So we want to build the capacity, but on the Jordan's principle, there is a you know, it's like on the Jordan's principle, it's really important that the definition used to be multiple handicaps for multiple service providers. What the refined definition as of July is that any child with a disability is entitled to the care they deserve, and that's what we're doing.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Kamloops Thompson Caribou.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And first off, I'd like to note I'm going to split my time with the member from Peace River Westlock. And of course, today we're speaking to the NDP motion, and it really is talking about the Human Rights Tribunal ordering the end of discrimination and he has 4 components to his motion. He calls for some immediate investments in terms of a funding plan and some existing shortfalls. They call for the full implementation of Jordan's Principle, which, of course, as you're aware of, we all passed on December 12, 2007. That was a unanimous vote in the House. And he talks about the full compliance with the Human Rights Tribunal and to, stop fighting Indigenous families and to cover services. And then the final component is around the availability of pertinent documents. Mr. Speaker, I just want to give you sort of one example, perhaps a little bit dated, but it really illustrates how unfair the system can be at times. And I provided service in a small rural community. There was an on-reserve component and there was an off-reserve component. And I can remember there was a young man who lived off-reserve who had Duchenne's dystrophy, and he was increasingly losing his mobility, his ability to breathe. And what the province did in terms of the wraparound services for this young teenager who tragically then died was support around the clock, equipment, ventilation. He was able to stay in his home for the final months of his life with a complete set of wraparound services that were available to him that were provided by the province. Mr. Speaker, I can tell you there was a similar young child on the reserve nearby, and we did not have access to that same support, those same services. So really we had 2 children with horrific disabling illnesses who truly had different levels of service, and that is not okay in Canada. I think, clearly that experience was a little dated, but from the what we're hearing today, we have not gone where we need to do with this. So I want to start with the first part of the motion, and that's really calling for this infusion of dollars, and it really has been portrayed as an infusion of dollars to deal with those short-term emergent needs. Now, the minister said if you spend more money on a bad system, it's bad money. Well, I'm sorry, but if you're providing the same level of support in that example that I gave you, I don't consider that to be spending bad money. Normally my party and myself were reluctant to call on the government to spend more money or to spend additional money because, frankly, I think this government has an incredible spending problem. They have a real lack of restraint in terms of how they're spending their money, from 10 to 30 billion to 35. But there are times when there is an exception, and clearly in this case, we are talking about the most vulnerable children in Canada and a tribunal ruling that found systemic discrimination in on-welfare programs by underfunding them compared to funding their off-reserve would receive. And, Mr. Speaker, I want to point something else. Again, we are reluctant when we call on the government. We don't do it lightly to say, I think you need to spend some more funds. But this government, in the first 100 days when they were in office, they committed to $4.3 billion that would be spent outside this country. $4.3 billion committed first 100 days. They did nothing in terms of dealing with what is a crisis in Canada for the most vulnerable children that we have. So, I do find that very troubling when we can, yes, we need to do our part in the world, but $4.3 billion and those smaller dollars that we're asking for here have been neglected. They point to the $634 million, and I did note that the minister did not sort of actually talk. I asked her a specific question. Those $634 million that they have actually committed, what she neglected to mention is over half the money is not going to come until after the next federal election. So, I think that is, it's all very nice to throw out large numbers and to make it look that perhaps you're going to do something and you're concerned, but this is spending that's after 2019. So I think it's important to note, while we're calling for the additional dollars, this must be accompanied by the new policies that are ensuring the funds are used effectively, there is full accountability, Ultimately, we do support the notion that there needs to be a restructure of the service, but we also call on a full transparency in terms of what they're doing, where they're going, how they're going to get there. And again, I think I'm continue to be very concerned in terms of their unwillingness to have Indigenous organizations be responsible and transparent to their own people. And you've heard me regularly talk about the First Nations Transparency Act and how community members are desperate for the information. Well, the same will go for child welfare services. There needs to be a mechanism that as the system gets transformed and as the dollars get spent, we know what they're doing. I also want to sort of point out that, you know, the Liberals are pretty good with their words and their sort of rhetoric and their glowing terms, but, you know, I really look back at Pride with the practical things that our government accomplished. We actually, against resistance, had the human rights apply on reserve. We have matrimonial real property rights. We talk about the need for water, and there's a lot of focus recently on water infrastructure. In actual fact, we provided more dollars per year over our term. The Liberals promised $360 million. Over the same time, we spent $400 million. So, you know, in spite of the talk about how they're trying to improve things, when push comes to shove, I mean, in actual fact, our government, when the Conservative government did spend more dollars. You can look at mental health. $300 million was our budgeted number in 2015-16 for mental health, and the Liberals' current budget is the $271 million. So I think you know, Canadians perhaps sometimes should dive into the details and look a little bit beyond some of the talk. And of course, the First Nations education. Mr. Speaker, we all believe and know that we need to do something in terms of the First Nations education system. We committed dollars, they've committed dollars. The difference is like every Canadian province and territory, there is education legislation in place to ensure that minimum standards are met for education, core curriculum, and graduation. So, you know, here, yes, there's dollars that are going to go forward, but these dollars are not going to have a sort of a framework that is expected in every province and territory. I want to talk a little bit about Jordan's Principle, and this is something that we have all supported. First Nations children should have the same rights, access to services, and opportunities as every other Canadian child. The Child First policy for jurisdictional disputes involving the care of First Nations is simply unacceptable. I want to give you another example. Again, I go back a little ways in terms of my communities that were both on and off reserve. This was a mother with a new child. With the mother had FASD. The child was failing very rapidly. It was an infant, and as we explored, what we learned was that the mother had no money, and she did not realize that the substitution of Coffee Mate and water did not represent the same as formula. And again, what would happen on reserve and what would happen off reserve in terms of identifying the mother, putting those supports in place, the discrepancy was simply unacceptable. So, I do want to quickly say, today we're talking about something that's very important. The Liberals are busy talking about working with the provinces and the new health accord that must be in place, and they have to tell the provinces how they can deliver care better. Mr. Speaker, the federal government is responsible for delivering health care to Aboriginals, to veterans, and to many groups. And I would say perhaps what we should be doing is listening to the provinces in terms of how we might do a better job in terms of the communities and the people that we have a direct responsibility for. Because certainly, perhaps rather than directing the provinces, they could be giving us a little bit of direction in terms of what we're doing. So I do note that you are signaling that my time is coming to an end. I think our colleagues, the NDP, have brought forward a significant motion, and Again, in general, we would be reluctant to suggest that money is emergently and urgently needed, but I would suggest in this case they've put forward something that is reasonable, appropriate, and is certainly a short-term way to move forward to protect what is our responsibility, and that is the most vulnerable, our Canadian Indigenous communities, and especially those children in there. Thank you.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Timmins James Bay.
Speaker, I want to thank my honourable colleague for her speech. I think the issue that she did raise in terms of the financial accountability, of course, whenever money is going out, we want to make sure that children get that money. If that money is associated for children, this is about all of us having a moral and legal responsibility to look out for the children. And so I put it to my colleague, the Liberals are telling me that the number that we brought forward is a number that was created behind closed doors, as though, I don't know what bureaucracy Cindy Blackstock has, or that it was pulled out of thin air. But these were numbers that were given to the tribunal over 8 months ago, and the government has refused to come back with any numbers on their own. So if we're going to have transparency and accountability, you would think that a department as big as Indian Affairs and Health Canada, who have enormous staff, could actually rebut Cindy Blackstock, who has, what, a team of 3 or 4? We have a set of numbers laid out in terms of the shortfall, and we've not heard anybody from the government give a credible counter number in the 9-month period. So what they're offering us now is another series of endless consultations. I'd like to ask my honourable colleague what she thinks that after 9 years of court battles on this tribunal, that the ruling came down, that surely somebody on the other side would have actually crunched the numbers to give this House a credible number of what that shortfall was.
Honourable member for Kamloops Thompson Caribou.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I think that is a very good point. We do have a number that has been calculated. When we asked the minister directly, does she believe that this year there is enough money in the system to ensure appropriate, adequate care of vulnerable children? We didn't get an answer. We didn't get a counter number. So, I suspect that the number is reasonable, which is why we have indicated that we think it's a good start, and we certainly would welcome the government tabling documents or sharing with us why they believe they have perfectly adequately funded this year. But I also have to wonder is why have they backstopped 5 years, after 5 years, the majority of the funds that they have committed. So, I mean, if it's needed 5 years from now, I can't imagine that it's not needed today.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Don Valley West.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I want to thank the member for Kamloops Thompson Caribou for her comments and for her rather newfound commitment for this issue. And I want to ask her very specifically about the last 9 years and why the government of which she was supporting fought this process every step of the way and has now come to a new conclusion. It gives me a chance to thank the member who has presented this motion for his commitment, which has been transparent and available to us for many years. But the member has been part of a government that fought this process, and I wonder if she could explain why they actually fought a process that would have helped vulnerable First Nations children have equitable access to everything that they need.
Honourable member for Kamloops Thompson Caribou.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I can look at our record with pride. I talked about matrimonial real property rights, protecting on reserve. I talked about applying human rights legislation on reserve. I went through a number of figures in terms of how, in actual fact, in spite of very grand words by the Liberal government, we were the ones that put money into the water system, that were looking forward to investing in education, who had more dollars committed to mental health. So, Mr. Speaker, we were doing things that made a difference to vulnerable children living on reserve, and we're very proud of our record.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Thank you, and I also want to thank my friend from Kamloops, Thompson Caribou. This is the kind of issue that is all too often brought back to this place, and despite, I think, many efforts over many years to make a difference, we are clearly failing children. We're failing Indigenous children. Cindy Blackstock is a voice of conscience, and it was shameful and I was ashamed when we discovered that some years ago she was being harassed by and tracked by our security agents. We need to thank her. We need to give her the voice that she needs and support her in this. So I would ask my honourable colleague if she wouldn't agree that it's long since time that we put the welfare of Indigenous children front and centre as we work towards truth and reconciliation.
Member for Kamloops, Thompson Caribou.
Mr. Speaker, earlier this week we had a coming together in this House in terms of the genocide and Yazidi women and girls and sex slaves, and I think that was a very proud moment for all of us, and we look forward to the government taking action. And again, Canada's tragedy, of course, is just 2 weeks ago we had a 10-year-old commit suicide in Saskatchewan. We have a suicide epidemic, we have a poverty epidemic, and truly maybe this time the House can come together as one in terms of looking at what is Canada's tragedy.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Peace River Westlock.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'm pleased to rise today to speak to the motion by my fellow colleague from Timmins James Bay. I'd like to start off this speech by just commending Cindy Blackstock for her work on this issue in particular. Her and I have had conversations over the years. We don't necessarily always agree on the method of getting to where we want to go, but I think that I can say definitively that we both share the need or the same ideas of where children in our Canadian society need to be. And I definitely want to once again commend her for her work on this, and do continue to look forward to working with her to bring forward the change that she is advocating for, and doing a tremendous job in doing that as well. So I'd also like to thank the member from Timmins James Bay for his tireless work on this. I sit on the Committee for Northern Aboriginal Affairs with him, and the wealth of knowledge that he brings to the table is incredible. His passion is unparalleled, and when we don't necessarily always agree on the method of getting to the goal that we both share, we do work hard together to make sure that we do make progress on these issues. He brought today a motion that was brought to us by all the actions in his motion were brought to us by the Human Rights Tribunal. It was in that his first thing is that he says we need to have immediately start investing the $155 million in delivery of child welfare, as identified by Cindy Blackstock and the child system. Interestingly, Mr. Speaker, we had, in the first 100 days of this government, we had $4.3 billion committed to spending outside of the country of Canada. However, we couldn't find in the $4.3 billion that we spent outside of Canada, we couldn't have taken some of that and spent it right here in Canada. Like my colleague before me stated, we're not in the business of saying the government should spend more money on things, but in this case we were saying like we could have moved that money from outside perhaps vanity projects to more inside the country projects where these are the people that we can make the greatest amount of difference with. Typically the children that are dealing with the healthcare system, Aboriginal children that are dealing with the healthcare system as it is in all its patchwork across the country. Typically this is some of the low-hanging fruit. It's we can make we get a good value for our dollar spent in this area. We can make a significant change. So it was interesting to see the government spend billions of dollars outside of the country when we have significant problems right here at home. We also noticed that they said that they're making historic investments. Now, that rings the word historic investment. It's somewhat a hazy term, I guess. When I hear that, I think that they're making unprecedented or investments that are larger than ever before. However, perhaps they meant by historic that they were making investments more similar to Paul Martin or Jean Chrétien. It's part of the game that I think the government likes to play, is to use euphemisms that people feel that it means one thing, when in actuality they say, no, we didn't mean that, we meant something else. They did the same thing with the Canada Post thing, for example. They said, well, we put a moratorium on community mailboxes. People took that to mean that they were going to get their door-to-door delivery reinstated, and when they said, when is our door-to-door delivery coming back, the government said, no, we're not bringing back door-to-door delivery, we're just not going to build any more community mailboxes. So I think it's another part of that game that's being played here, is saying we're making historic investments, and we all thought that, oh, okay, they're going to make larger investments than ever before. Yet when we look at it, specifically, I'll give you a specific project, the water project, for example, bringing potable water to all First Nation homes. We had committed in our last budget $400 million in that project. The Liberals in the budget 2016 only committed $360 million. So it was historic, I guess, in the fact that we were going backwards. I wasn't quite sure how that made sense. Mr. Speaker, I like to think that we made progress. Being the government is hard work. Everybody wants everything immediately, and I think that, like my colleague said, I think we can be proud of our record. Yes, we didn't fix the entire system, but the system has been broken for 100 years, and we've made progress in fixing. Incrementally, we've fixed a number of things. My colleague before me mentioned how we brought human rights to First Nations, how we brought matrimonial property rights, how we worked on the water, how we had begun the hard work of overhauling the education system on reserve, how we worked on mental health, things like that. Like, on all of these issues, I really feel that we made some progress. Yeah, it didn't happen as fast as we would have liked, and it definitely we would like to see it progress much further, so that the division between our Indigenous people, not necessarily the division, but the difference between our Indigenous people and the rest of Canada, if you want to put it that way, that line would disappear, that we would be all Canadians. And I think that we made progress on a lot of those things. The Liberals, on the other hand, they make more promises for consultation, where this is nice, they say all the right words, and yet I haven't seen any indication that we're even making progress. In fact, Mr. Speaker, I think that in some respects we've gone backwards a little bit in the fact that the minister has said that she's not going to enforce the accounting transparency law that we had put on the books. That has its own issues as well, in the fact that I think that we undermine the whole rule of law in Canada when we say we have this law on the books and we're not going to enforce it. If in fact they don't like the law on the books, repeal the law. But we undermine the law when we do this. So one thing that for me is very important is education. I think that a lot of the issues that we deal with can be helped along this road of progress if we can get the education system fixed. And one of the ideas that has been brought to my attention is to perhaps go to some sort of voucher system and allow the parents to have the choice to lead their children's education. This would take away some of the bureaucratic sluggishness that comes with all the current system that we deal with, and that typically happens that it's a very much a top-down approach. If we could put in place some sort of voucher system where a parent could choose for their children which stream of education they would like to go into. When I was up in Nunavut recently, and up in Clyde River, there was a very nice school that was doing amazing work, and they were having trouble getting all their students in there. So, Mr. Speaker, I will be supporting this motion, and I do look forward to seeing what the government will do on this motion for sure. It's something that we all are seized with. It's something that we need to ensure that we can. This is the children of our nation that we are talking about, and their health care, and it's something that I think I will continue to stand shoulder to shoulder with my colleagues from Timmins James Bay. We do have our differences, but I think that the goals that we have on the outcome is what we'll stand together on. So, thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Windsor West.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And rising today is difficult for having heard so many different debates in this chamber over the years and still not having the completion of the task that is necessary for social justice for so many people. And I simply want to ask my colleague here in that the systemic discrimination that has been faced is not only just historic in terms of the precedent of our making of our nation, but also should be part of our healing process. And for that, supporting this motion is only just one step. But specifically, what will he and his party do to ensure that supporting this motion actually leads to real results?
Honourable member for Peace River Westlock.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Real results is what we are all about. That's we've always moved, perhaps cautiously and perhaps too cautiously in some instances, but we are always want to ensure that we state the goal of what we're trying to do, and then we try something to see if we're going to get to that goal. And if it's not working, let's try something else. But we do know that we do know that what the goal is, and that's where, like I said before, the member from Timmins James Bay and I will agree on what the stated goal is. We often disagree on how to get there, but we do agree on the goal, and we do want to see tangible results from this, particularly this motion, but on a wide range of other things as well as education. Thank you.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Indigenous Affairs.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank my colleague for his speech today and for endorsing the principles and the rulings that have been outlined. I'd like to ask him a couple of questions because the tribunal was very clear, and that is that the child welfare system and the investment in child welfare and First Nations should be based on the need of the child. Does he agree with that ruling, or does he feel, as do the New Democrats, that we should assign an arbitrary number in dollar amount for funding investment into the child welfare system, or should government be basing this on what the need is for children that are in First Nations across the country?
The Honourable Member for Peace River Westlock.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The idea that it doesn't matter what kind of a number you're trying to come up with, at some point it is arbitrary based on the need. Well, that's a fairly fuzzy definition. Based on the need is a limitless amount, I suppose. And so at some point you do have to take all the available knowledge into consideration and come up with a number. What that number is, that is probably where you will get in with this House. You'll probably get several different numbers, what that number is, just depending on the weighting of the different areas of information that we get. I would say that somebody like Cindy Blackstock has been seized with this for a great part of her life. I know that long before I got to this place, I used to hear her on the radio several times. I followed her on the internet and things like that as well. And it was, she always seemed to have a good handle on what the things were. Sometimes I disagreed with her on the method of getting to the stated goal, but like I said before, we typically have the same goal in mind. And so the number that we have here, I would say is I'd say give us the arguments why it's not a good number. That would probably be my biggest response. Thank you.
We have time for one more short question and response. The Honourable Member for Kamloops, Thompson Caribou.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I noticed my colleague started his speech with the same reservations that I had, that yes, sometimes we do have to call for government to spend money on critical and urgent matters, and especially Canada's most vulnerable children. But if he could give a sort of broader statement in terms of sort of the spending in general that we are more concerned about, I think it helps frame what the conversation is today.
The Honourable Member for Peace River Westlock.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Speaker. $155 million is what Cindy Blackstone has outlined to need to fill the gap. We are spending. This government is spending $30 billion over past. That's a deficit, so past what we have for a balanced budget. 155 million in the sea of 30 billion is a drop in the bucket, and so that's to put that in perspective, I guess. I wish I had some more tangible rules or numbers. I typically like to outline things in like numbers of cars or something like that. I don't have it right now as to how many cars that would be, but the numbers are like there's 3 zeros you drop off to get from billion to million, so it's a significant amount of money that they're overspending, and to say that hey this is an arbitrary number is something. So thank you.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Edmonton Strathcona.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and it's my honour to rise to speak to this motion. And Mr. Speaker, I'll be sharing my time with the member for Abitibi-Temiskaming. Mr. Speaker, we are here today debating a very important motion, a motion that relates to the right of all Canadian children to have a childhood. And specifically, what we're calling for is the immediate investment of an additional $105 million in new funding for the delivery of child welfare as identified in the shortfall this year, establishing a funding plan for future years that will end the systemic shortfalls in First Nation child welfare as ruled by the Human Rights Tribunal. Third, implementing the full definition of Jordan's Principle. Fourth, fully complying with all orders of the Canadian Human Rights Tribunal. Fifth, committing to stop fighting Indigenous families in court and instead spend those dollars on their medical and social services. And finally, making public all pertinent documents related to the overhaul of the child welfare system and the implementation of Jordan's Principle. Why, Mr. Speaker, is this action necessary? Well, we had in January of this year the historic ruling by the Canadian Human Rights Tribunal, and that tribunal ruled that the Canadian government had racially discriminated against 163,000 First Nation children in systematically underfunding services to them, therefore putting those children at risk far and above other Canadian children. They ruled clearly that the underfunding amounted to systemic racism. As the director of First Nations Child and Family Caring Society, Cindy Blackstock, of whom many in this place have spoke glowingly, and she certainly is a hero for Canadian children, she has said, in quotes, something seriously wrong that she would have to pursue this critical right over an entire decade in the courts, simply for the rights of First Nation children to have the same rights as other Canadian children. And I think certainly everybody in this place would agree with that. We are speaking of First Nation children among Canadian children who are left to believe in truth that they are less worthy than others in this country. And if there's anything that can pull your heartstrings, it's when Cindy shares that Indigenous children have said to her that they feel that they are worth less because they are receiving fewer services. As others have said, the federal government is spending millions in opposing the delivery of rights to Indigenous Canadians and against delivering on the Jordan's Principle, instead of actually delivering those services. And we firmly believe, and I'm sure that all Canadians believe, it makes far more sense in wise spending of taxpayers' dollars on delivering the very services that families need instead of taking them to court. Finally, the most important thing is it's time for this government to set an example to everybody else in this country and actually comply with the rulings ordered against them. And reprehensible, the Human Rights Tribunal has had to twice issue directives to them to comply with their order. So here we are today with a new Liberal government who promised immediate action, number one priority, nation to nation, and that they would deliver on the needs and the rights of First Nation children and their families. And yet we have this very government failing to even comply with the directives of the tribunal to deliver this mere $153 million. We have a situation of the tribunal having twice over to issue the compliance orders to the government merely to comply with the law. An order to order the federal government to ensure comparable services to Indigenous children. And what's important to point out here, Mr. Speaker, is that not only did the government fight the right of First Nation children to have comparable services, they fought the right and power of the tribunal itself to even consider the case, and then fought against Cindy Blackstock, who brought that case, her access to documents. In all three cases, she won against the Government of Canada. Millions upon millions of dollars wasted fighting this case over a decade when they simply could have delivered the dollars to Canadian children. Well, what is Jordan's Principle? We've spoken a lot about that in here. That arose because of a New Democratic Party motion in 2007, unanimously supported by the House of Commons. And essentially, it's quite simple. Everybody in this place in 2007 committed that all medical services would be delivered to Aboriginal children and that they wouldn't be left in the quandary where a young Aboriginal child, Jordan, died while the federal and provincial governments argued over who was responsible for paying for her services. So the decision was, whoever has the first contact with the child delivers the service, you worry later about who pays. That ruling, that decision, by this House, then was consistent with Canadian children's human rights, their constitutional rights, and their treaty rights. The tribunal held that the government has since that date systematically limited that duty in responding to medical needs. And as we heard my colleague earlier on from Timmins James Bay, that we now have a case where Indigenous children are seeking medical assistance, dental assistance, and we're at the state where almost there's 100% denial of every time they come forward with these special medical needs. So what they've been doing is systematically clawing back Jordan's Principle. And the tribunal ruled that that is not appropriate and that comparable services means comparable services and that children living on reserves, First Nation children, have the right to comparable access to medical services. A heartbreaking statistic on failed child welfare comes from my own province. An Alberta study reported that between 1999 and 2013, 145 children in foster care died. 75% of those children were Indigenous. The government later revealed that it was actually 741 deaths, including 24 infants. That surely will spur us to come forward and support this motion. We cannot allow this situation to continue. Justice Rossborough, an Alberta judge, found in an inquest into the death of a baby in the Samson Cree First Nation, and I quote from his report, in quotes, "It would appear that there is significant disparity in the level of funding provided for children off reserve as opposed to those on reserve, and an archaic funding arrangement with the latter results in considerably fewer resources made available to them." Raven Sinclair, who is a professor of social services in Saskatchewan, stated that, in quotes, "There are an incredible number of kids dying in care each year. This isn't just an accident. It is not a fluke of statistics. It's happening year after year," end of quotes. Mr. Speaker, as many in this place have said, this is not simply a request coming from New Democratic members. That's not why we brought forward the motion. It is endorsed by credible organizations across this country. The Canadian Pediatric Association has called for immediate action on the Jordan's Principle and immediate action on the ruling by the tribunal. They reference also this government's commitment to deliver on every recommendation by the Truth and Reconciliation Commission. Well, what was the Commission's #1 priority recommendation? It was on the legacy of failure on child welfare. And they've called on the federal, provincial, territorial, Aboriginal governments to commit to reducing the number of Aboriginal children in care by providing adequate resources to enable Aboriginal communities and child welfare organizations to keep Aboriginal families together where it's safe to do so and keep the children in culturally appropriate environments. To prepare and publish reports on the number of Aboriginal children in care. Again, has been mentioned earlier, we don't have those statistics. And third, they call upon all levels of government to deliver fully on the Jordan's Principle. As has been mentioned in this place, the Manitoba Legislature last evening unanimously called on this government to act and deliver the necessary dollars ordered by the tribunal. The Child and Family Caring Society, under the direction of Cindy Blackstock, have said and reminded us children only get one childhood. It's our obligation here to make sure that they equally get that opportunity. National Chief of the Assembly of First Nations. I call on this government to deliver fully and comply with the tribunal direction. And in there, as has been mentioned earlier, their budget deficit of over $30 billion, surely they can find a pitiful over $100 million for First Nation children. I ask every member in this place to support this motion and make this the Parliament that finally ended 150 years of discrimination against Indigenous children. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? Question commentaire. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Indigenous Affairs.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank the member for her contribution to the debate. She did note as well when she was speaking that the department or government had been withholding documents. I just wanted to make the member aware, first of all, that all of our submissions to the tribunal are available to the public. And I think the process is you contact the tribunal and they can make all of those documents available that the government did submit at that time. I think, Mr. Speaker, my question would be around, again, the implementation of the tribunal's ruling and around reforming the child welfare system. I would like to ask the member what her thoughts are about reforming the entire child welfare system as it pertains to First Nations children in Canada.
Member for Edmonton Strathcona.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I'd like to thank the honourable member for her question and her dedication to these issues, and certainly First Nation children in Labrador. What I have called for is simply what the National Chief of the Assembly of First Nations has called for. He has called for the release right away now of the calculation that this government has made in how they determined that they would give out a measly $75 million. That is not something simply that I and my party are calling for. It is what everybody is calling for. What I spoke to was the previous government's continuously going to court and refusing to provide documents. Those documents finally provided, assisted the tribunal to reach their ruling. And yes, I think we need to reform the system, but as everyone, including the TRC and the Children's Pediatric Society, have said, we need to immediately provide these dollars.
Questions and comments? Question commentaire. The Honourable Member for Peace River Westlock.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to my colleague from Edmonton Strathcona for her comments today. I really appreciate that. My question to her is, through you, Mr. Speaker, would be, given the fact that we have through our history, we've destroyed the basic family unit within our Indigenous cultures, could she see that would be detrimental to just underlying health issues that seem to exist in disproportionate numbers within our Indigenous communities? Thank you.
A member for Edmonton Strathcona.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank the member for his question because I would want to share some information I didn't get an opportunity to. It's been pointed out in a number of places that the underlying reasons for why Indigenous children are suffering from these health problems, being, sent into foster care and so forth, is because of the legacy of residential school. And so, yes, we need to immediately provide these dollars necessary to provide the basic services for comparable access to education, comparable access to social services, comparable access to health care. But we also need expedited action to address poverty, lack of food, unsafe housing, care and addictions, and care for those suffering from fetal alcohol addiction.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Timmins James Bay.
Mr. Speaker, I want to point to my colleague in our motion where we ask the government in point B to the full definition of Jordan's principle as outlined by the House of Commons. And I mention that because I was absolutely shocked that the Minister of Indigenous Affairs today came up with her own definition of Jordan's principle. She said it used to be multiple handicaps for multiple service providers, but as of July, children with disabilities will get care. In fact, what it means at the tribunal is that children with critical short-term illnesses or severe disabilities, if they're on reserve, will get care. But that's not what Jordan's principle says. So maybe the minister is making things up now with Indigenous Affairs that they can rewrite a motion in the House of Commons. But I'd like to ask my honourable colleague, Jordan's principle was that any First Nation child needing care will get care, not defining what kind of care or who's eligible. So I want to ask her why this disconnect with the government pretending that Jordan's principle that was passed is somehow different and so much more restrictive.
For Edmonton Strathcona.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague for his question. And I actually would like to expand beyond that. Far from going in a direction of reducing down and circumscribing what we agreed to in this place, that every First Nation child should have comparable access to social services, to education, to medical services. Frankly, constitutionally, is clear. The federal government has an obligation to all First Nation children, all Inuit children, and all Métis children.
Reprise de débat.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Abitibi-Témiscamingue. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'm pleased to rise today to speak to the motion introduced by my NDP colleague, the member for Timmins James Bay, whose riding neighbours mine. It's right next door, and so we share a boundary. For Aboriginal communities, Indigenous people, we know that such boundaries are invisible, and so we share the same history, and the Témiscamingue First Nations, for example, part of its territory is in my riding and part of it in my colleague's riding, the member for Timmins James Bay, because, of course, those boundaries were established long after the First Nations started using their territory. We are calling on the government to respect the historic decision by the Canadian Human Rights Tribunal, which called for an end to discrimination against Aboriginal children. So here is the motion. We're calling on the government to immediately invest an additional $155 million in new funding for the delivery of child welfare that has been identified as the shortfall for this year alone, and establishing a funding plan for future years that will end the systemic shortfalls in First Nations child welfare. We are also calling on the government to implement the full definition of Jordan's principle as outlined in a resolution passed by the House on December 12, 2007. We want the government to fully comply with all orders made by the Canadian Human Rights Tribunal and commit to stop fighting Indigenous families in court who are seeking access to services covered by the federal government. And finally, We want the government to make public all pertinent documents related to the overhaul of child welfare and the implementation of Jordan's Principle. It's very important here to talk about Jordan's Principle, which is a principle that puts children's interests first and was named in memory of Jordan River Anderson. Jordan was a child in the Cree Nation at Norway House in Manitoba. He was born with complex medical needs, and he spent over 2 years uselessly in hospital because the province of Manitoba and the federal government couldn't agree on who should pay for home care. Jordan died in the hospital at the age of 5, and he was never able to spend a single day at home. It should have been possible for him with home care to live at home. The payment disputes between the federal and provincial governments for First Nations children happen rather frequently. First Nations children are often left waiting for services that they desperately need, or they are refused services that are offered to other children. And this includes education, health, child care, recreation, culture, and language. We're trying to understand the federal government's approach when there is a list of drugs or services that are supposed to be available to people under federal jurisdiction, then they should be as well. Whether it's a person who's in the military or on a First Nation, it should be, the same rules should be used. The same drugs, though, are not reimbursed in both cases. A doctor who works in this area has said to me that it is a very difficult process to work through when First Nations people need drugs, medications. It's hard to know which will be covered. Many of them aren't covered. And that is a big problem for these individuals. Sometimes a treatment that is allowed will work, but not as well as a medication that is not on the list. So there are all these administrative hurdles. The principle, Jordan's Principle, calls on the government to be the one to pay upfront for the services and then ask for reimbursement from the provinces. It's not the patients, especially when we're talking about children, often under school age, who can advocate for themselves and fight with government bureaucracies. We need to have the federal government pay upfront, make sure that the child has the care needed, and then afterward, the different levels of government can decide among themselves who should pay for what. It is illogical to have the First Nations person have to wait and while all this haggling is going on. It makes no sense. We're also talking about children who have serious health problems, and because of bureaucratic red tape, they might not get the treatment they need, or it may cost even more because the treatment will be more complex as time goes on. The needs will rise. We have to make sure not to wait before giving treatment. Otherwise, the situation will get worse. Their health problems will become more complex. For example, children sometimes get infections when they're in hospital that they wouldn't have got otherwise, and then that complicates their case. So we have to stop creating problems for parents and taking people to court. People have to pay for lawyers. Often there are these court cases where governments fight tooth and nail not to have to pay for certain costs. And we know that non-Indigenous children will have those services and treatments covered. The lawyer's costs are often higher than the cost of the treatment that the child would have been given. So it's like spending $5 to save $1. It is also the case that the government tends to lose in court because their objections are not justified. We know that non-Indigenous children will get these treatments, even experimental treatments. So we need to have all these children have access to the same type of treatment available. In my riding of Abitibi-Témiscamingue, we have a number of First Nations. We are on an Anishinaabe territory, so Algonquin territory. People have been there for 8,000 years. We have some First Nations who get services at Amos, but others are even more remote. Some of them are at least 45 minutes or an hour from the local hospital. So if they have urgent needs or they need an ambulance, they have to wait a long time. It's hard for them to get the care that they need because they live in more isolated places. They don't have a school. In one village, a school is going to be built, but right now the children have to go to a nearby village. The school that they had was falling apart. Often the food is not good because there aren't grocery stores. They're just corner stores that might have some kinds of food but not a full range. And they have to make sure that they don't get things in that will go bad before people can use them. I think that it is unfair for the children in these communities to be penalized because the government has taken on bad habits, and it should step up to the plate. I believe my time is up, so I will be glad to answer any questions. Thank you.
Questions and comments. Question commentaire. The honourable member for Hastings, Lennox and Addington.
Mr. Speaker, I would like to thank my member opposite for her impassioned speech and her advocacy in this area. I myself am on the Indigenous Committee, and we're actually doing a study right now on suicide within Indigenous committees, and have heard firsthand a lot of the issues and concerns and terrible stories that exist in our Indigenous communities. If it's one thing, though, that I've learned is that we need to empower Indigenous peoples to set the priorities that are going to benefit their communities. And I think that our government has shown a tremendous support to empowering our Indigenous communities, to establishing that nation-to-nation relationship, and to provide a level of funding that will help to address some of the issues. But once again, we need to be able to give our Indigenous communities the ability to self-determine where those funds should go, where the priorities need to go, and that's only going to occur through this nation-to-nation relationship. It doesn't happen overnight. It's taken us a couple of centuries to get to where we are today, the abysmal situation. We need to be able to give it time, though, to develop the types of programs that are going to benefit Indigenous communities. Would my member not follow opposite agree with that? Thank you.
The honourable member for Abitibi-Témiscamingue. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Yes, We need to establish a nation-to-nation relationship, and to do that, we need to have the courage to meet with and speak to people in the communities. When I went to Winnoway and before and after the election campaign, people told me that for 15 years they had not been met by any federal government representative. So we need to take the time to meet with them and see their problems and their living conditions. And that will be very helpful. Yes, of course we have to let First Nations determine their own priorities. But I can tell you with conviction that no member of a First Nation would say that they want other than to have their children grow up with good health, mental health care. Everyone is affected by drug use, and we need our teenagers to have the counseling and care they need so that they can be healthy. We need the $150 million invested this year so that people can be helped.
Comments. Question commentaire. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Indigenous Affairs.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank the member for her contribution to the debate and for her concern for children and First Nations across the country. I'd like to ask her if she agrees with the Tribunal's ruling. The Tribunal's ruling that funding for children and for family services on reserve must be based on need. I'd ask the member if she could support that ruling by the Tribunal, or she feels that it's necessary to attach arbitrary numbers to that ruling at this stage.
The Honourable Member for Abitibi-Temiskaming. Mr. Speaker, the money required, that is the $155 million that is needed, yes, it can be distributed, used for different purposes, but it is required because people need to realize that the need is there, and I'm not sure what point my colleague was making.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Health.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, before I begin, I just want to say that I'll be splitting my time with the member from Thunder Bay, Rainy River. Mr. Speaker, the Government of Canada is committed to a renewed nation-to-nation relationship with Indigenous peoples to make progress on issues that are most important to them, including First Nation child health. One of the most glaring examples of inequality in Canada is that which exists between Indigenous and non-Indigenous Canadians. And our government recognizes that we need to prioritize the social determinants of health in order to resolve complex health and social issues. Our government has started to do this by making historic investments in Budget 2016, $8.4 billion to improve the social economic conditions of Indigenous people and their communities. We're also working collaboratively with First Nations partners, provinces and territories, and other key stakeholders to ensure access to quality health programs for infants, children, youth, and families in First Nations communities. As we know, Indigenous people continue to have significantly poor health outcomes than other Canadians. For example, the life expectancy gap for First Nations as compared to the general Canadian population is 6.7 years. Indigenous heart disease and diabetes rates are considerably higher than the rates of non-Indigenous population, but the most heartbreaking statistics are Indigenous suicide rates, which are among the highest in the world and are 4 times the national average. Mr. Speaker, this situation demands action, and our government is committed to supporting First Nations and Inuit children, families, and communities. We recognize that strategic investments in child's early years lead to greatly improved long-term outcomes. Health Canada is investing over $100 million in 2016-2017 in programs and services that support healthy pregnancies, births, and child development for First Nation and Inuit pregnant women and families of infants and young children. The Aboriginal Head Start on Reserve program serves over 11,300 children in over 350 First Nations communities across Canada. We recognize that through programs such as Aboriginal Head Start, that opportunities for Indigenous children to learn about their language and culture are important in supporting their knowledge and connectedness to their community, which can build resiliency and promote better health. The long-term goal of the Maternal Child Health Program on Reserve is to support pregnant First Nations women and families with infants and young children to reach their fullest developmental and lifetime potential. Similarly, Health Canada is investing funds to prevent fetal alcohol spectrum disorder births and to improve outcomes for those affected by this disorder. These investments support First Nations and Inuit communities to develop culturally appropriate and evidence-based prevention and early intervention programs, and to raise awareness and to educate frontline workers and families. Mr. Speaker, our government is also supporting work to address the challenge of childhood obesity. This issue is of particular concern for Indigenous children and youth, as rates of obesity are significantly higher among this group than among the general Canadian population, and Indigenous children are becoming obese at a very young age. Collective efforts to improve access and availability of nutrition foods and to create supportive environments that can help improve health outcomes will contribute to addressing the challenges faced by some Indigenous populations. This also includes Health Canada's programming, such as the Aboriginal Diabetes Initiative and the Nutrition North Canada program. Health Canada is investing $45.8 million in 2016-2017 to reduce type 2 diabetes by supporting health promotion and disease prevention activities and services in more than 400 First Nations and Inuit communities. This initiative provides access to diabetes prevention, screening, and management services. Earlier this year, we increased investments in the Nutrition North Canada program by an additional $64.5 million over 5 years and $13.8 million ongoing starting in 2021-22 to expand the program to support an additional 37 isolated northern communities. Nutrition North Canada provides a retail subsidy to help Northerners living in isolated communities access to perishable, healthy food at a lower cost, and also funds community-based nutrition education initiatives. On May 30th of this year, the Minister of Indigenous and Northern Affairs and the Minister of Health announced that the government would hold engagement sessions with at least 20 communities across North to listen and learn about how to improve the Nutrition North Canada program. Engagement sessions were held between May and June of this year, and other sessions are continuing to take place until November. Mr. Speaker, our government recognizes that physical health is only half of the battle. This is why we also provide a range of supports to improve mental wellness among First Nation children. The Brighter Futures and Building Healthy Communities programs provide funds to all communities for activities which support improved mental health, child development, parenting skills, and healthy babies. Funding currently supports mental health and well-being programming services in over 400 First Nations and Inuit communities. Mr. Speaker, unlike suicide rates for non-Aboriginal people, rates of Aboriginal suicide are highest among the youth. The well-being of this demographic group is particularly pressing, considering that the Aboriginal youth under 20 years of age account for over 40% of the Aboriginal population, and this figure is rising. The health of these youth literally represent the future health of Aboriginal communities. Mr. Speaker, our government is also taking action on Aboriginal youth suicide. The National Aboriginal Youth Suicide Prevention Strategy exists in order to ensure that Indigenous families and communities have access to critical support in order to prevent and respond to this tragic of problems. The National Aboriginal Youth Suicide Prevention Strategy supports approximately 138 community-based suicide prevention projects across Canada. Projects are diverse and focus on increasing protective factors such as resilience and reducing risk factors to prevention, outreach, education, and crisis response. Indigenous youth suicide is a complex issue with links to individual, family, and community mental wellness. The legacy of residential schools, a lack of access to services, and social determinants of health, such as high unemployment and low income. Findings from the Truth and Reconciliation Commission have reconfirmed the intergenerational impacts of Indian residential schools and colonization on mental health, including suicidal behavior. In May of this year, in response to the growing sense of urgency on youth suicide, the House of Commons Standing Committee on Indigenous and Northern Affairs adopted a motion to undertake a study on suicide amongst Indigenous peoples and community. This study is ongoing and will be informed by the community visits, youth roundtables, and public hearings in several communities across Canada. In June 2016, the government committed $69 million over 3 years for enhanced mental wellness as an interim measure to support northern communities. Mr. Speaker, our government is fully committed to implementing Jordan's Principle and is taking action to ensure that First Nations children with unmet health and social needs receive the services they need and have access to services that are publicly funded, similar to all those other children in this country. In keeping with Jordan's Principle, we are committed to ensure that the care of First Nations child with health and social needs will continue, even if there is a dispute between governments regarding jurisdictional responsibility. In closing, Mr. Speaker, I hope I've helped to inform this important discussion today by outlining some of the efforts and partnerships that our government is undertaking to build healthier First Nations communities and to contribute to the health and well-being of First Nations children in this country. Our government remains committed to working across all sectors of society, including health, to support First Nation children in having the best possible start in life towards their better future. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Timmins James Bay.
Colleague, I am surprised that the Minister of Health did not deliver a speech on something of this importance. It's not to denigrate my colleague, but what we're talking about here is compliance with the law. Whether or not this government believes that they are obliged to respect a tribunal ruling of systemic discrimination and two compliance orders. So issues of childhood obesity and diabetes, I'm sure, are interesting on other days, but it's really irrelevant to this discussion. The discussion on Jordan's Principle, that this House calls on this government to respect the full motion of Jordan's Principle is passed by the House, but the Minister of Indigenous Affairs has told us that they don't accept that full motion, that it will be limited to children with disabilities. In fact, that we see that the government within the tribunal hearings are limiting their denials to children with short-term critical illnesses or disability on reserve. And so I'd like to ask my honourable colleague, the case has been raised that the denial rates for her minister for children needing orthopedic surgery are 99% in the first round, 99% in second round appeals, and 100% in third round appeals. And her minister is spending more money fighting a young child in court to deny special orthopedic surgery than it would have cost to provide that treatment in the first place. Can the honourable member explain to anybody out there watching how her government would rather spend money on lawyers than children who are facing special needs for orthopedic surgery?
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I respect my honourable colleague's comments. Mr. Speaker, our government is truly committed to putting the needs of First Nations children first. We're committed to a complete overhaul of child and family services on reserve, developed with and for First Nations people. We welcomed, accepted, and is complying with tribunal's rulings, and we also acknowledge the system as it stands discriminates against children, and we're committed to reforming it. But achieving transformational reform requires partnership with First Nations, the child welfare agencies, as well as provinces and territories. And since the decision, Canada has taken real and meaningful steps to implement the tribunal's findings. Today, we announced the appointment of Dr. Cynthia Wellesley-Ascamo as Minister's Special Representative responsible for leading a national engagement process and providing advice on the reform of the non-reserved First Nations Child and Family Services Program. This is a concrete step in our commitment to engage with partners to develop options for the full-scale reform, and we're determined to work with tribunal and partners to fix the system and do the right thing for our First Nation children.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Kamloops Thompson Caribou.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And you know, I found the Liberals are pretty good with some vague words, but I want to get very, very specific. And I think Jordan's principle is very specific, and I believe my colleague is a nurse or a former nurse. It says that pay first and then worry about jurisdiction later, and that basically a First Nations child on or off reserve deserves the same care and treatment. So the principle is fairly clear. Now, they put a lot of modifications around the definition, and I'm going to ask her, does she believe in Jordan's principle, or does she believe that there should be limits and around what it does? And to be quite frank, if someone deserves around the care that might be necessary, why would she differentiate between what's available on and off, regardless of what the medical condition is?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank my honourable colleague for her question, and I too appreciate her comments, as I know she's a former nurse herself. Mr. Speaker, our government is fully committed to implementing Jordan's principle and is taking action to ensure that First Nations children with unmet health and social needs receive the services they need and have access to services that are publicly funded, similar to all children in this country, as I stated in my speech earlier. But in keeping with Jordan's principle, we are also committed to ensure that the care of First Nation child with health and social need will continue, even if there is a dispute between governments regarding jurisdictional responsibility. And as my colleague must be aware, as of October 4, 2016, nearly 900 children have received services and supports under Jordan's Principle Child First initiative, such as specialized medical equipment and supplies, medical transportation, specialized day programs for children with disabilities, addiction treatments, and respite services at a cost of approximately $10 million. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Thunder Bay, Rainy River.
Good morning, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I welcome this opportunity to respond to the motion from the honourable member from Timmins James Bay here on the traditional Algonquin territory. Mr. Speaker, our priority is first and foremost the health and well-being of First Nation children. Canada is committed to a full-scale reform of First Nations child and family services developed with all our First Nation partners, including First Nation children and youth. We are engaging with the provinces, territories, First Nation organizations, leadership, communities, and agencies. We will also be working with frontline service providers and other federal departments to develop a long-term strategy to address First Nation child and family services that is transformative, sustainable, and responsive. As a first step, the Government of Canada has provided $71 million in immediate relief investments in 2016-2017, focused on providing additional prevention services in each province and the Yukon Territory. Mr. Speaker, we also need to look at the full picture for improving social outcomes for First Nation children. In addition to the important work we are undertaking to overhaul child welfare on reserve, we are also continuing with our effort in many other areas, improving education services, improving infrastructure on reserve, and housing. All of these efforts work together toward building healthy lifestyles and safe environments for children, families, and communities. We have promised the Indigenous people in Canada real results and real change in both what we do and how we do it. Over the past year, we have brought a new approach to our relationship with First Nation people on the path towards reconciliation. We are upholding our promises in the spirit of recognition of rights, respect, cooperation, and partnership. I appreciate the opportunity to explain what has been accomplished and where we are going. Together with all of our partners, we are making progress on implementing the calls to action of the Truth and Reconciliation Commission. We have officially launched the National Inquiry into Missing and Murdered Indigenous Women and Girls. We have developed a new approach to Jordan's Principle, responding to the needs of First Nation children, whereby we are in the process of providing funds for services to close to 900 First Nation children. The Government of Canada signed a Memorandum of Understanding with the Assembly of First Nations in June to collaborate on developing a new fiscal relationship that provides sufficient, predictable, and sustainable funding for First Nations. Making real change requires a new fiscal relationship with First Nations, one that provides sufficient, predictable, and sustained funding for the communities. Budget 2016 lifted the 2% funding cap on First Nation programs. We are delivering historic investments to improve the social, economic conditions of Indigenous people and their communities. Through Budget 2016, we are investing $8.4 billion over 5 years to support Indigenous people across the country, including First Nations, education, and infrastructure. Thanks to these investments, housing units will be constructed, serviced, or renovated. New cultural and recreational projects are underway. Investments are being made in projects that focus on essential physical infrastructure like roads, bridges, energy systems, and connectivity. First Nation water and wastewater projects are being supported across the country, and education infrastructure projects will help construct, renovate, or maintain schools in First Nation communities. Through funding commitments to improve child and family services and improve education outcomes and school and community infrastructure, we are committing to closing the gap in the quality of life between Indigenous people and other Canadians. We are investing in education, in literacy, numeracy, skills development, language, and culture. Budget 2016 provides $2.6 billion over 5 years for kindergarten to grade 12. That includes $824.1 million to implement First Nation-led transformational education. Mr. Speaker, we're committed to a respectful process of consultation and partnership with the First Nations to make sure we get this right and together. To this end, we are working closely with First Nations to better understand their long-term funding needs. The Government of Canada is also increasing the safety and security of women and children through the construction and operation of new shelters serving residents on reserve. Also looking to the long term, we know that having a safe environment is key to the well-being of First Nation children and families. The Family Violence Prevention Program supports the day-to-day operations of 41 shelters, as well as funding for community-driven proposals for family violence prevention projects on and off reserve. Budget 2016 included $33.6 million over 5 years and $8.3 million ongoing to better support shelter services to serve victims of family violence in First Nation communities. We also announced $10.4 million over 3 years to support the renovation and construction of new shelters for victims of family violence in First Nation communities. This funding helps to enhance the safety and security of women, children, and families on reserve by providing a refuge for victims of violence, providing more awareness of the issue of family violence, providing families and communities with the tools to help them deal with the issues of violence. The Government of Canada looks forward to continuing to working in partnership with Indigenous groups, provincial governments, and territories, as we all have a role to play in preventing and ending violence against Indigenous women and children. Mr. Speaker, all told, these investments for social programs, infrastructure, will close the gap in the social, economic, and health outcomes experienced in too many Indigenous communities. We still have a long way forward, Mr. Speaker, and it is a path we as Canadians all need to take together. I'm confident we are heading in the right direction. Thank you. Merci. Miigwech.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Cowichan-Malahat-Langford.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And I was glad to hear the member opposite talk about Budget 2016 because when we look at the specifics for the money that was allocated for child welfare, we see it was $684 million over 5 years, but over half of that is not going to come into play until 2019 or the year after the next federal election. So it's important to remember that fact. Furthermore, it should be noted that Liberal MPs voted to give themselves a tax credit of $670 when they lowered the tax rate for those making between $89,000 and $200,000 a year. So the question here is all about priorities. That's what governing is about, establishing priorities and making choices. And I would ask the member, does he feel that in light of the tax cut that was given to some of the wealthiest Canadians and the funding shortfall that exists, does he think that his government has identified the correct priorities existing in the shortfall for First Nations children? Thank you.
The honourable member for Thunder Bay, Rainy River.
Mr. Speaker, investing in First Nation communities, this government's taking an all-of-government approach. The systems, some of the systems that we have in First Nation communities are broken and they need to be fixed. Throwing money at the problem isn't going to solve it. We need to work with our partners in First Nation communities in the provinces to make sure we get it right. Just throwing money after a bad system isn't going to solve the problem. We're working with our partners, both in the First Nation communities, the provinces and the territories, to get it right.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for, Hastings, Lennox, Addington.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to commend my colleague on his great speech here this afternoon. He and I work on the Indigenous Committee together, and we're right now in the middle of a study on suicide, and we've seen and heard firsthand the crisis that exists in many of our Indigenous communities. And I guess, our government is making a record $8.4 billion investment into Indigenous communities, and as the other colleague has said, $684 million of that's going to go to Children and Family Services on reserves, a significant investment in the future of our Indigenous children. But more importantly is, and as we've heard so many times, it's the long-term stable funding, self-determination, self-governance that really is going to get at the crux of the crisis that exists on First Nations communities. And I guess I would ask my colleague, does he agree that it's the engagement in the nation-to-nation process that will help to get us to that position of self-determination that is really going to, in the long term, provide the solutions necessary for First Nations communities? Thank you.
The honourable member for Thunder Bay, Rainy River.
Well, I'd like to thank my friend for the question. And yes, we do both sit on the Indigenous Affairs Committee. And what we've heard over and over again is that many First Nation communities do not have the stable funding to offer the programs that they need to deliver to make sure some of these problems are solved in the communities. We just had the opportunity to meet with the BC Treaty Commission, I believe 2 days ago. And they've outlined some of the agreements that certain BC First Nations have inked with both the province and the federal government there. Most of them are doing extremely well. They have their own source revenue. They're deciding on their education programs, not being told how they have to deliver programs. And that's the key to ending the dependency that was created by the Indian Act, making sure First Nations have control over their own destiny and not being told what to do.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Salaberry-Sirois. I'll be sharing my time with the member for Churchill River. The motion tabled by my colleague for Timmins James Bay is very important if we want to have real reconciliation with the First Nations in this country. The Canadian Human Rights Tribunal made a ruling in July 2016, and it condemned the government for racial discrimination against thousands of First Nations children and their families who wanted to have access to services, but they had insufficient access to those services. This is a problem of unprecedented scope. Even though the government inherited this file, the government is not respecting its legal and moral obligation to end the systematic discrimination that First Nations children are facing. I'll remind you the context of this decision. It started in 2007 when the First Nations Child and Family Support Services, led by Cindy Blackstock, and the First Nations Assembly filed a complaint to the Canadian Human Rights Tribunal against the federal government, which is currently led by the Conservatives. A year later, in 2008, the government made a public apology for the forced assimilation of young First Nations children in residential schools. But the same year, they refused to sign the UN Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples. One step forward, two steps back. This is the approach that we saw with the old government and with the current Liberal government as well, unfortunately. In 2016, in January, the government was called upon to act. They accepted the court's ruling, but they continued to slow down and to drag their feet. And there have been 2 follow-ups because the Liberals have refused to respect the decision. The Liberal government needs to act now, not in 1 year, not in a month, not in 2 weeks, now. Certainly not in its next term. The government is just playing for time. And this is why the House needs to remind the government that it has a legal obligation to respect the basic principle and its obligation to repair the errors of the past when it comes to First Nations children and to invest $155 million, which is missing for this year in terms of funding for services to children. Now, on the subject of discrimination, I'm going to talk about a reserve which is on my riding. Well, part of it is in my riding, and it's in the southwest of Quebec. And another part of it is in Ontario, and another part is also in the U.S. This is a First Nation that fought for nearly 15 years to receive official recognition for child services. So they got this in 2012 from the provincial government, and with this recognition they were able to take care of local issues themselves rather than by a third party. But it took 15 years to get that recognition. Does that make any sense, Mr. Speaker? I don't think it does. How many children from the Akwesasne Nation had to suffer while the government was dragging its feet? I don't know, but even if it was only one family or only one child who was left in a bad situation without access to services because the government was stubbornly arguing over who would be responsible for providing services, well, that's one child too many. It's unacceptable for the Akwesasne First Nation to have had to wait so long for services. That's why it's important to apply Jordan's principle. This principle says that First Nations children need to have access to the same government services as those provided to non-Aboriginal children, and that jurisdictional disputes should not hinder the provision of services to children. Now, this is not the first time we've asked the government to apply Jordan's principle. My former colleague, Jean Crowder, had tabled a motion in the House in 2007 to that effect. It was adopted by the House of Commons, but 9 years later, in 2016, it's very frustrating to see that we haven't moved forward, even though this motion had been adopted. As the critic for youth, I was unpleasantly surprised by the scope of mental health problems that we see among First Nations youth. 50% of them who live on reserves have average to high levels of mental distress. Suicide among Inuit youth is responsible for 10% of deaths in that group, and the situation will not get better without long-term investment in the health of Aboriginal youth. Mental health is determined by a complex interaction of socioeconomic factors as well as individual behavior, and that's according to Health Canada. Aboriginal communities are really left behind compared to other populations. According to one expert, many of the health problems are due to the marginalization that Aboriginals have experienced. In fact, this is a multi-generational effect. In fact, if we look at recent studies involving Aboriginals, there were 94 recommendations made by the Commission, which the government decided to accept and to implement. The 150,000 children who went to residential schools are still suffering the consequences. They lost their culture, they were traumatized by violence, and many of them brought back to their communities these problems involving substance abuse and so on. And there are still visible consequences of this today. First Nations children are 12% more likely to be placed into foster homes. Cindy Blackstock says that there are more First Nations children being placed in foster homes today than they were in the time of residential schools for many reasons. The marginalization of Aboriginal communities is not over. It's not in the past. In terms of employment and high school dropout rates, they're far higher among Aboriginals. 5 times more Aboriginals face food insecurity. So now we can start to understand the problems of First Nations. Cindy Blackstock said in an article that
twice.
I hope that the Liberal government will remember her words. To conclude, even if the current situation of First Nations youth is a grim one, there are many services all across the country that are there to help them if we provide the means to do so. The Child and Family Services Association for the Akwesasne Nation has received some services, and they have an institution that came to the reserves to try to understand their situation. So there was a meeting in 2015. And I'm saying this because I believe that we can all help to improve the fate of First Nations children. This is a reality, and it is the duty of the House to remind the government of its obligations, to correct the errors of history, and not to leave another First Nations generation by the wayside. This is why I'm happy to be able to announce the Akwesasne Council's support for this motion. I will be proud to vote in favor of this motion, and I hope that all members of the House will do so as well. If we really want to see reconciliation, and if we really want to improve the fate of all Canadians, we need to think of First Nations, and we need to ensure that the promises that were made in this House during the elections and since the election are really fulfilled and met. I think that First Nations have suffered enough. They've suffered enough discrimination. And it's time to end this era of discrimination. We need to put an end to prejudice and fear between the different populations so that we can have mutual understanding and so that we can finally have healthy relationships between communities. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable.
Questions and comments?
Rouge Park.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I thank my colleague for her comments.
To just ask my colleague about the historical investments that our government's made in the neighborhood of $8.6 billion with respect to Indigenous issues. I know we've taken some very important steps in the right direction, and I certainly share my colleague's frustration with respect to what's happened and what's really still happening in many communities. I do think we are on the foot of history, as I've indicated before, to turn the tide. And I want to know what kind of specific issues in the budget that my colleague is optimistic about, and what more needs to be done in future years.
The Honourable Member for Salaberry-sur-Roi. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Unfortunately, the Liberals are trying to show the positive aspects, but there was an investment of of only $71 million, when in fact the court had called for an investment of $216 million for this year alone. The Liberals haven't been able to keep their promises. There are 63 million children who were systematically discriminated against by the Canadian government, 63,000 rather, and you can't just say that things are fine. Things are not fine. 50% of children on reserves have thought of suicide or have actually committed suicide. 50%, that's half of all children there. I can't even imagine that something like that could happen to my child. One child is too many. And this is a problem because they don't have the right services. The court has issued 2 orders since the beginning of the year saying that the Liberal government is not fulfilling its mandate of ensuring that children are properly taken care of and are given all of the help that they need. I've heard talk of a ceiling of 2% for education support, but there are major problems. We have to stop turning a blind eye to them. We need to roll up our sleeves and give these people the services they need. The Liberals committed to $30 billion in debt. So what's another $150 million when you have $30 billion in debt? It's nothing in the context of the broader budget. So why is it so difficult for them to disperse this money to help First Nations? I don't understand. Questions and comments?
For Vancouver East.
Mr. Speaker, and I thank my colleague for her excellent comments. We've heard actually in this chamber from the government side who actually argue that they are abiding by the Jordan's principles. And I wonder if you can explain to this House and to the public, what is the difference? Is it that Jordan's principles ought to apply to all children of all Aboriginal children, or is it just children who are deemed to have a disability? Because that's what it is right now.
Before we answer the question, I just want to remind the honourable members, even if someone is close to us, it's easy to talk directly to them, but they have to address their question through the chair. The
honourable member for Salaberry-sur-Roi. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So that's a very important question. Jordan's principle, actually, we learned of it in 2005. There was a young man named Jordan River Anderson. He was a 5-year-old child. He had very complex medical needs, and he died in hospital because he was waiting for help, waiting for treatment. And there were ongoing negotiations between the federal and provincial governments to find out who was responsible for providing these services. Jordan's principle applies to all children who need child services. And so the idea is that these services need to be given with the child without waiting to know exactly which jurisdiction is responsible, whether it's the federal government or the provincial government. And the goal is to avoid having more children die while they're waiting for an answer. If the Liberals respect Jordan's principle, then why is it that they're before the courts challenging these decisions when children need orthodontics, for example, and they need $8,000, but they go to court when it costs $32,000 to do so? It doesn't make sense.
For Destinete, Mississippi, Churchill River.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm standing in the House today because First Nation, Métis, and Northern children are hurting. Their families and communities are struggling to make ends meet. They are denied culturally appropriate services. For example, when dealing with children and youth in care, their first languages of Cree, Dene, Michif, and other languages are not even considered and validated in trying to get support for the families. The realities of Northern Saskatchewan are rarely and barely recognized, Mr. Speaker. I represent almost half of the province of Saskatchewan, geographically speaking. For example, Northern residents have to travel long distance from home to their destination. In Sandy Bay, in my riding, the community has been struggling with a suicide epidemic for the last decade. Their families often travel between 6 and 8 hours to reach Saskatoon so that they can obtain the required help. Fond du Lac First Nation is a fly-in reserve in my riding. The cost of the airfare either to Prince Albert or Saskatoon is very expensive. The cost of living, the cost of buying healthy food, such as fruits and vegetables, is very expensive. Families simply cannot afford to support their children, youth, and elders. This year, the grocery store in Pelican Narrows First Nation burnt to the ground. Since then, the reserve and the nearby communities have no access to groceries because the Northwest Company has delayed their commitment to rebuild the store. In the meantime, in order to buy groceries, the vast majority of the residents must travel long distances. Imagine, Mr. Speaker, the children and youth are hungry on a daily basis. Since we've been speaking loudly about the challenges that Indigenous communities face in northern Saskatchewan, my office has been receiving phone calls, emails, Facebook messages, and Instagram correspondences from youth and their families who are eager to share their painful, heartbreaking stories with me. For example, I've been in touch with families and neighbors who were painfully impacted by the most recent 4 suicides in Stanley Mission in Deschambault Lake First Nations. The youngest, 10, died last Tuesday while we await the final rulings on the causes of these terrible tragedies. We must ask ourselves, what do our children see? Do Indigenous children, girls in particular, see a country that in both word and deed champions their intrinsic importance? When they watch the news, check their Facebook and Twitter feeds, do our various levels of government and those in positions of authority convey the message that their lives are valued? Let's reflect on these questions as we consider the current state of the overrepresentation of Indigenous children across the country and the high rates of missing and murdered Indigenous women. This is why I want to speak in favor of the Opposition Day motion presented by my colleague, the member of Fort Timmins, James Bay. I would like to thank him for his long-time advocacy for First Nations and Métis children. Across Canada, and specifically in my riding, First Nations, Métis, and Northern residents were very hopeful with the language that the Liberal Party was using. Elders were pleased to hear the words nation to nation. Children, youth, and their families placed high hopes in the words real change. A year later, those very elders and the families are frustrated and questioning the Liberal government's commitment to nation relationship with First Nations, Métis, and Northerners. Hope is fading away. The government fails to acknowledge the sense of urgency in requiring services that our First Nations, Métis, and Northern communities face. When I was the mayor of Northern Village of La Loche, I worked collaboratively with government agencies and the local schools on this very topic. Teenagers from 14 to 18 years of age who were and still are in care, either going from home to home or they are literally homeless. When I was the chair of New North Association, the mayors and councils of 34 municipalities would share similar stories. The majority of these children and youth have treaty cards, so they are considered First Nations. They live in municipalities. What that means, they have virtually very little or no support. This brings me to the topic of the shortage of foster homes in my riding. When a child is apprehended, he or she is either placed in a home that is overcrowded or taken out of their community where a foster home is found. For example, when I visited Hatchet Lake First Nation a few months ago, it was shared with me that there was a home that sheltered 21 individuals, including small children. What's more, the Foster Families Support Group in Northern Saskatchewan has been continuously asking for support to train and work with foster families until this day. Mr. Speaker, The court ruling of the Canadian Human Rights Tribunal was clear on January 25, 2016. The Canadian government was found guilty of racially discriminating against tens of thousands of First Nations children in systematically underfunding federal services. The tribunal's ruling called on the Liberal government for immediate, medium, and long-term reforms so that children can receive the treatment they deserve. Because they are innocent children who deserve to feel safe, to be cared for, to feel valued, they deserve to have the same opportunities as everyone else. In not appealing the decision, the Liberal government accepted all the legal obligations placed on it. However, 2 compliance orders have been put out by the court because the government failed to meet the legal and moral obligations to First Nations children. In fact, instead of meeting the obligations ordered by the court, this government continued to fight First Nations children in court. I ask again, where is the commitment to a nation-to-nation relationship that this government promised to uphold when there's clear lack of urgency to act on this court ruling? Speaking of broken promises, Mr. Speaker, failing to comply with the court ruling is a direct disregard to the first TRC calls to action on child welfare. This first call to action demands that the federal, provincial, and territorial governments reduce the numbers of Indigenous children in care in Canada. Article 2 that stipulates that governments provide adequate resources to enable communities and child welfare organizations to keep Aboriginal families together where it is safe to do so and to keep children in culturally appropriate environments, regardless of where they reside. Now the tribunal decision found that the federal government was discriminating against 163,000 First Nations children in its delivery and child welfare services on reserves. The cumulative outcome of this intentional and discriminatory practice has led to children being removed from families to foster homes and frequently languishing in non-Indigenous child welfare systems. One example is the case Miss Mary Ann Napope from One Arrow First Nation, who has been fighting for several years to get custody of her grandchildren. There is nothing more that she would like than to reunite with them and to take care of them, but the foster system has failed her and her family. Her grandchildren were put up for adoption without the consent of the mother. They fell in the cracks of the child foster system. She says that she is committed to continue to fight to be reunited with her grandchildren. This is one story among many others, Mr. Speaker. In fact, in Saskatchewan alone, 87% of children in foster care are Indigenous. This is a number that is very concerning and can be reduced if this government adopted once and for all the Jordan Principle as ordered by the tribunal. At its heart, the principle states that First Nations children should be able to access the same government services as non-Indigenous children, and we must not allow jurisdictional disputes get in the way of providing services to children. Mr. Speaker, I would like to conclude by saying that I will be supporting my colleague's motion on Tuesday, and I invite this House to unanimously vote for the motion. A vote for this motion is a vote for First Nations children. Is it a vote for their safety? Is a vote for their recognition? Parliament must step in and order the government to fix the historic wrong because we cannot fail another generation of First Nations children. Thank you.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Thunder Bay, Rainy River.
Mr. Speaker, I want to thank my honourable colleague for her speech. We know that First Nation communities in this country and Indigenous people indeed are suffering some of the worst tragedies right across the country. In her government's platform, they indicated that they were going to try to balance the budget. And they talk about that the Liberals aren't spending money on First Nations, and I respectfully disagree with that. But if my honourable colleague could answer the question on how the NDP would be investing in First Nation education at the same time as balancing the budget.
Honourable Member for Desnethé, Mississippi, Churchill River.
It is very heartbreaking and very sad that our sitting government, who support First Nations children and Métis and Northerners across Canada, is supposed to support, find ways not to support the tribunal ruling and not ways to support the services and programs that are so very needed, not only in reserves across Canada, Métis municipalities, and straight across Canada. Regardless, the Liberal government formed government last year. They have the responsibility when the Prime Minister of Canada speaks about nation to nation, that children, youth, families, and elders look to him and look for real change. And that's what the children in my riding, the youth and the families, look for.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Peace River, Westlock.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Liberal government in their first 100 days spent $4.3 billion with a B, dollars outside of Canada, but they couldn't find the $155 million to fund the ruling that we're talking about today. I was just wondering if my colleague there could talk a little bit about that fact, and also the fact that there just seem to be inconsistencies across the board over there. For example, with the Transparency Act, and they're just refusing to enforce it. It seems like a complete undermining of the law. So, thank you.
Honourable Member for Desnethé, Mississippi, Churchill River.
Again, it is very sad to have this discussion when I go into my riding or when I get a phone call. It's from a mom or a dad who's failed to get services for their kid who's just tried to commit suicide, and for all the tragedies that we face. Again, here we are. Canada was built in 1867. We're having the same argument where First Nations, Métis, and Northerners are not having the same equality as the rest of Canada. Thank you.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Edmonton, Strathcona.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I'd like to thank my colleague for her very heartfelt and grounded comments. We really value her expertise and her experience in this area. Mr. Speaker, through you, I'd like to ask my colleague this question. I've just found out that the National Chief for the Assembly of First Nations has endorsed the call by the Human Rights Tribunal to mediate the dispute over their call for action by the government. And they would like to have a mediation to actually resolve what is specifically required to be transferred, and establish a protocol and immediate needs-based funding to eliminate the discrimination found by the tribunal. It sounds like a very sensible approach, and I'm wondering if the member agrees that maybe the government could step up to the plate. Instead of consulting, why don't they actually sit down at the mediation table?
The Honourable Member for Desnethé, Mississippi, Churchill River.
Prime Minister visited my community of La Loche during the horrific tragedies. The Prime Minister stood before us in the community and said, whatever we need, they will provide for us. And then when I heard about the recent suicides and what the Prime Minister and the government had also said, but the realities are as such that they place barriers in place, discrimination, and not acting on the real solutions that the First Nations and the Métis communities and municipalities and Northerners are asking for.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Indigenous and Northern Affairs.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank all of those in the House of Commons today that have contributed to this important debate on children and First Nations across Canada. I want to add my voice to this debate as well. Our government promised a new relationship with Indigenous people and a commitment to work in partnership to resolve the important issues of discrimination that have impacted Indigenous people for generations, especially children. So, Mr. Speaker, we on this side of the House, we're grateful for this debate today because we once again can bring to light the issues and the need to reform First Nations child and family service programs. That is a goal of our government, one we take seriously and one that we are determined, Mr. Speaker, to be able to do. I can assure all colleagues in the House today that we recognize as a government that this is urgent work that requires urgent attention. Our priority is first and foremost on the well-being of children, and we remain committed to working collaboratively to implement the orders of the Canadian Human Rights Tribunal, which has been stated in the motion provided by the member today. We have made very clear what our commitment to working to improve the outcomes for First Nation communities, which is why we have welcomed the Tribunal's decision and have worked diligently in partnership to address the orders that have been outlined. Mr. Speaker, we will not defend the actions of former governments. We will not defend the neglect that have been created by former governments as it relates to Indigenous people. Our government is looking forward. We are looking forward to addressing these urgent and important needs that are required by First Nations children and First Nations communities. We know that essentially we have a system of child welfare and family services in this country to First Nations people that is broken, and it needs to be overhauled. I was hoping today that in the motion presented by the member opposite that he would speak to the fact that there needs to be full reform in this system, because I know he believes it needs to happen. Our government believes that meaningful change for First Nations children and for families can only be successful if all partners are included in developing this path forward, including First Nations youth, First Nations leadership, First Nations children, First Nations families, key organizers, service providers, federal departments, provincial government, and territorial government departments as well. We are committed to a full-scale reform of the program that is developed with and for First Nations, and we are reaching out to all of those partners in the country to encourage their contribution and those options for reform. That includes reaching out to members in this legislature. That's why this debate has become important today in seeking that feedback. Our government is committed to changing the status quo, and we're taking action to ensure that we get this right for First Nations children and families. They deserve to have a government that is not only committed to reform and transforming the Child Welfare and Family Services Act in this country for First Nations, but they deserve to have a government as well that will take action, seek their input, and get this right for them. It is time in this country, Mr. Speaker, that we shape reform that is going to benefit and help the people that really need it. Far too long there has been decisions made that have been top-down. That's why we have the situation we do in this country today. That's why many First Nations, Inuit and Métis communities across our country feel they have been neglected. And realistically, they have been. Not just their children, but their communities as a whole. They deserve a government who realizes the urgency of this issue, and they have one in us. Mr. Speaker, immediately this year, we moved to make investments for children and families on reserve. We knew that the investments were needed and they were urgent. Through Budget 2016, we made significant investments in First Nations children and family service programs, with nearly $635 million over 5 years in new funding, including $71 million this year for immediate urgent relief that was focused on providing additional prevention services in each province and in the Yukon Territory. Mr. Speaker, that was a historic move That never happened in any government prior, Mr. Speaker, but it happened in this government in less than 12 months because we take our job and obligation to Indigenous children in this country and to Indigenous people seriously, and we are acting. Through, Mr. Speaker, in addition to that, through Child and Family Services Canada, we also committed an urgent investments up to $382 million over the next 3 years to implement a new approach to Jordan's Principle. This new approach will include enhanced service coordination, a service access resolution fund, and these steps will ensure that First Nations children have access to the care and supports that they need, and that Canada can effectively respond to First Nations children and their needs. Mr. Speaker, I could speak for a lengthy period of time on this issue, but I am going to be splitting my time, Mr. Speaker, with the member for Vancouver Centre, and I know that this is an issue that she as well is very passionate about. But before I finish, Mr. Speaker, there's a couple of things I want to say. A country like Canada, there should be no ruling in any court that says that racial systemic discrimination, discriminatory actions towards Aboriginal children exist. It is a shameful ruling for any court to have to make in this country, and we will be the first government stepping up to address this, to ensure that systemic discrimination against children on reserve, off reserve, First Nations, Inuit and Métis no longer occur in this country. Mr. Speaker, the courts made this ruling because the former government for 10 years under Prime Minister Harper did not see the value of investing in First Nations, Inuit and Métis children in this country, or even in the communities in which they live, or even, Mr. Speaker, in the people that make up those many communities across our country. They continue to cut funding, not improve funding. They continue to ignore the plight that children were underfunded and left in poverty in these communities. It's only the government of the day that is stepping up, Mr. Speaker, to ask for real reform, to lead real reform in the child welfare and family services in this country for First Nations people. Mr. Speaker, we believe on this side that no one should have to use the court as a government to fight children, but that's what happened in the former government. They might have great speeches and a change of heart today, but it's disappointing to know that they also fought these children in court so they would not have to increase funding to First Nations and Indigenous children in this country. Mr. Speaker, we're committed to reform. We're committed to supporting First Nations. We're going to keep working towards that goal. We're going to keep working to help Indigenous families and children. I have a riding, Mr. Speaker, where we talk about residential schools and removing children out of communities. We talk about the 60 Scoop, but today I look around and there's more children in care in the communities that I represent and many other Indigenous communities across the country than we've ever seen before. We have to stop this. We have to stop this. We have to help children stay in their own communities, help families stay together, help children grow up in the culture that they're a part of. I see too many children being taken away and sent away where families of non-Indigenous families get more money to care for Indigenous children than Indigenous families do. These are the things we have to fix. These are the things that we're committed to fix. And I will tell you, Mr. Speaker, I am proud of the work that our government has done towards children and First Nations, Inuit and Métis people in this country, and we're going to keep doing it.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Cowichan, Malahat, Langford.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I certainly appreciate the Parliamentary Secretary's passion for this particular issue. I just wanted to bring light to the fact that the Liberal plan in the last election relied on $1.7 billion of pre-existing funding over the 2016-2017 period to 2019-20 period, despite no existence of that funding in 3 primary sets of government fiscal documentation. That's the main estimates, public accounts, reports on plans and priorities. Now, the government only has so much time left in which it can keep on blaming these problems on the previous Conservative government. It's now been in power for a year. It's time to kind of step up to the plate. So with that in mind, I would just like to get the Parliamentary Secretary's reactions to, first of all, the unanimous adoption of the motion by the Manitoba Legislature yesterday, which identified that the funding gap still exists. We have a full legislature voting on this. And secondly, I would also like to know from the Parliamentary Secretary whether she will be voting in favour of our motion. I would like to have a clear and definitive answer, because sometimes there's a very long gap between Liberal promises and actions. Thank you.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the member for his question. It's a very good question, actually. But I think that it's worthy to state in this House that we are the government that have accepted the rulings and the recommendations of the tribunal. We are the government that is moving to implement those. We know that this is an urgent issue, and that's why we stepped up immediately to invest $71 million, Mr. Speaker, in child services on reserve, and to immediately accept Jordan's principle, investing another $34 million into children, accepting another 900 children to ensure another 900 children on reserve get the care and the investment that they require. I think it goes without saying, Mr. Speaker, that as a government we are implementing every one of those issues that are called for in this motion today. However, the member is asking us to arbitrarily take a number out of the air and say this is the amount of money that we should invest in children on reserve. But, Mr. Speaker, the tribunal is saying we should invest what is needed, and as a government, that's exactly what we should do.
In comments, the Honourable Member for Kamloops, Thompson Caribou.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and certainly I wish I had more time than just questions and answers to defend some very important things that we did that move forward, specifically human rights legislation applying on reserve. But more importantly, the Parliamentary Secretary talked at length about the partnership and how you had to move forward in partnership. I also noticed this morning that the minister announced a new special representative. So I have 2 questions. Number one, was there a conversation with the AFN and other groups in terms of them moving forward with that specific appointment of a representative? And second of all, would she stand in this House and claim that the funding that's out there right now is absolutely acceptable and there's no need for a cash infusion in order to make sure that children in Canada, Indigenous children in Canada, have the same services and the rights to the same services as those off reserve?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I'm pleased the member did ask about the minister's special representative, because it gives me an opportunity to talk about the fact that this individual is a very prominent individual in our country, a prominent advocate for Indigenous people, and is actively involved in many related initiatives across the country. She was also recently named as the chair under Truth and Reconciliation at Lakehead University. But, Mr. Speaker, let me just say this, that the special representative will conduct this work on behalf of the minister and of the government. To look at this nation-to-nation relationship with First Nation communities. They will engage with a number of key partners, including First Nations youth leadership, national and regional organizations, service providers, provinces, Yukon, and the Yukon Territory. So based on this engagement process, Mr. Speaker, the individual will advise the minister in concrete ways to reform the First Nations Child and Family Services Program, and we believe that this engagement is critical to the reform of child and family services programs for First Nations people in Canada.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Vancouver Centre.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'm really pleased to be part of this very important dialogue today on First Nations children. I want to focus my remarks on their health and well-being and the government's efforts to improve the health and well-being of Indigenous children and the families of reserve. But I also wanted to answer some of the other questions that have been put forward by the opposition. Children are the future of our communities, we know that, and it is critical for us to create positive environments for them that support and encourage the full potential, both physically, mentally, and culturally, as well as intellectually, of our generations. We know that Indigenous people are young and are growing at a substantially faster rate than non-Indigenous populations in Canada. In fact, in 2011, there were over 120,000 Indigenous children in Canada under the age of 6. And in more than 75% of the Indigenous population in Canada lives off reserve. We know that Indigenous populations are more likely to experience poverty, homelessness, family violence, disability, high rates of chronic and infectious disease, and suicidal ideation. Within this context, we have to work together to support, and I want to stress the word together, we, all levels of government, the Indigenous peoples, non-governmental organizations have to work together to support the positive health and resiliency of all Indigenous children. So we have to build systems that supports Indigenous children so that they are well supported and have healthy families and healthy communities. Mr. Speaker, our government recognises that investing in a child's development at the earliest years leads to greatly improved health outcomes over the long term. And that's why we have and are investing $112 million a year in programs to support the health and development of vulnerable children and of families off reserve. We have the Community Action Program for Children, the Canadian Prenatal Nutrition Program, and the Aboriginal Health Start in urban and northern communities, which, if I recall, came about in the Chrétien government. This was set out in 1994, so that's been going for quite a while. These have to help to equip children to be ready for school, to help children to live healthier lives, and to help them to be able to have a strong mental health throughout the course of their lives. These three programs support primary prevention, health promotion, and activities that focus on the vulnerable populations in communities, and especially in urban areas where there are children, urban Aboriginal children, who we know are at great risk. Now, the Community Action Program for Children and the Canadian Prenatal Nutrition Program are showing, which also helps postpartum mothers, that is shown to be experiencing a great deal of good outcomes. And so we want to continue with that. The programs addresses key areas that determine future health outcomes, such as healthy child development, nutrition, food security, injury prevention, physical activity parenting, and mental health promotion. And I would be one of the first to say that even though these programs have achieved some measure of success, they still have not gotten us to where we want to go with regard to outcomes and the best and the optimal outcomes for First Nations children. But these programs offer us a great deal of data and key platforms for transferring evidence-based practices and health knowledge to vulnerable communities. So it acts as an education and awareness program to help to reach populations in broader healthcare systems and in systems that are at high risk. So these programs provide social support as well as health support, and they help to promote the health and social development of women and their children. Now, many families we know who use these programs, especially in the Indigenous communities, face challenging life circumstances, and they're such as low income, lone parenthood, social or geographic isolation, living in far-flung areas, and situations of violence, neglect, and tobacco or substance abuse or addiction. All of these present specific challenges that we need to deal with, and all of these are actually inherent in the whole history of Indigenous peoples and in the way that they have been treated throughout their lifetime. And so getting over that kind of systemic history is a really important challenge and an important part of what we do. But they do affect the ability of young children to grow up to be participating adults, to grow up to be strong adults, full of self-confidence. We still know that there are many other systems. This is all systemic. Systems that challenge this happening. So health and social programs alone will not make a difference. It is about educating communities across this country to understand the reality of the lives of Indigenous peoples that impact their children and their families and their ability to succeed. And so getting to that, talking about institutions that continue to harbor systemic racism against Aboriginal people, systemic discrimination against Aboriginal Aboriginal people. These are the heart of what we have to change. And it is a very difficult system to turn around. But we are working at it, and we will continue to work at it because we are committed to this. And so we know that, for instance, some programs, however, in the meantime are helping. If you take the Canadian Prenatal Nutrition Program, it's reading about 2,000 communities across Canada, which represent about 50,000 pregnant women and their caregivers who look after the children. And so we are looking at breastfeeding, encouraging breastfeeding, higher levels of nutrition, better prenatal vitamins to help them to be able to reach a good outcome within their pregnancy, to look at alcohol intake reduction, to look at smoking reduction, and to look at improved maternal health, because we know that it is a maternal health that creates healthy babies and healthy children. There are 6 core components, including health promotion, education, school readiness, especially, nutrition, promotion and protection of Indigenous language and culture. And that's a really important part of what has happened to Aboriginal people over the history of this country. They have lost a sense of identity. They have been told that being Indigenous, using their language and using their culture and beginning to feel free to adopt their cultural practices were wrong and that they were primitive. So now we have to recognize that that's an important part of getting Aboriginal families and Aboriginal children especially to be able to move forward. And it is important to provide these in urban settings where Aboriginal children are just parts of a population who have a tendency to get lost in the shuffle. They go to school, they are discriminated against by their peers, they go to school, they are not ready for school. So I have to say, this is really an important commitment that our government has. But it is somewhat like turning the Titanic around in the Rideau Canal, because we have such a long way to go. We have so many systems and institutions to try to change. And this does not mean that we won't do it, but it means that it's going to take a longer time, the building of partnerships and the education of society as a whole. So in 133 sites across Canada, for example, we're providing this kind of funding for Indigenous community-based organizations to help them to have daycare systems, for instance, and to have programming that will reach parents and children. We're reaching some of the most vulnerable children in Canada through this program. And I know, having been involved a lot in looking at urban Aboriginal issues in my city of Vancouver alone, that this is really important. We have to get into the school system, into the school board system, to recognize the needs of Aboriginal children there. And so through some of these programs and through Head Start, our government is helping to change the impact and the outcomes of Aboriginal kids. And so we need to look at how children who participate in Aboriginal Head Start in urban areas, in fact, can demonstrate they can do well at school, they will stay in school, and that they will stay in secondary school and eventually look at perhaps having post-secondary training and education of some kind. Continuing to recognize that cultural behaviours and Indigenous language acquisition is a key part of helping Aboriginal children to grow up to be strong, self-sufficient and self-confident in this country. And so I just wanted to also say that I know that the question that was posed in the House by the opposition today talks about a commitment to the tribunal, the Canadian Human Rights Tribunal orders. And I have to say that focusing on health, as I've done because I'm a physician and this is what I know and this is what I see, because we know that healthy children mentally and physically will grow up to be adults who can change their lives. But I want you to know that we have welcomed, as a government, accepted and is currently putting in place, forming the partnerships, doing the necessary changes that need to be able to implement infrastructure, physical and or social, and working with other levels of government to implement the tribunal's orders. We are committed to this, Mr. Speaker. Thank you very much.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Timmins, James Bay.
Speaker, if my honourable colleague is willing to work with the tribunal, then there shouldn't be a problem with this motion. I guess what I'm sensing is that there's a problem with priorities with this Liberal government. You know, when it came time to rubber stamping the Site C permits, despite the questions by the people from Treaty 8 that this ran roughshod over their legal rights, they were rubber stamped immediately, as was the pipeline through the Bear Forest, because it was a priority. But when it came time to meeting the compliance orders of the Human Rights Tribunal, after 9 months, they've announced, wow, they're going to have an online survey, and they're going to put someone out on the road to do consultations. Now, that might all be great, for Liberals. But the question I have to ask is, why is she around consulting with the nations when this government, her government, is refusing requests for mediation by the Human Rights Tribunal, by Cindy Blackstock, and by Chief Perry Bellegarde of the Assembly of First Nations, who's told her government to come to the table for mediation? So what we hear very clearly is they believe they're above the law of the land, that Liberals can appoint people to go around and talk on behalf of Liberals, and they can set up an online system, and they can continue to delay compliance with the Human Rights Tribunal ruling. Meanwhile, they're refusing mediation at the tribunal level. So I'd like to ask my honourable colleague, are they going to support this motion, or do they believe that this Prime Minister is above the law of the land, while Indigenous children are left below the law of the land?
Honourable Member for Vancouver Centre.
Mr. Speaker, I think this is interesting because what we're doing now is to actually politicize this issue. We have seen in this House very recently that parties have left aside partisanship and come together in a common cause and to do common good. So what we're saying here is that we are working on these. In fact, we have set up a representative, Dr. Cynthia Wesley Esquimalt, as a Minister Special Representative who is responsible for leading a national engagement process and providing advice on how to get there. It is getting there. It is cutting through centuries-old systems that is taking the time. It is not about political will. It is not about intent. And in fact, the concept, Mr. Speaker, that one went ahead and rubber-stamped things and don't have this as a priority, the Prime Minister made this his first priority. But if you look at Jordan's principle, Mr. Speaker, it speaks to the fact that for generations we've had provincial and federal governments who don't talk to each other, who don't decide whose decision this is and whose jurisdiction this is, and this is where we have to start, making sure that we get partnerships, and those partnerships are practical and pragmatic and will get the job done. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Labrador.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I certainly want to thank my colleague for her insight, especially her insight around health, the health of First Nations children, and the importance of ensuring good health and protection of children in Indigenous Canada. Mr. Speaker, I want to say to her, because she mentioned Dr. Wesley Esquimalt and the work that she's doing on behalf of the Minister of Indigenous and Northern Affairs Canada, and we know that her work is to create really meaningful change in the system of childcare and family care in Canada. And I would ask the member if she feels that reforming the entire child welfare system is the real need that is on the table or on the agenda for Canada to make this right for Indigenous children.
Honourable Member for Vancouver Centre.
Speaker, I want to thank my colleague for that question, because that question is at the heart of what we are trying to do and the difficult systems that we're trying to change. When I chaired in another life, in another session, the Status of Women Committee, we traveled to look at the fate of women and girls in the Aboriginal communities across this country. And what we heard was that in provincial welfare, children and family systems, that in fact, when a family left, a woman left a violent situation, she came into the city, immediately she was at a disadvantage. She got less welfare payments from the provincial group to be able to give her the opportunity to have her family being fed and nourished. She didn't know what to do, and then those children would be taken away from this woman, and they would be given to non-Indigenous families who will then get the full amount of money that will help to give those children the benefits that they needed. We heard this from provincial bureaucrats who did so in camera, so that we would know that the system is so broken because we don't talk to each other and we don't work together to create a seamless system that will assist these women and children. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Victoria.
Speaker, it's an honour to address the motion before us today, and I'd like to first start by saying that I'd be sharing my time with my colleague, the member for North Island Powell River. Mr. Speaker, if we were alive here 109 years ago, we'd have opened what is now the Ottawa Citizen to find a report by a leading public health physician who had just surveyed the health of children in residential schools. His data included one school whose records showed that 76% of its children had died. At that time, in 1907, Indian Affairs gave less money to fight tuberculosis amongst all First Nations people than was allocated to the City of Ottawa. The report proved that the government knew how poorly Aboriginal children were being treated, but did nothing to remedy the inequality. It is heartbreaking, Mr. Speaker, that 109 years later we're having the same debate in this place. We're here because in January of this year, the Canadian Human Rights Tribunal issued a landmark, legally binding ruling finding that the Government of Canada racially discriminates against 163,000 First Nations children. That discrimination takes the form of unequal child welfare services on reserves, as well as the failure of the government to give Aboriginal children equal access to public services without falling victim to government red tape. The government has said that they will not appeal that decision, and I applaud them for that. For those, however, are just words. What the children of this country desperately need is action. It's worth remembering how we got here. Over the late 1990s, government data showed that the number of Aboriginal children going into child welfare had risen 71% over a 6-year span because the government had failed to invest in prevention services to keep children safely at home. By 2000, a government report found that children on reserves received 78 cents on the dollar to what non-Aboriginal children received. Now, rather than taking real action, you will not be surprised, Mr. Speaker, to know that the government commissioned another report. The new report showed Aboriginal children getting even less. By then, it was just 70 cents on the dollar. That same year, that was 2005, a young boy was sitting in hospital in Manitoba. Just 5 years old, Jordan Anderson had been born with serious health problems. After 2 years in hospital, his health had stabilized and he was ready to go home for the first time. Most children in this situation would be released to their home, with the provincial government looking after their health care expenses. But Jordan Anderson was an Aboriginal child, and so he remained in hospital as Ottawa and the province of Manitoba argued over who would pay for his care. And while the governments argued, Jordan died, never having spent a day at his home. It's in his memory that we're calling on the government today to fully implement Jordan's principle. Now, this is a principle that would be self-evident to every Canadian, that in disputes between government over a child's care, the child comes first, and the red tape comes second. That means that we pay for a child's health care costs first, and then let the adults argue over whose budget should cover it. But as I will address in a moment, this principle, Jordan's principle, which is crystal clear to Canadians, is somehow still controversial to this government. Dealing with this issue, Mr. Speaker, was number 3 on the calls to action of the Truth and Reconciliation Commission, calls to action which this government pledged to fully implement. Now, 2 years after Jordan Anderson died in hospital, the First Nations Child and Family Caring Society filed a case against the Government of Canada with the Canadian Human Rights Tribunal. Within 30 days of filing that challenge, the Harper Conservatives cut their core funding. The society had to go to half their staff, do their own janitorial work and the like, but they did not give up. They kept going. So on January 29th of this year, their perseverance finally paid off, I'd like to read the words of the Tribunal's legally binding ruling. I quote, "First Nations children and families living on reserve and in the Yukon are discriminated against in the provision of child and family services by the federal government." Close quote. The aim, they said, was not to punish the government, but to end that discrimination. Section 53 of the Canadian Human Rights Act allows the Tribunal to order a person found to be discriminating on grounds including race to cease discrimination and to take immediate measures to redress the grievance or prevent future discrimination, and to make available to the victims as quickly as possible, and I quote, "the rights, opportunities, and privileges they were denied by the racial discrimination." So we have an administrative tribunal making a binding order. Unless and until a binding order of a tribunal is overturned or appealed on overturned on judicial review or appealed successfully to a court, that is the law of the land, Mr. Speaker. We're not here to talk about whether we comply with it any more than we're here to talk about whether we comply with a court order in a criminal matter. That is the law unless and until overturned by a higher court of authority. There was no such ruling. So under the authority of that order, the Tribunal issued this order to the Government of Canada. I quote, "Aboriginal Affairs is ordered to cease its discriminatory practices and reform its programs to reflect the findings in this decision. Aboriginal Affairs is also ordered to cease applying its narrow definition of Jordan's Principle and to take measures to immediately implement the full meaning and scope of Jordan's Principle." Close quote. That's the binding order of a Canadian administrative tribunal. And it's because the government has failed to take the actions that were ordered, despite two failures, Mr. Speaker, to comply with other orders in April and September, that we've brought this motion today to the Parliament of Canada. After all, it's in this chamber that Canadians' elected representatives voted in 2007 to fully adopt Jordan's Principle. It was crystal clear. One of those compliance orders issued against the government noted that Parliament applied the principle to all First Nations children, not just those living on reserves, and the government's narrower definition, and I quote, "will likely create gaps for First Nations children and is not in line with our decision." Close quote. So I want to read to you, Mr. Speaker, the most recent compliance order and let members listen to see if they can pick up any ambiguity in their order. I quote, "Consistent with the motion adopted by the House of Commons, this panel orders the Ministry, the Department of Aboriginal Affairs, to immediately apply Jordan's Principle to all First Nations children, period." Close quote. Cindy Blackstock once said that government by its action is saying that the government is above the law and First Nations children are below it. A vote to support our motion today is a vote to end that now. It's a vote to equalize the gap between Aboriginal and non-Aboriginal children. It's a vote for the principle that as Canadians we'll set aside our differences and care for our children first. A vote is to stop needlessly fighting families in court. And that's something that clearly has to be addressed immediately. So let me just say by way of conclusion, Mr. Speaker, that refusing to obey the orders of a Canadian Human Rights Tribunal is simply not an option for this government. They're legally binding, they're morally binding, and more delay and more consultations and more reports will not fix it. We've got to do better. We've got to do better for the children of Canada, all children, non-Aboriginal and Aboriginal alike. Thank you.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Hastings, Lennox, Addington.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to commend my colleague on his speech and his passion for this subject. I'm a part of the Indigenous committee and the study that we're doing right now in suicide, and understand have been helped to understand the crisis that exists in many of our Indigenous communities. But our government has committed significant funds $684 million to the Children and Families Fund to help to deal with the crisis that exists in our Indigenous communities. But more importantly, if it's one thing that we've come to understand in our committee is that only through a nation-to-nation relationship that leads to Indigenous peoples establishing the priorities of their communities and defining and implementing the programs that are associated with those priorities, are we really going to come up with the solutions, the long-term solutions that are going to benefit all Indigenous communities? Would the member opposite not agree that that's where we need to get to?
Well, member for Victoria.
Well, I thank my colleague across the way for that insightful question, and I, of course, agree that a nation-to-nation relationship is what is desperately required, and I salute the expenditure of money that was noted and the efforts to prevent suicide, the crisis that's gripping Aboriginal communities. While those expenditures are warranted, there is still a shortfall, according to Cindy Blackstock, of some $155 million, which is, of course, at issue in our motion. And I don't want to quibble about money, and I don't want to say we shouldn't be grateful the government is spending money on such an obviously important area of concern. The welfare of Aboriginal children in this country. But there is a funding shortfall in child welfare services. The estimate to be $216 million. The government apparently in the last budget spent $71 million. That leads Cindy Blackstock to conclude that there is a $155 million shortfall. Should we be doing more with respect to prevention of suicide in First Nations communities? Absolutely. Is the government spending money? Absolutely. But we're here to talk about this motion and these children and Jordan's Principle right now. To not obey the law of the land is simply unacceptable.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Kamloops, Thompson, Caribou.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I do note the conversation is going regularly to the $684 million, but I do think it's important to point out how it's very much backloaded and a significant, I believe it's over half the funds are actually for after 2019, which is the next election. So I will ask my colleague not only to comment on that, but from all that we are hearing today, there was an announcement by the minister in terms of having a special representative which is going to look at the overall system issues. To my understanding, there was no consultation with the AFN in terms of what they're doing in this appointment. And is that, in his opinion, consistent with their said commitment to nation?
The honourable member for Victoria.
It's funny, the statistics, Mr. Speaker, on how much money is being spent and whether it's backloaded and the like, I think really would be cold comfort to an Aboriginal mother or father today who happen to be watching what we're doing in this House. Of course, there's a lot of money at play, and the numbers to an ordinary Canadian must seem very baffling. But what isn't baffling is that there is an order of a court. An administrative court, but a court all the same, a tribunal, which has 2 or 3 times had to tell the government to get its act together and obey the law. And so what I'm having such trouble understanding, having visited Aboriginal communities in the Yukon and British Columbia, I've been to many, I was a treaty negotiator for 10 years, and seen the tragedy up front. I don't want to talk about numbers. I want to talk about justice. I want to talk about why the government is not complying with the law. That is what I think is the main issue. Numbers can follow.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for North Island, Powell River.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm very proud to stand in this House today to speak on a motion that outlines the very core importance of making Indigenous children a priority in Canada. Mr. Speaker, today I speak in remembrance of my Granny Minnie, who spent years of her life in residential school at Lejac Indian Residential School from the ages of 4 to 16, who told me, "We cannot complain because we are still here. Never forget, we are still here." I also speak in remembrance of my father, who did not go to residential school, but lived with the impacts every day, both in his family and in the world around him, who reminded me as a young girl that the cowboys and Indian shows were wrong, that actually the Indians were the good guys. I speak for my husband, who went to residential school in Mission and who used to stare outside his window every day looking at the river, pretending it was the ocean where he grew up, who several years ago carved a beautiful mask called Taking the Indian Out of the Child, which we know was the history of this country, that now stands as a reminder to all the children who go to school at Southgate Middle School in Campbell River of the history of this country. I also speak on behalf of my children and grandchildren who have all come to speak to me about the racism that they face in this world. One particularly powerful story, Mr. Speaker, was of a time when my son, who was in grade 4, was sat down during library class, and a teacher presented a picture and asked the children in the class to tell her about that picture. My son, of course, knew immediately that it was a group of children who were in residential school. What shocked him the most was the fact that none of the other students know. So when they looked at the picture of sad children, the other students had suggestions that maybe the children were sad because they had missed a field trip. Maybe they were sad because they didn't get what they wanted for lunch. And all that pressure and pain was growing in my son as he realized that they did not know the history. And he finally said, maybe it's because these are residential school children who want to go home to their families. I also speak for my Auntie Dean, who is our hereditary chief from Stelacco First Nation, from the Caribou clan. You know, Mr. Speaker, this summer I and my staff, in our commitment to reconciliation, took part in a training at the Comox Big House called It Takes a Village. It's an experiential training that connects people who have not had the experience with what really happens to children when they go to residential school. And so importantly, what happens to communities when their children are gone. I remember one of the elders telling me, Rachel, think about it right now. Think about living in your community, and every child between the age of 3 to 16 was suddenly gone. What would that do to your community? At that event, the elders gave me a feather that I keep in my desk that reminds me that I speak on behalf of the people of North Island Powell River. So I also stand here for Alberta Billy, James Quittel, Evelyn Voyager, Mary Everson, Joanne Restall, Phil Umperville, Dave Summerfield, and the trainers Kathy Camilleri and Meredith Martin. This history gives me a beautiful burden to speak on today's motion. You see, Mr. Speaker, what all of these important people have in common is that everything they do in their life is for the children, because they know the children are our future. And we need to reflect the reality here in this House and make a real difference for these children who have suffered generation after generation after generation. We have to be brave enough to stand up and say we're willing to do the next step to make sure it stops here. It's time to make it clear in this House today that Aboriginal children matter. Mr. Speaker, earlier this year, the Canadian Human Rights Tribunal found the Canadian government racially discriminated against tens of thousands of First Nations children in systematically underfunding federal services that put their lives at risk. Mr. Speaker, here is one of the most painful questions that so many Indigenous people have shared with me. When, Mr. Speaker, when will our children matter? In fact, the court has already put out 2 compliance orders because the government is failing to meet its legal and moral obligations to First Nations children. With this government failing to respond to a court ruling on systemic racial discrimination of First Nations children, we are here calling on Parliament to step in and order finally that this historic wrong be righted. We cannot fail another generation of First Nations children. Mr. Speaker, the Minister is talking about an overhaul of the child welfare system for our Indigenous peoples. The Minister knows that we have heard this all before. How many more consultations and studies need to be done? Mr. Speaker, every day we talk about issues relating to Indigenous people in this House. I just want to take a moment to recognize the people who actually live there every single day and keep doing the work. They don't stop by for a visit. They don't go in to check if their research was done properly. They stay there every day, and they see the compounded effects of residential school, of colonization, and it's exhausting work. And these people never give up. I can't even imagine how hard that is. The minister was a member of this chamber when 2 governments commissioned reports during Christian years were documented the many shortfalls. There's been recommendations. Canada has never meaningfully implemented them. Instead, the Canadian government continues to do what it likes to do so much, is commission another study. Let's do some more consultations. You know, in 2005, there was a 2-part study that found First Nations children on reserve received approximately 70 cents on the dollar compared to non-Aboriginal children. In truth, this was reiterated in the Truth and Reconciliation Commission. Call to action. Call to action. Mr. Speaker, this is what is actually being asked for, a call to action. Number 3, we call upon all levels of government to fully implement Jordan's principle. As Cindy Blockstack once said, we need a government who is not going to just talk, that will actually act and alleviate the discrimination, because there are kids out there right now who are living in very difficult circumstances. We are losing another generation of First Nations children to wayward federal policies, and that has to stop. You know, the government has a shameful history of fighting families in courts. If no relationship is more important to this Prime Minister, who is also the Minister of Youth, than with Indigenous people, then this government must explain how it can possibly justify to not immediately end the racial discrimination of First Nations children. We have examples. Healthcare provides orthodontic care that is medically necessary. Requests are denied and repealed. I have to tell you, Mr. Speaker, I have the beautiful privilege of raising Indigenous children. And when we went to the orthodontist, they were very clear. This will take at least 3 tries. Don't be surprised. It will be denied every single time, and then we'll have to fight it. When you walk into a service provider and that is what they are telling you, then you know there is something seriously wrong. Mr. Speaker, here it is. First Nations children are 12 times more likely to be placed in foster care due to poverty, poor housing, and addictions rooted in the trauma of residential schools. The cost of providing equal funding for child welfare for this year is estimated to be around $260 million, identified by Cindy Blackstock, not the court. Following the ruling, the Liberal budget 2016 provided only $71 million for this year. Not all of this money will be going directly to those on the ground. The Liberal government provided $155 million less than Canada's legal and moral obligation to provide a year 1 for First Nations children in child welfare, and didn't even meet what was identified as needed in the Harper government. Mr. Speaker, we know that it is time. There has been a real call to action. We have a history in this country that we need to make right, and we have to stop punishing children for decisions that were made a long time ago. How much more do we expect these communities to take? We need to fix it, and we need to fix it now. Thank you.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Labrador.
Speaker, and I listened very attentively to the member opposite in her remarks, and I want to remind her of a couple of things. First of all, when you talk about a renewed relationship with Indigenous people in this country, it has to be one that is shaped by a shared vision and a shared understanding of the way forward, not just by the ideas top down from one party or one member in terms of how they think that things should be done. What I want to be clear of here, Mr. Speaker, is that this government is the first government to lead the recommendations of the tribunal ruling, Mr. Speaker. We have acted on what the tribunal is saying, and we know the urgency of acting immediately for First Nations children in this country. That is why in July of this year, shortly after, Mr. Speaker, we accepted the ruling, shortly after we redefined and accepted the definition of Jordan's principle, adding services for 900 more First Nations children in the country, we also moved to invest immediately, urgently, $382.5 million in child welfare and child services in this country. I asked the member, is that not acting for children of First Nations communities in Canada?
The honourable member for North Island, Powell River.
Thank you to the member for the question. I think it's very interesting that somebody who grew up in this community, who works as an advocate, has worked in multiple Indigenous communities. I have a deep respect for a shared approach. I think that I would argue that this current government and past governments before tend to not listen as well as they could, and they are offering a top-down approach. You know, I just have to say, spend longer than a day in those communities. I know this is a hard topic. I know it's a scary topic. But when you live every single day in this, you understand it in a different way. It's not a visit. It's not a visit that makes the difference. I live on reserve, so... And you know what? I also want to say, Mr. Speaker, that I appreciate some of the action that's happening. It's happening every day, but we still need to do better. We need to do better.
Before going to the next question, I want to remind everyone that debate is taking place. It's nice to see everyone getting along cordially, but if you're talking, if you're not whispering, if you don't mind taking it into the lobby. The honourable member for Sarnia-Lambton.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for her speech, and I really agree with her when she says this government is all talk and no action. It's been a year. Murdered and missing Aboriginal women, we've heard nothing. They talked about helping Indigenous children a year ago, still nothing. Mental health for Indigenous people, still nothing. I wonder if the member could comment.
The honourable member for North Island, Powell River.
Well, I thank you to the colleague for my question. I wouldn't agree that there has been no action. I think there has been some significant action and some steps that are moving in the right direction, and I appreciate that. But I think that the motion that we're discussing today takes it to that next level. This is a very specific motion that is asking for very specific action. It is also asking our government to stop taking children to court, to start doing the right thing, and let it go and do what needs to happen. So I appreciate the action. I appreciate the dedication of many members on that side. But I also know that this motion is the right way to move forward.
Bravo. Time for a very brief question. The honourable member for Victoria.
I'd like to thank my colleague for her powerful remarks today. And in her remarks, she raised the fact that she was raising Indigenous children and was involved with an orthodontist who was, in fact, saying that certain treatment could not be available. I'd like her comments on the fact that in a case for which information has been released under the Access to Information Act, a young Cree teenager needed emergency orthodontic care which cost $8,000, and the government under the legislation has been shown to have spent $32,000 in taking that woman, that family to court up and down to, I think, 3 occasions. I'd like her comments on that from her perspective.
The honourable member for North Island, Powell River.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you so much to the member for this important question. And I think it goes back to the key part, is how do we choose to spend the money? How do we choose to move forward? So, you know, when you look at incidents like this, and I talked about bringing my children in and being told right away, you're going to have to appeal, you're going to have to appeal, you're going to have to appeal, broken system, and a system where we could do something more effective in actually spending the money in a meaningful way and not spending it at such a larger proportion in a different way. Thank you.
Resuming debate, the honourable member, or the honourable parliamentary secretary to the government House Leader.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, I'll be splitting my time with the member from Avignon, the Métis Matan Matapida. It's about as best as I can do, Mr. Speaker. My apologies for those that I might have offended. Mr. Speaker, this is an important debate that we're engaging in today. You know, I come from a province in which the child welfare has been a critical issue for many years. In fact, Mr. Speaker, when I have left the Manitoba legislature after serving for about 18 years, the Child Advocate's Office declared that Manitoba was in a child care crisis. And that's after many years of both Conservative and NDP performances, Mr. Speaker. And the reason why I say that is when I look at what's being talked about today, I think that what we're losing out on is the importance of working together with others in order to make sure that the child is first and foremost given the biggest consideration, the most significant consideration. I listened to the Minister of Indigenous People, Mr. Speaker, and I can tell you this is an individual as a minister, and I've seen her when she was in opposition, that genuinely has a caring heart and attitude towards Indigenous people and, in fact, all children. And I look at the resolution that has been brought forward by my New Democratic friends, and I think that it has fallen short on what I believe is a bigger issue, and we've heard members of this House talk about. And that is the real need for change, the need for real reform on this issue, Mr. Speaker. The serious nature and the magnitude of the problem cannot be underestimated. And if we
I want to remind the honourable members that someone is speaking. If you could just keep it down, it would certainly be appreciated. The honourable member for Winnipeg North.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I say all of this because I believe that this government has an excellent track record to date, and there's a lot more to be done. You know, one of the first things that we did within the first couple months of taking office is that we had a Prime Minister indicate that we are going to have an inquiry of the 1,200 plus missing and murdered Indigenous girls and women, Mr. Speaker. That is something in which me, along with many other members of this House, talked about and requested the government to take action on for years inside this legislature. It was this Prime Minister, working with this cabinet, that ultimately made the decision within a couple of months of having the authority to call for that inquiry. Mr. Speaker, that inquiry is of critical importance, because through that inquiry, in good part, we're going to get a better understanding of some of the plights of the children that we're actually talking about today, Mr. Speaker. I realize my time has already expired, but
the honourable member, I thank the honourable member for concluding for the moment. He will have 7 minutes remaining for his speech following question period. Statements by members. Déclaration de député. The honourable member for Fleetwood Port Kells.
Mr. Speaker, our celebration of Diwali is underway in Fleetwood Port Kells, across our city of Surrey, and indeed all across Canada. Our Hindu and Sikh community celebrates Diwali to signify the victory of light over darkness, good over evil, knowledge over ignorance, and hope over despair. It's also a time of renovation and renewal for many. What's so spiritually uplifting about Diwali for all of us is that it shares its theme with so many other faiths, the symbol of a divine light and the ultimate triumph of light over darkness, be it Judaism, Christianity, Buddhism, Islam, or the lighting of the Sikh Golden Temple in Amritsar. That's a wonderful aspect of our society here in Canada. We are stronger because of our differences, not in spite of them. And in fact, we can all join in wishing our friends and neighbors a happy Diwali because, like them, all of us will in turn be lighting up our community with understanding, hope, tolerance, and peace.
Honourable member for Thornhill.
Mr. Speaker, the United Nations agency created to celebrate education, science, and history has embarrassed and disgraced itself yet again, allowing itself to be used as a tool for hate. At the annual meeting of UNESCO's Annual World Heritage Committee, a resolution was passed that effectively denies Jewish and Christian ties to Jerusalem's Temple Mount, that ignores the importance of Jerusalem to the three monotheistic religions that share its history. Now, you know, Mr. Speaker, as the site of two biblical temples, Temple Mount is the holiest place in Judaism, as well as the Muslim holy site of the Al-Aqsa Mosque, Al-Haram al-Sharif. Mr. Speaker, denying the existence of the Jewish temples is only a blood libel step away from denying the existence of Jews. Canada must strongly protest and condemn this latest hateful manipulation of our shared history.
The honourable member for Scarborough North.
Mr. Speaker, I am pleased to rise in the House today to mark this year's festivities for Diwali and Bandi Chhor Divas. On October 30th, families across Canada will celebrate the Festival of Lights, awakening the night sky with sparkling diyas, lanterns, and firecrackers to remind us that light will always overcome darkness. In my riding of Scarborough North, I am delighted to be joining residents at the Scarborough Gurdwara and at the ISKCON Scarborough Temple to observe one of the most beautiful traditions of the Indian subcontinent. Indeed, Mr. Speaker, my parents were born and raised in Kolkata, India, before they immigrated to Canada over 40 years ago. As a Canadian of Hakka, Chinese, Indian descent, I'm proud to live in a country where our diversity is our strength. Occasions like Diwali showcased our shared values of freedom, inclusion, and equality. And as Canadians, we can all take a moment to celebrate. Joyeux Diwali.
Happy Diwali and Bandi Chhor Divas. Thank you. The Honourable Member for Algoma, Manitoulin, Kapuskasing. Mr. Speaker, small businesses are the engine of our economy and they involve great risks for the business people, but when they're successful, these benefits are for the whole community. This is why I have the pleasure of paying homage to the winners of the Northern Ontario Business Awards this year.
On Entrepreneur of the Year for Relais Magpie Relay in Duberville, which draws snowmobilers from across North America. Birch Island's Wabatech Business Development Corp. Won the First Nations Business Award for Excellence for their involvement in 3,000 Aboriginal businesses. And Moonbeam's Northern Trust was named Company of the Year in the 1 to 15 employee category. Luc Bouchard mortgaged his home to start the business. Now it's the North's go-to outlet for the design and manufacturing of prefab and custom wood projects. The company's constant growth has created good full-time jobs along with work for students and seasonal employees. Contributions to schools, organizations, and sports teams show Northern Trust is a boon to the community. I'm sure all members will join me to congratulate these outstanding businesses for well-earned awards.
The Honourable Member for Brome-Missisquoi.
Had the chance to meet students from the University of Vermont and St. Michael's College to discuss about our political system. It's a great pleasure to see young Americans interested in Canadian politics. Comme vous savez,
as you know, Mr. Speaker, my riding is on the Vermont border, and it is critical that we highlight our trade with our southern neighbours. We have a very special relationship with them, and our border should testify to that. When I think of the automated customs pilot project at Morse's Line in Saint-Armand, I tell myself that that is the future. It's important to facilitate trade between our two countries through more flexible access at the border.
The member for Barrie Springwater, Oro-Medonte.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Today I want to raise awareness on the current situation in Ethiopia. Protests began in November of 2015 after the central government attempted to infringe on the population's land rights, and these protests are still ongoing. Recently, 1,600 civilians have been detained for peacefully demonstrating against the government. Human Rights Watch says at least 500 people have been killed in clashes with security forces to date. This month, the government has declared a state of emergency, severely restricting the access of diplomats and cutting off internet access. While there is a lot that is unknown at this point regarding what's happening in Ethiopia, Canada should be monitoring the situation with concern. As members of Parliament in Canada, we need to call on the Ethiopian government to ensure that freedom, democracy, and human rights are protected in the region. Our thoughts and prayers are with the people of Ethiopia.
The honourable member for Brampton North.
Mr. Speaker, this October 30th, over 1 billion Hindus, Jains, Sikhs, and some Buddhists around the world will be celebrating Diwali and Bandi Chhor Divas with their friends and family and their whole community. Diwali is known as the Festival of Lights and one of the biggest celebrations for these faiths. It signifies the victory of light over darkness, hope over despair, and the freedom from oppression. We as Canadians can take this message home with us and understand the importance of self-inquiry, self-improvement, and always trying to seek the good and right path. We must never forget to fight for those others' freedoms and not just our own. Mr. Speaker, I'm very proud to be Canadian because nowhere else will we find people of all faiths and all beliefs coming together to celebrate others' festivals. To my colleagues and all Canadians, I wish you a very happy and joyous Diwali and Bandi Chhor Divas. Thank you.
The honourable member for Brampton South.
Mr. Speaker, I'm so pleased to stand today as a co-chair of the All-Party Diabetes Caucus. Today is a Diabetes on the Hill for the Canadian Diabetes Association, hence these pins. I spent 18 years working in healthcare, especially as a diabetes educator and research coordinator. For me, I committed that as an elected representative, I would speak up about diabetes, which affect 11 million Canadians, and it can lead to serious complications. It is a burden on healthcare system, on many families. On Tuesday, we had our first meeting on the Diabetes Caucus in partnership with CDA. It was a very productive. I thank all members for attending. Please join us for the next one. And please give me a warm welcome. Please give them a warm welcome to the Canadian Diabetes Association representative here today. They are doing a great job. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member from Montmagny, Nîmes, Kamouraska, Rivière-du-Loup. Mr. Speaker, I want to talk to you today about Chaîne de Vie, which is something that happened following a student in my riding. And on October 16th, Chaîne de Vie was carried out to highlight the Organ Donor Day in the world. And the intention of this project is to raise awareness of high school students of this issue of organ donations. Signing your consent forms in Quebec is one thing that you can do, but it's not enough. It's the family that has the final word, and you have to discuss this issue with them. I have the greatest admiration for Lucie, who founded this subject and has opened up the discussions. You have to talk about organ donations within your family. I've signed my card. Have you signed yours? I hope that Chaîne de Vie will become a Canadian project. Thank you.
For Cloverdale, Langley City.
Mr. Speaker, le 30 octobre, les Sikhs, les Hindus.
On the 30th of October, Sikhs, Hindus, Jains, Buddhists, and around the world got together to celebrate Diwali and Bandi Chhor Divas.
Triumphant representation of good over evil, hope over despair, and knowledge over ignorance. For the over 1 million Canadians who practice Sikhism and Hinduism, Diwali is one of the most cherished days of the year. Oh, Canada,
in Canada, as elsewhere in the world, it's an occasion to get together with their loved ones to celebrate the good things in life.
It's a Canadian diversity and highlights our shared values of tolerance, respect, and compassion. This Sunday, Dia lanterns will light homes and communities across this country in a spectacular celebration of light over darkness. I join my community and others across the country in wishing a very happy Diwali and Bandi Chhor Divas to all those celebrating with their families and loved ones. Thank you.
Well, member for Calgary Skyview.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Assalamu alaikum. I stand in the House today to denounce the acts of vandalism against Calgary mosques and ranchlands and the Southeast Islamic Center in Queensland, along with negative posters directed towards Muslims that have appeared in Calgary and Edmonton. Islamophobia is a serious problem that makes many Canadians from the Muslim community feel unsafe and unwelcome. The people who are responsible for these acts must be brought to justice. We must also educate Canadians about the positive influence that members of the Muslim community have in building a stronger and more inclusive nation. I stand in solidarity with our Muslim brothers and sisters to offer my support to ensure they feel as welcome in this nation as all other Canadians. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable member for Grand Prairie Mackenzie.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Farmers in the Peace Country are some of the hardest working people in this country. During harvest, they start long before the sun rises, and work continues long after the sun sets. Farm families set everything aside to ensure that they can harvest the crops that they grow to feed the world. This harvest, it's been very, very difficult. Wet weather has hindered operations throughout the Peace Country, and much of the crop remains in the field unharvested. I grew up in the farm, so I know that there's always hope that the harvest will be complete. But I also know that if the harvest doesn't get done soon, it will create incredible financial hardship for the farm families across the Peace Country. I will do everything in my power to ensure that this bad situation doesn't get worse. I will fight to ensure that the crop that has been harvested can get to rail transportation. And I will also fight the Liberal plan to raise taxes on farm fuel, fertilizer, farm equipment, and grain transportation. Mr. Speaker, we cannot make a bad situation worse.
The honourable member for Brampton Centre.
Mr. Speaker, today I rise in the House to speak about Diwali, a festival of lights and joy. Festivals awaken our inner lights and spirituality. True festivities and inner happiness comes only if there is economic prosperity. I compliment government for the leadership role in the field of innovation, science education and economic development because it is the key to our economic growth. I, on behalf of Bramptonians, their council and their member parliaments, thanks government for a Diwali gift of new university in Brampton, which was long overdue. This university will provide best education to our kids, grandkids, and prepare them for the suitable jobs and have their best living standard. Let me wish all Canadians happy Diwali, happy Bandi Chhor. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Member for Edmonton Strathcona.
Mr. Speaker, many are growing concerned by recent statements by the Minister of Environment and Climate Change that she is, and I quote, in quotes, as much as an economic minister as I am an environment minister, end of quotes. This is profoundly troubling, not only because the Minister of Environment and Climate Change is the only voice mandated in Cabinet to defend the environment. Her opinion contradicts the mandate of her ministry as clearly prescribed in law and her mandate letter. The Environment Act precisely dictates her powers, duties and functions to include preservation and enhancement of the quality of environment, renewable resources, including migratory birds, flora and fauna, water, meteorology, enforcement of laws on boundary waters and other transboundary matters, ensuring environmental quality, no mention of economic development. The mandate letter issued by the Prime Minister reiterates these duties, adding the duty to act to combat climate change, pursue clean energy and environment agreements, complete robust species recovery. No mention of any duty to balance the environmental protection with economic development. The question is, why has the minister now chosen to undermine her clearly prescribed environmental mandate?
Mr. Speaker, today marks International Religious Freedom Day. As Canadians, we rarely had to worry about threats to our right to believe and practice our faith. However, we increasingly find basic freedoms around the world under basic freedoms such as freedom of religion under threat around the world. An astounding 76% of the world's population faces some sort of persecution for their beliefs. Last week, MPs continued to debate what Canada's response should be to the genocide faced by the Yazidi religious minority. Conflict has forced them from their ancient home on Sinjar Mountain. Their villages have been destroyed. Men have been tortured and killed. Women and girls sold into sexual slavery, all for little more than their faith. There are also lesser-known cases of those who suffer for their beliefs, such as the Baha'i in Iran, Falun Dafa in China, the Rohingya in Myanmar, or Christians in over 60 countries. As lawmakers and Canadians, let's take a moment to remind ourselves of how blessed we are to enjoy the basic freedoms we take for granted. Today on International Religious Freedom Day, let's reaffirm our support for the most fundamental human right.
The honourable member for Brampton West.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to observe Diwali, the Festival of Lights, and Bandi Chhor Divas, festival celebrated by Sikhs, Hindu, Jains, and Buddhists around the world. This weekend, Gurdwara Sikh Sangat and Gauri Shankar Mandir in Brampton West will hold Diwali prayers, celebration, and firework displays. During Diwali, it is important to reflect on how we can incorporate compassion,
forgiveness, and kindness into our lives. And as we light our divas with our families and friends, I encourage Canadians to think about how we can introduce light into the lives of others. Mr. Speakers, to all those celebrating in Brampton West, across Canada, and around the world, Happy Diwali and Bandi Chhor Divas. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Oral questions, questions orales. The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Mr. Speaker, before being elected, the Prime Minister repeatedly called for the Canadian Forces missions in Iraq and Syria to be, quote, open and transparent. But yesterday in this House, he admitted that it was his order to suppress information about our mission in Iraq. He's suppressing information not for the safety of our troops, but because he claims they're on a training mission when they're not. They're in combat. Since the mission has changed and expanded, doesn't the Prime Minister think Parliament, Canadians, and the families of the soldiers have a right to know?
Honourable Minister of Transport.
Speaker, we are very proud of the role that our Canadian forces are performing in Iraq to defeat Daesh. Our training, advise and assist role is an extremely important one to the coalition, as well as the other roles that we are fulfilling. We are doing our job at the moment within the coalition. It is important that we do not jeopardize the operational security of our forces, considering that Daesh is an extremely sophisticated organization in terms of gathering intelligence. We have to protect our troops. Thank you.
Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Mr. Speaker, this line is ridiculous, that to not give information to Parliament, Canadians, and the families of soldiers after the fact, after the missions, is ridiculous. Parliament has a right to know, Canadians have a right to know, and the families of soldiers have a right to know if this mission has changed. Has it changed? Has it expanded? Are we just doing training as the Prime Minister suggested, or are we in combat?
Honourable Minister of Transport.
As I've said, Mr. Speaker, we are performing an extremely important role of training, advising, and assisting the Peshmerga specifically. We also are providing intelligence, some tactical aircraft support. We will be finalizing our installation of a medical facility in Iraq. We are an important and well-respected contributor to the coalition. We are doing our job. We must ensure, however, that we do not jeopardize the operational security of our Canadian troops.
Chef de l'Opposition.
Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Team are now under investigation by the Federal Lobbying Commissioner for their cash for access fundraising. It's clear that his rules for open and accountable government were nothing more than a prop. Under his orders, ministers are repeatedly violating his own ethics rules. Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister knows that this is wrong. Everybody knows this is wrong. It's damaging the integrity of his office. So why doesn't he just stop doing it?
The Honourable Government House Leader.
Mr. Speaker, the federal rules are some of the strongest in the country. In fact, in some provinces, individuals can donate in the tens of thousands of dollars, and in others, they do not have any limits. Some provinces accept donations from unions, trade associations, and corporations. That is not the case in the federal system. Federal politics is subject to some of the strictest political financing legislation and regulations in the country, and we fully comply with the rules. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Deputy de Lac-Saint-Jean.
The Honourable Member for Lac-Saint-Jean. Mr. Speaker, last March, just 7 months ago, my colleague for Louise Saint-Laurent gave the Prime Minister a letter from Lucie Laperle. Now, in this letter, she listed the problems she was having with the Canadian Armed Forces and with discrimination. This is very serious. Will Ms. Laperle have to pay $1,500 to go to a fundraising event to speak to them?
Minister of Transport.
The Honourable Minister of Transport. I thank my colleague for the question. We clearly recognize in this country that we have committed errors in the past. Not only the government, not only the Department of National Defence, but society as a whole. We've evolved since then. We've changed. We recognize the importance of recognizing the equality and dignity of every man and woman serving in the armed forces. And this is the approach that we will continue to defend here in Canada. The Honourable Member for Lac-Saint-Jean. Mr. Speaker, this morning, the Parliamentary Budget Officer revealed that over the last year, 50% of the jobs that were created, that number was equivalent to the last 5 years of jobs created. So we created twice as many jobs. But then when the Liberals came in, things stopped working. So can they tell us what they're going to start doing as of today? Because your plan doesn't work. The Honourable Minister of Economic Development. Social Development, rather. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm pleased to have this opportunity to remind everyone that Canadians elected a government that has chosen to invest in the middle class, to invest in the future of our economy, to create jobs now, and to create jobs in the future. This is part of a vision of sustainable economic development that is good for the middle class, and it is an inclusive approach that leaves no one behind.
Made it clear that they will not accept CETA if it includes investor state rules. These rules give foreign companies privileged access to sue governments in exclusive courts over environmental protections, worker safety, or any other laws a company feels may threaten their profits. And yet, they're still a part of the draft agreement. Mr. Speaker, Europeans want this deal fixed. Canadians want this deal fixed. Will the minister commit to removing investor state provisions from this deal?
The Honourable Minister of International Trade.
Mr. Speaker, I am frankly astonished that the NDP can't get behind a deal that today has the full support of all progressives across Europe. Last week, the German Vice Chancellor, a Social Democrat, said that, and I quote, CETA is a good and modern agreement, providing us with a great opportunity to set fair and good rules for ongoing globalization. Manuel Valls, the Socialist Prime Minister of France, backs CETA. Are there any trade deals the NDP will support? No.
Honourable Member for Rosemont-la-Petite-Patrie. The minister still doesn't understand that we're not ready to accept any old agreement with Europe. We want a good agreement. Mr. Speaker, the minister says that the free trade agreement with Europe is a done deal. But to date, there's been no compensation for dairy farmers. There's nothing about drug prices. And the Belgians are still against the idea that corporations can take governments to court before secret tribunals. Will the minister finally respect people's concerns here and fix this bad deal, yes or no? The Honourable Minister of Trade. We've negotiated a progressive deal. I'm astonished that the NDP is not behind it. This is an agreement that has the support of the provinces, including Quebec. We have worked in close collaboration with the government of Quebec, which recognizes all of the work that we have done over the last few days. Quebecers have the right to know whether the NDP supports CETA or not. Does the NDP support this progressive agreement that will create thousands of jobs across the country? The Honourable Member for Rosemont-la-Petite-Patrie. Well, unlike the Liberals, we won't support agreements that were negotiated by the Conservatives. The Prime Minister wrote to his ministers that they should behave in a way that would stand up to public scrutiny and should even avoid the appearance of conflict of interest. This is clearly written in the mandate letters. Today, the Ethics Commissioner said that she was willing to take the Prime Minister's rules and include them in her own mandate. That's excellent news. If he doesn't want to apply his own rules, will he at least be ready to give the Ethics Commissioner the power to do so in his place? The Honourable Government Leader and Government House Leader. Mr. Speaker, fundraising rules are among the strictest rules in the country. In other countries, people are allowed to spend tens of thousands of dollars. Other countries have no limit whatsoever. They even allow some people to accept donations from corporations, unions, and other business organizations. Our federal system does not allow parties to accept such donations. All members and all parties conduct fundraising, and they all need to follow the same rules. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Essex.
Well, Mr. Speaker, if these cash for access fundraisers don't break the law, then clearly the law is broken. The Prime Minister is defending this cash for access scheme, even though it clearly violates his own ethics rules. Today, the Ethics Commissioner called these fundraisers unsavory and said, one wonders whether people are getting unfair access. Since his ministers aren't abiding by his rules and the Prime Minister refuses to enforce them, will he now allow the Ethics Commissioner to enforce these rules for him, yes or no?
The Honourable Government House Leader.
Mr. Speaker, as I have said time and time again, federal politics is subject to some of the strictest political financing legislation and regulations in the country. When the rules are followed, no conflicts of interest can exist, and we will continue to follow the rules. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Louis Saint Laurent. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the Liberal government is overstretching the Canada Pension Plan. We know that under the Liberal plan, workers will pay $1,000 more per year, and businesses will have to pay $1,000 more per year for each worker. This is not a good thing. Now, CBC has reported that an internal report from the Finance Department informed the government that if they go forward with this, the plan will harm job growth, not for the next 2 or 3 years, but for the next 20 years. We've been saying this for weeks, and I'd like the Finance Minister to confirm it. Will the Minister agree? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. I thank the member for Louis Saint Laurent for his interesting question. Mr. Speaker, we've said that enhancing the CPP will have a long-term positive impact on the Canadian economy. Mr. Speaker, when we did our budget consultations, Canadians were clear. They wanted a strengthened and enhanced CPP to ensure their safe retirement in the long term and to be able to have a dignified retirement. That's exactly what we're doing, Mr. Speaker. And our steps will help this generation and future generations in this country. The Honourable Member for Louis Saint Laurent. Well, it's too bad that he's not listening to the Finance Minister, because all economic experts recognize that it's time to downgrade their economic growth forecasts. And what is the Liberal solution to this problem? Impose a Liberal carbon tax, increase pension contributions for all workers, and not cut taxes for businesses. So, Mr. Speaker, in such a situation, when will the government finally understand that it needs to work in the interest of all Canadians? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. Mr. Speaker, I again thank my honourable colleague. What Canadians understand and what my colleague does not understand is that when interest rates are low, that's the time to invest in the Canadian economy. That's exactly what we're doing, Mr. Speaker. We invested in the middle class by reducing taxes for them. That was the first step we took, Mr. Speaker. We made historic investments in infrastructure, $120 billion over 5 years. We have a plan for investing in innovation. And this is not only recognized in Canada, it's recognized all across the world by the World Bank, by the International Monetary Fund, and by other organizations.
Lethbridge.
Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister made a promise to Canada's young people. He said that he would create jobs and improve their economic future. Unfortunately, it would appear that the Finance Minister didn't get the memo. He told Canada's youth that they'll just simply have to accept the fact that they will move from job to job to job. It's no wonder that youth were heckling the Prime Minister and calling on the Liberals to honour their broken promises. Mr. Speaker, will the Prime Minister direct his Finance Minister to keep his promise to build a better economic future for Canada's young people, or will he just continue to sit on the sidelines?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Employment.
Well, Mr. Speaker, Canadians know, and certainly the stakeholders that I meet with, they recognize that there's an evolving job market out there, particularly for young Canadians, and that's why we've made historic investments in skills training and education. These, in turn, will yield good-paying jobs. We've made investments like $1.5 billion in student grants. We've provided almost $170 million for youth employment strategy, $330 million for Canada Summer Jobs that created 80,000 summer jobs. Mr. Speaker, Canadians expect investments like that, and we are making.
The Honourable Member for Lethbridge.
Mr. Speaker, I didn't realize that these retail jobs and fast food jobs were evolving and good paying, as the honourable member says, opposite of me. Look, the Finance Minister has written youth off completely, simply saying that they're going to bounce from retail jobs to fast food jobs and somehow they're just going to have to make this work. That's just not going to cut it for this generation. They want to build their own businesses. They want hope for a vibrant future. But the problem is that young entrepreneurs are losing hope. They're losing hope of being successful because they're being taxed to death. They're being punished by this government's ill decisions. So is the Prime Minister deliberately promising our nation to be
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Economic Development.
Mr. Speaker, that's the reason why this government has invested $800 million in terms of innovation, and that's why we're working on an innovation plan. That is the reason why members of Parliament have had many round tables. Over 1,400 ideas have come in for Canada's innovation plan, and that's the reason why we're going to be building that modern, new kind of jobs so that young people have the opportunity to have great careers in clean tech, in digital and the numeracy, and making sure that we have jobs and prosperity for all Canadians for years to come.
Having trouble hearing the answer, I'd ask members to listen and not to be interrupting when someone is speaking. The Honourable Member for Carleton.
A secret finance department analysis shows that the CPP tax hike will not only cause 40 years of economic damage, but also, quote, raising CPP contribution rates for employers and employees will reduce workers' take-home pay and increase employers' wage bills. Lower take-home pay may reduce the number of hours workers are willing to work. Surprise, when you tax hiring and work, you get less hiring and work. Why would the finance minister bring in a new tax that his department said would be a job killer?
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary, Minister of Finance.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to thank the honourable colleague for the question. Mr. Speaker, we were clear with Canadians that CPP enhancement will have a net positive long-term impact on their economy. Mr. Speaker, as we went around in the country, Canadians want to have a secure, strong and stable retirement. That's why last June, Mr. Speaker, well, the members should be happy that last June, Mr. Speaker, we were able to get an agreement with provinces in order to enhance CPP, something they were never able to do. And enhancing CPP, Mr. Speaker, is what Canadians are looking forward, because Canadian wants to retire in dignity, and by enhancing CPP, we're going to create growth in this country. That's the right policy for Canadians. That's the
member for Carleton.
Today, the PBO released its annual jobs assessment. It showed unemployment down across the US, G7, and OECD, but up in Canada, where we had a net loss of 6,000 full-time jobs. Plus, average hours worked down. 40,000 mining and resource jobs gone. 20,000 manufacturing jobs gone. When will the Prime Minister accept the evidence that tax, borrow and spend has failed?
Honourable Minister of Social Development. Order. I know everyone's enthusiastic today, looking forward to the answer, but we need to hear the answer from the Honourable Minister of Social Development.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. J'avais...
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I was eager to provide a good answer to my colleague's excellent question, and I believe he'll be pleased to hear how serious our government is in our desire to invest in the economy now, an economy that will help the middle class grow, that will be good for the future, and that will put us on a sustainable, inclusive path, leaving no one by the wayside, and a path that will create hope and enthusiasm for all young people who want to participate in this great country. The Honourable Member for Abitibi, Bay James, Nunavik. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Today, our motion to end discrimination against First Nations children is being debated in this House. The Liberals claim that they have applied Jordan's principle, but the tribunal clearly told the government that they would have to implement the full definition of that principle. Since the House adopted the terms of this resolution in 2007, will the minister do more than simply saying nice words in the House and fully implement Jordan's principle? The Honourable Minister for Aboriginal Affairs. Mr. Speaker, we welcomed the decision given by the tribunal, and we have taken concrete steps to follow up on those orders. We have allotted $630 million, and we have expanded Jordan's Principle so that services are now available to more than 900 additional children, or they will be after July of this year.
The Honourable Member for Timmins, James Bay.
900 kids, that's it? I mean, everyone in this House agrees that the First Nation child welfare system is underfunded. The question is whether this government will comply with the legal ruling ordering them to take immediate action.
Right.
And after 9 months and 2 compliance orders later, the government's notion of immediate becomes clear. Wait for it. More consultations and an online survey. They can consult all they want. The question is whether the Prime Minister believes he is above the law of the land while First Nation children are excluded by the law. So simple question, will they support our motion to bring their government into compliance with the Human Rights Tribunal ruling that orders the immediate action on the...
The Honourable Minister of Indigenous and Northern Affairs.
I repeat, we welcome the tribunal's ruling and have taken concrete steps to address its orders. We've committed $635 million to address the funding gap, and we are overhauling the child welfare system. As today, a Manitoba chief said to me, unfortunately, the debate today is about money instead of the total reform of the system. The fact is that the status quo on First Nations child welfare is unacceptable, and we are committed to the real reforms that put children first.
Honourable Member for Yorkton Millville.
Mr. Speaker, yesterday I asked a question about the malaria drug mefloquine and its maker Apotex. Later today, our committee will hear from veterans who are suffering from the side effects of this drug. Veterans were shocked to learn that the finance minister has been lobbied by this company and will be hosted by an Apotex executive at a Liberal fundraiser. Unreal. An event that these veterans cannot afford to attend. How can our veterans trust the Liberals to do the right thing when their party is being financed by fundraisers organized by the chairman of Apotex?
Good question. Honourable Minister of Veterans Affairs.
Mr. Speaker, at the core of my mandate is the health and wellness of our veterans and their families. And I'm of the understanding that our veterans are testifying at committee, and I'd like to hear from them and feed that information into the work that we're doing. We will continue to work with our healthcare professionals throughout our department. The 4,000 are on standby, ready and willing and able to assist, and we'll continue to work on health and wellness issues for our veterans, full stop.
Honourable Member for Red Deer Lacombe.
It's more dodging, Mr. Speaker. The question was about ethics, not about veterans. Liberals refuse to answer these very simple questions. Veterans and all Canadians demand answers. Apotex is suing the federal government at the same time they're lobbying Liberal ministers while fighting our veterans. Meanwhile, the chairman of Apotex is raising money for the Liberal Party. Will the Prime Minister admit he and his ministers are not following their own rules and then bring someone in who will finally enforce them?
Honourable Government House Leader.
Speaker, I have said time and time again that the federal rules are some of the strongest in the entire country. And in fact, in some provinces, individuals can donate in the tens of thousands of dollars, and in others, there are no limits. Some provinces accept donations from unions, trade associations, and corporations. That is not the case in the federal system. So we know that all members of Parliament and all parties fundraise and will continue to abide by the rules. Thank you, Mr.
The Honourable Member for Red Deer Lacombe.
Well, Mr. Speaker, Canadians don't believe the Liberals on the exclusive Cash for Access fundraisers. Now, we know the Lobbying Commissioner has opened an investigation into the Liberals' behaviour because, well, she doesn't believe them either. I'm not asking about election financing laws, and frankly, it's embarrassing for the Liberals to keep trying to hide behind them. Either the Prime Minister needs to start enforcing his own rules, or he should stand up and admit that he broke his promise to Canadians.
Hear, hear. The Honourable Government House Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I'll repeat that the federal rules are some of the strongest in the country, and we know that all members of Parliament and all parties fundraise, and we all abide by the exact same rules. We have committed to following the rules, and we will continue to do so. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Member, l'honorable député de Richmond.
The Honourable Member for Richmond Athabasca. Mr. Speaker, The Liberal government likes to say one thing and do another. They say they're feminist, but they vote against a program that would improve maternity leave. They say they're pro-youth, but they vote against helping young people taking first aid courses. They say they want to run a modest deficit, but they let the deficit spiral out of control. They set ethics rules, but then they don't even respect them. Mr. Speaker, perhaps this is just what politics in 2016 is for the Liberal government, but I think they should walk the talk. Will the government House Leader or the Finance Minister repeat the same thing again, or will they finally give us a real answer? The Honourable Government House Leader. Mr. Speaker, well, the answer is the answer. They asked a question and I gave them an answer. The truth is that our federal rules are some of the strictest ones in the country. That's it. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Edmonton Strathcona.
Mr. Speaker, this government was elected on the promise of a renewed nation-to-nation relationship and environmental action. Yet Aboriginal communities and environmental groups are again forced to pursue legal action, this time against the government for approving the Petronas LNG project. The government gave a green light to Petronas despite significant impacts to critical salmon habitat and a monumental increase in greenhouse gases. Why are they failing in their duty to protect First Nations fisheries and to combat climate change?
Hear, hear. Honourable Minister of Environment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank the member opposite for this question. This project underwent a 3-year rigorous scientific review that incorporated traditional knowledge and evaluated and mitigated the environmental impacts. It was the first time that we included Indigenous peoples in the technical working group reviewing the project. It's also the first time that we will have Indigenous communities working with the federal government and the province to monitor the projects. The Indigenous communities beside the projects have impact benefit agreements with the proponent or benefiting.
The Honourable Member for Skeena Bulkley Valley.
Mr. Speaker, for 2 weeks now, the Heiltsuk Nation have been living their worst nightmare as diesel washed up on their shores, wiping out critical fish habitat and putting their entire economy at risk. The Heiltsuk deserve compensation from a government who did so little, so late in their time of need. Instead of self-congratulatory mission accomplished from this fisheries minister, when is he going to actually compensate the families of Bella Bella who will lose their livelihoods this winter because of his department's incompetence? And when will the Liberals finally follow through on their commitment to protect BC's coast so this nightmare never happens again?
Honourable Minister of Transport.
Mr. Speaker, we are also concerned about the impact on the Heiltsuk Nation. I've spoken to the Chief, Marilyn Slett. I will be meeting her again twice in the next 2 weeks. We are certainly recognizing the fact that we need to do better on marine security. We are looking at the issue of compensation. We need to improve the protection on all of our 3 coasts. That is why the Minister of Fisheries and Oceans and I have been working for months now, and we'll have some things to say very shortly.
Honourable Member for Scarborough Rouge Park.
Mr. Speaker, Hurricane Matthew was devastating for Haiti, which is still barely recovering from the destructive earthquake that took place in 2010. The international community is mobilizing, but the needs are huge and there are epidemics threatening. The United Nations has announced that it is looking for $400 million to fund a cholera campaign. Can the minister inform the House of what action the government is taking to help the Haitian people? The Honourable Minister of International Cooperation. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to my colleague. Since the beginning of the year, our government has invested $11 million for humanitarian assistance, and we have provide $8 million to UNICEF for water and drainage systems and to help with the cholera. We have increased funding as well to NGOs that provide direct help to Haitians, and we are working with the UN to see how we can help in the campaign against cholera.
Eastman.
Mr. Speaker, the Liberals have put an end to providing technical briefings on all military deployments. They put more troops in danger on the front lines against ISIS, removed their air combat support, and failed to provide adequate military care or medical care. And the Prime Minister has not ruled out sending our troops into Syria. In opposition, he said, if the Prime Minister wants Canada to join a war, he first needs to make the case to Canadians. He can start by being open and transparent. Does the Prime Minister see this hypocrisy? When will he be transparent with Canadians?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary, the Minister of National Defence.
Mr. Speaker, you'll recall that after long debate in this House many months ago, we, the government, received a mandate to pursue this mission. That mission is in fact being pursued. There has been no change in the mandate, there has been no change in the mission, and there has been no change in the rules of engagement. So, Mr. Speaker, this mission is being pursued within the terms of the mandate as provided by this House, and briefings will be given as and when we can secure the safety of our troops.
The honourable member for Charlebourg-Haute-Saint-Charles. Mr. Speaker, I think that the member is wrong because we have information from abroad that indicates that our military staff are engaging the enemy. We want to know why the government isn't transparent with us. They don't answer the question. They just say, oh, we're advising and assisting, which isn't true. Will the government tell Canadians the truth?
The honourable member inadvertently just gave me an illustration of the problem we face, which is he has, quote-unquote, information from abroad. Well, Mr. Speaker, we cannot, under any circumstances, react to information from abroad, which in fact will potentially jeopardize the security of our troops. And I'm sure that the honourable member would not wish to pursue the issue of jeopardizing the security of our troops.
For Selkirk, Interlake, Eastman.
Well, the question is about transparency and being open with Canadians. Now, the Prime Minister is currently campaigning on the backs of 600 Canadian troops to earn a UN Security Council seat, even though he shamefully said yesterday that he blamed soldiers for his lack of transparency. This comes from the Prime Minister who said last year the Liberal Party cannot support any military mission when the arguments to support it have not been presented in an open and transparent manner. So despite the Prime Minister's outrageous contradictions, will he tell Canadians exactly where, when, and why he has blindly committed our troops to an undefined UN mission in Africa?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Mr. Speaker, I've been in this House for a long time, and I don't recollect the Prime Minister saying at all that he has committed the troops to Africa at any place, any time at this this time. Mr. Speaker, the Minister of Defence took two of Canada's foremost experts, Romeo Dallaire and Louise Arbour, on a five-country mission. No decision has been made, and until and when that decision is made, we will then inform the House.
The honourable member for Charlebourg-Haute-Saint-Charles. Mr. Speaker, I'll rephrase my question. I would say that we certainly don't want to put the troops in danger. We just want to know whether they are in the front lines. So I'd like to hear about that from the Parliamentary Secretary. We are hearing that we're going to get back into peacekeeping, but we don't have any details. So what kind of quagmires is going to be, how long is it going to last, but the government isn't telling Canadians anything. So will the minister finally be transparent about this mission to Africa?
What the honourable member is hearing, Mr. Speaker, is that the Minister of Defence made a five-country trip through Africa. He took with him two of Canada's, if not the world's, foremost experts, General Dallaire and Justice Arbour, and both of those are experts in conflict resolution. At this point, no decision has been made, and so his question, if it is at all legitimate, is entirely premature.
The honourable member for Churchill, Kiewit, and Okaski.
Mr. Speaker, while the Prime Minister calls precarious work a fact of life and the Finance Minister says we should get used to it, Canadians have a different message for this government. Yesterday, 200 people attended our forum on Parliament Hill on the rise of precarious work in the millennial generation. We heard stories of unstable work and the need for national leadership. The Prime Minister likes to pass himself off as the Minister of Youth, but when young workers are facing a seismic shift, all he can do is shrug. When will this government admit precarious work is an issue of critical importance, and when will they take real action for...
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary, the Minister of Employment.
Well, this government certainly does recognize the challenges that are facing our workforce now, and especially young Canadians. The Parliamentary Budget Officer, in his report, he recognizes, he said that the changing job market is offering different types of positions for young Canadians. He recognizes that investments have to be made, smart investments, necessary investments have to be made, and that's what this government is doing, Mr. Speaker. We're hoping that our investments will yield long-term, well-paid jobs for our young Canadians.
The Honourable Member for Loki St. Macky. Mr. Speaker, we know that very soon the UN will be voting on a resolution to ban nuclear weapons. Over 100 countries support this initiative, but not Canada. The Liberals have called in the past for nuclear weapons to be banned here in the House in 2010 and at their party convention earlier this year. When they were in the opposition, the Liberals were in favor of nuclear disarmament. So why are they refusing now to support initiatives that would ban these destructive weapons? The Honourable Parliament Secretary to the Minister.
Well, of course, our government is a long-standing supporter of the Nuclear Test Ban Treaty, and we will continue to work toward a world free of nuclear weapons in the most effective way possible. It's fairly important to note that no nuclear power is supporting this motion, but Canada is working toward a real, workable and effective solution that will bring all nuclear powers together. We remain committed to a world free of nuclear weapons in the most effective way possible. Thank you.
Honourable Member for Carleton Trail, Eagle Creek.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Today is International Religious Freedom Day. Sadly, many people around the world do not enjoy religious freedom, and a large number have had their freedoms limited by their own government. Being a refugee because of one's faith is a reality that all too many people around the world face. Today, will the government commit to expediting the refugee applications of people who are being persecuted because of their faith, such as Christians in northern Iraq?
Honourable Minister of Immigration.
Mr. Speaker, I am very proud of the fact that this government brought in 25,000 Syrian refugees over the space of 4 months. This has become praised around the world, and in addition to that, as the member knows, all parties supported the motion recently to welcome Yazidis to Canada, and our government is working on that plan right now.
Member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan.
Mr. Speaker, China has just passed a new law aimed at shutting down Christian house churches where over 70 million Chinese people worship. In the same week, Muslim parents in the PRC were told that they would be reported to police if they encouraged their children to participate in religious activities. I ask the minister to take this opportunity right now to specifically condemn these outrageous abuses of human rights. Will this government speak out clearly and specifically against the latest crackdown on religious liberty in China?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Foreign Affairs.
I'd like to take this opportunity to discuss the Office of Human Rights, Freedoms and Inclusion, because we have a comprehensive mandate that includes all human rights, including, as I know is so important to the member opposite, the freedom of religion. Moreover, we have all 135 ambassadors championing this comprehensive vision. It is entrenched in their mandate. It is central to their work. This allows Canada to be a more effective defender of universal human rights, which are universal, indivisible, and interdependent, and is properly reflected in the Office of Human Rights, Freedoms and Religion.
Cypress Hills Grasslands.
Well, Mr. Speaker, that's interesting because while people around the world continue to suffer for their faith, there is complete silence from this Liberals' Office of Everything, this Office of Human Rights, Freedoms and Inclusion. Despite having 36 full-time employees and a budget 4 times that of the former Office of Religious Freedom, we've heard nothing from the minister on how this office is actually helping people on the ground. On this International Religious Freedom Day, we have historic levels of religious persecution around the world. Why are the Liberals finding it so difficult to take these issues seriously?
Parliamentary Secretary.
I'm very pleased to update the House on the Minister of Foreign Affairs' recent trip to Guatemala, Honduras, and Mexico. We took a human rights activist from Canada on that trip. 80 to 90% of his time was focused on human rights, together with that activist. And you know what? Then he challenged his counterparts in those governments on their records. This person that went with him said this has been a sea change in terms of how the Canadian government addresses human rights. And not a single meeting was cancelled. In fact, more were met. Thank you.
Member for Halifax.
Mr. Speaker, on October 6th, the Minister of Canadian Heritage announced that Canada has accepted the invitation to be the guest of honour host country for the 2020 Frankfurt Book Fair. Can the Minister explain why the 2020 Frankfurt Book Fair is a priority for the government?
Honourable Minister of Heritage.
I'd like to thank, of course, the member of Halifax for his important question. The Frankfurt Book Fair is the world's most important marketplace for the book publishing industry. And being the guest of honour is a fantastic opportunity to enable and support Canada's world-class authors, artists and cultural entrepreneurs to maximize their full export potential, increase their competitive position on the international stage, and contribute to Canada's overall economic and social prosperity. Thank you all.
The Honourable Member for Mégantic-l'Érable. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. On Saturday, the residents of Lac-Mégantic will celebrate the reopening of Rue Frontenac, which was destroyed on July 6, 2013. This is an important step in our community's recovery. However, according to the current timetable, it will take 7 years for the important step of the rail bypass to be completed. So the Minister of Transport needs to act to give people hope. Can the Minister confirm today that the rail bypass will take place? The Honourable Minister, we are certainly monitoring very closely the work that is being completed, the study on the rail bypass for Lac-Mégantic, and if we can speed things up, we will do so. But we do have to do the work properly, and we are eagerly awaiting the results of the study. The Honourable Member for Drummond. This morning, the Minister of Heritage appeared at the Official Languages Committee. She couldn't answer any questions. She didn't know whether the RCMP had set up a system to monitor bilingual service on the Hill. She couldn't name even one recommendation from the unanimous report on the Translation Bureau. I'll try again. Does the minister believe, yes or no, that official language services need to be provided by and for minority official language communities? The Honourable Minister of Heritage. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for his questions. We don't seem to have the same reading of what happened in committee. I think that the members of the committee, with the exception perhaps of my colleague who asked the question, were pleased with the government's actions on official languages. So we want to make sure that we will reintroduce the French training at Saint-Jean-Richelieu. We're making sure that judges, where necessary, will be bilingual, and I would ask my colleague to raise this.
Speaker, the Port of Sydney has long been an essential asset to the economy of Cape Breton Island. Studies have shown that the construction of a second marine berth in the harbour will greatly enhance port traffic, especially the lucrative cruise ship sector. I previously made the Minister of Infrastructure aware of this important project in this House, and I'm hoping he can provide an update on whether or not the Port of Sydney is eligible for funding.
The Minister of Infrastructure and Communities.
Mr. Speaker, I would like to thank the member for Sydney Victoria for his ongoing advocacy on this project. Infrastructure Canada has received an application for this project, and my department is working with the Port of Sydney and the province of Nova Scotia to review the business case. We know making such investments in regions like Cape Breton generate economic growth, create jobs, and leave a lasting legacy for Canadians. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
All right.
Honourable Member for Huron-Bruce.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Minister of Agriculture's Chief of Staff has been a walking, talking conflict of interest since he hired her. As we speak, a court is reviewing private prosecution alleging that she committed perjury. Canadian farmers need to know that when the minister makes a decision, it's good for all farmers, not just Mary Jean. All Canadians can see the problem with Liberal ethics. Will the minister do the right thing, replace his chief of staff until her legal issues are resolved?
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Agriculture. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Chief of Staff of the Minister is involved in her community in various ways. She is an accomplished business leader and professional, and she even received a Citizen of the Year award in her community. She has a remarkable record of service. She is also very involved in the agricultural sector and public service. She also met all requirements of the conflict of interest rules and the commissioner. Member for Grivier-du-Nord. On Tuesday, I asked the Prime Minister if the federal government intended to funnel even more money from Quebecers into Muskrat Falls. The minister said if the Newfoundland government seeks to have that loan guarantee extended, the government would look at that very seriously. So the Liberals seem to be having some difficulty with the truth, which is that these are ongoing negotiations. So why did the minister answer as if no discussions were taking place? Is it because they were worried about the Quebec government's reaction? The Honourable Minister. Mr. Speaker, we are developing clean energy to address the needs of the maritime provinces, and we're working closely with the promoters and the provincial government. There have been discussions, but no decisions at this point. The Honourable Member from Montcalm. We know what the Quebec government's reaction will be. Any federal assistance to Muskrat Falls will create a situation of unfair competition. After all, Hydro-Quebec developed without any assistance from Ottawa, and Newfoundland wants to compete on foreign markets. They must think we are pretty stupid. Will the minister commit that there will be no increase in the loan guarantee? The Honourable Minister. Mr. Speaker? Well, what we can say is the Government of Canada is working closely with the Government of Quebec through our regional agencies to help the economy. We've invested $380 million in post-secondary institutions in Quebec. We've announced through our regional economic agency $300 million to help Quebec. We work closely with Quebec, and we will always support Quebec in improving its economy.
I would like to draw to the attention of honourable members the presence in the gallery of Mr. Jay Johnson, United States Secretary of Homeland Security. I would also like to draw to the attention of honourable members the presence in the gallery of the Honourable Brian Gallant, Premier of New Brunswick. And now I believe the Honourable Opposition House Leader has the usual Thursday question.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I do have the Thursday question, and I think we have some indication that next week there may be a couple of things a little bit out of the ordinary, and so I'm looking forward to hearing what the government has planned. I'm hoping that maybe with the fiscal update, we may hear that there might be a reversal on the increased taxation and spending, but not sure if that will happen. So I wonder if the Honourable House Leader will let us know what's going to be happening next week.
The Honourable Government House Leader.
I'd like to thank my colleague for her question. This afternoon, Mr. Speaker, we're going to continue debate on the opposition motion. Tomorrow, we'll start the debate on Bill C-29, the second Budget Implementation Act. We'll resume consideration of that bill next week as well.
Minister of Finance will present the fall economic statement. Following his speech, we will have debate for the remainder of the afternoon. On Wednesday, immediately after question period, the House will welcome the Rio 2016 Olympic and Paralympic athletes in the chamber. I think I can speak for all members when I say this will be a very exciting day. Lastly, Mr. Speaker, next Thursday shall be an allotted day. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Orders of the day.
Government orders, business of supply, consideration of the opposition motion standing in the name of Mr. Angus regarding the care for First Nations children.
Order. I encourage members to take their conversations, which are important, I know, into the lobbies. It's in there. We're going to begin debate momentarily, so I think we're about ready to do so. Resuming debate, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. For those individuals that would take the time to get an understanding of the constituency in which I represent, people will quickly find and understand why it is that this is such an important issue for me and, in fact, my constituents, and I would argue, Mr. Speaker, to all Canadians. What we believe is so critically important at the end of the day that we do put the children first, Mr. Speaker. I'm very proud to be a part of a government that's led by a Prime Minister that has made such a solemn commitment to Indigenous people, Mr. Speaker. There are a number of areas of concern. Let there be no doubt about that. One of the primary concerns that I have had for a number of years has been dealing with the child welfare system. And there is discrimination that takes place. That there is, and it is so critically important that we actually take more action. For years, I sat in opposition benches and looked to Stephen Harper, the former Prime Minister in the Conservative government, to act on what I believed was a very important file, as I say, not only to my constituents, but to all Canadians. And for years, I sat and watched the government do nothing. Finally, Mr. Speaker, I believe through that real change that we saw take place on October the 19th, it set the stage for some significant things to take place. One of those, Mr. Speaker, within 2 months, we saw a Prime Minister indicate that we are going to have the public inquiry in regards to the 1,200 plus missing and murdered Indigenous women and girls, Mr. Speaker. That is something that was very significant for me because in opposition, I did petitions, I did questions, and many other things to try to raise the profile of that issue because I believe, Mr. Speaker, that through an inquiry, you're able to get a better sense of the circumstances surrounding what has actually taken place. I have had the opportunity to meet with young people and alike, Mr. Speaker, that share the concern that not only I, but no doubt many individuals around this chamber have, and that is the plight of Indigenous children, Mr. Speaker. We should all be concerned. But let's not underestimate the importance of the many different stakeholders that are out there, in particular the very strong and capable leadership of our Indigenous people themselves, Mr. Speaker. I think far too often in the past, government has overlooked that leadership. I like to believe that we have a Prime Minister that has clearly given strong indication that in dealing with issues of this nature, that it is important that we recognize the strong leadership that is there today within our Indigenous communities, Mr. Speaker, in particular with First Nations, and how important it is that we allow for that leadership to not only to grow but to be prevalent and strong and demonstrated as we go into the discussions in the months ahead, Mr. Speaker. I was very proud of the Minister of Indigenous People indicating today earlier, recognizing that the biggest flaw within this opposition motion that we have today is that it is, for all intents and purposes, somewhat piecemeal. What's necessary is an overall, a complete overhaul. We need genuine reform, Mr. Speaker. What has been taking place over the last decade has not worked. It's been an absolute and total failure, Mr. Speaker. I believe that if you were to canvass the many different stakeholders that are informed about this important issue, that they would recognize that the system is broken and we need to fix the system. You just don't fix the system by saying, well, let's throw millions and millions of dollars towards it. We need to ensure that the system that we have in place is actually going to make the desired difference that we are trying to be able to do, Mr. Speaker, and then make sure that the resources that are necessary in order for that system to work is in fact there. And this is something in which this minister and this government have clearly demonstrated, Mr. Speaker. As I say, since the very beginning of this Prime Minister taking and assuming office, where he's been very clear on the principles of the new relationship that is being established and built upon within the First Nations community, Mr. Speaker, and Indigenous people. What is it that we're actually asking for? We're saying that the needs of the First Nations children be put first. Canada is, in fact, fully committed to a complete overhaul of the child and family services system, Mr. Speaker, on the reserve developed with and for First Nations people, Mr. Speaker. I know in the province of Manitoba, where it is the highest per capita, when it comes to foster care, we're talking in excess of well over 10,000 children, and that's with a population base of 1.25 million people, Mr. Speaker. It is a crisis situation. The Child Advocate's Office back in 2010 indicated that Manitoba was in a child care crisis situation. That was coming from the Independent Child Advocacy Office in the province, Mr. Speaker. We need to recognize that it's not just Ottawa that has got to fix the problem. We have to recognize that there are other stakeholders that are out there. And if we fail in working with those stakeholders, if we fail in not working with that strong Indigenous leadership that is there today, the children are not going to be best served. We welcomed and accepted and are complying with the tribunal's rulings, Mr. Speaker. Achieving this transformational reform requires partnerships, as I said, with First Nations, the child welfare agencies, as well as the provinces and territories. We are going to be completely engaged with our partners to develop options for a full-scale reform, Mr. Speaker. Earlier today, the Minister announced that Dr. Cynthia Wesley Escomox, as the Minister's Special Representative responsible for leading national engagement process and providing advice on the reform of the On-Reserve First Nations Child and Family Services Program. Mr. Speaker, this government is investing hundreds of millions of dollars directly into it. Indirectly, I could talk about the Canada Child Benefit Program, Mr. Speaker. This is a government that is committed to making a difference, and Mr. Speaker, I believe over the next coming weeks and months and in the years ahead, we are going to see a very much reform system that is going to be far more effective than the previous Harper government was. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions? Question en commentaire, l'honorable député Louis Saint-Laurent.
The honourable member for Louis Saint-Laurent.
Speaker, your colleague said that the former government did nothing for the First Nation. I know that this gentleman has been elected in 2010, but can he recognize that here in the House of Commons on June the 11th, 2008, the Right Honourable Prime Minister Stephen Harper officially present excuses to the First Nation on behalf of all Canadians? It was the first time and the only time in the Canadian history that an acting Prime Minister here in the House of Commons and everywhere else recognize the responsibility of Canadians to First Nation. Can he also recognize on the same day that the Prime Minister established and put on the commission, the Crown Inquiry for School and the Indian? Can you recognize that? Can you also recognize that the only time the Canadian history and here in the House of Commons, the Grand Chief of the First Nation came here addressing the House of Commons, the only time that's appeared in the House of Commons, it was under the strong and proud leadership of the Right Honourable Stephen Harper. Can you recognize that?
Parliamentary Secretary.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm happy to be able to recognize that the former Prime Minister did, as the member has put on the table. I was, in fact, inside the Manitoba legislature, as I believe my colleague and friend was in the Quebec legislature at the time. So we can recall it. It even had many spin-offs. There was a huge expectations that followed that apology. And I think this is where individuals from every region of our country would argue that was the problem. The apology was wonderful and greatly appreciated, long overdue, Mr. Speaker. But it was the follow-through that was, in fact, the biggest and most significant problem. Many of the plights that we're having today are there because of government inaction. We needed to be able to see strong national leadership years ago, more than just an apology. And that's, in fact, what was lacking. And because of that lack of desire to move forward on such an important file, Mr. Speaker, today we have more and more children that are living in that poverty situation, that are in situations, Mr. Speaker, that we need as much as possible to take the action necessary in order to provide hope and opportunity. Things can get better, Mr. Speaker, and they will.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Churchill, Quebec, Nook-Aski.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I understand the member across often refers to his time in the Manitoba legislature. And he may know, through even a personal connection he might have, that in Manitoba there was a unanimous decision just earlier this week to condemn the federal government in terms of its treatment on when it comes to child and family services. Mr. Speaker, this was a motion directed at the federal government. In a province like ours, we have an acute understanding of the way in which the federal government has neglected child and family services, particularly on reserve, and the way in which this has led to all sorts of issues, in terms of challenges that Indigenous people face in our province. So will the member across and his government come to realize that supporting this motion and showing leadership in terms of addressing the chronic underfunding of child welfare is the way forward? Let's cut the rhetoric. Let's listen to provinces like Manitoba that are saying that the federal government has a responsibility to take, and let's finally take action.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes. Well, Mr. Speaker, the member says let's cut the rhetoric. the rhetoric, and I read the resolution, and I can tell the member that the Liberal Party's position is that the word condemn was not necessary, but they recognized the importance of that particular issue. And as much as they opposed what it is that the NDP provincially were proposing on that resolution, that they felt it was in the best interest of the child in order to be able to vote in favor of it. And I'm very proud of what it is that my daughter did, Mr. Speaker, but they did make that one exception. But let me remind the member, because like me, there's a family connection inside the Manitoba legislature. I sat in the legislature while her father was sat around the cabinet table. And Mr. Speaker, I can tell you, poverty got worse under 10 years plus of an NDP administration than it ever has. The province of Manitoba per capita has the worst of all provinces, and that was under the leadership of New Democratic governments in which her own father participated in, Mr. Speaker. That poverty is actually dominated in a very big way from Indigenous people. So we saw a former New Democratic government that did not do anything to really lift children out of poverty or to deal with the issue of child and family services. They were an absolute disaster on it, Mr. Speaker, because, again, Manitoba was the worst. We have the highest number of children in child-family custody, and the NDP provincially have to take on some responsibility for that, Mr. Speaker.
Reprise de débat. La députée.
Resuming debate. The Honourable Member for Avignon, Métis-Matane-Matapédia. Mr. Speaker, I have the pleasure and I'm very happy to take this opportunity to add my voice to this debate and to reinforce our government's commitment to ensure that all First Nations children have access to the services that they need. For me, this is an essential issue that I take to heart because my riding, Avignon Métis-Matane-Matapédia, has two excellent Mi'kmaq communities, Gaspé-Guébigag and Listigouche. As a father of a family of 4 young boys, I am very aware of the importance of services offered to children. Well-being and proper support are essential to make sure that our youth have the tools they need for their future. Our government's announcement earlier this year in terms of a new approach for Jordan's Principle, supported by new investments, clearly shows our commitment to this goal. And it's clear that those who live in First Nations communities should not be penalized. We want all Canadian children to live healthy and safe lives. If we want to achieve reconciliation, we need to go forward together in relations based on rights, respect, cooperation, and partnership. As member for Avignon Métis-Matane-Matapédia, that's why I am working closely with communities, First Nations communities in my riding. As many of my colleagues have already said today, our government recognizes that we need to review the First Nations Child and Family Services program. The Minister of Indigenous Affairs in the North has committed to doing that in full partnership with First Nations. But this doesn't mean that we must stand idly by until this crucial work produces results. There are many ways that the Government of Canada is currently working to improve services for children and families across the country. Mr. Speaker, first of all, our government has invested new money in prevention programs in terms of child and family services for First Nations, programs that support children and their families and which strengthen communities. I'll remind my honourable colleagues that $635 million over 5 years have been allocated for this program in the 2016 budget. These investments will allow us to improve services, prevention services, for children and families. Thanks to the infusion of new funds in the 2016 budget, we can now do more. Now, children and families in First Nations communities who live on reserves will have increased access to prevention services and community programs such as workshops on parenting skills and nutrition courses, support for rapid intervention with visits to families and case conferences, more support for placements in families when children need to be taken from the family home to ensure that they remain with other family members. With funding focused on targeted prevention, service providers can work to keep families together instead of turning to more intrusive care options, which are also more expensive. On May 10th of this year, our government tabled a brief at the Canadian Human Rights Tribunal concerning the implementation of Jordan's Principle. Our government recognizes that Jordan's Principle applies to all First Nations children, and we have committed to working in partnership with First Nations, provinces, and territories to ensure that children, First Nations children, get the support that they need. Our government is also working to help First Nations children with a handicap, or rather with a disability, with greater support services. Backing Words Up with Action, Mr. Speaker, we have supported our commitment by allocating up to $382 million over 3 years in supplementary funding. $382 million, I'll repeat that, Mr. Speaker, because it's important, over 3 years in additional funding. This money will help ensure that children receive the health care and services not only that they need, but also when they need them. A model of coordinating improved health services is currently being put in place to allow First Nations children and their families to better navigate the federal, provincial, and territorial health and social systems. We want to help children and their families to ensure that nobody falls through the cracks. This funding is also available to ensure that First Nations children have access to the necessary resources, particularly through the Fund for resolving problems of access to services, and also to ensure that their needs are evaluated and are met more quickly. This new money is already making a difference. Because of this new approach, we can confirm coverage for over 870 additional children when it comes to getting the services and support that they need through the government's enlarged definition under Jordan's Principle. That having been said, we know that we need to do much more, and we have the clear intention to continue to do that. We are determined to work with our partners to identify the real needs and the distinct circumstances of communities across the country. And we will listen to young people and families to integrate their ideas and their points of view as we rethink the entire child and family services system for First Nations. I have personally worked with the chiefs in our 2 local First Nations communities, and we will continue to have dialogue and to work with our partners to create a long-term approach to implementing Jordan's Principle. Together, we will build better systems for tomorrow by learning from the past. And to do that, we need to work with the support of local leaders and communities in First Nations. That's absolutely essential. These are our partners. We also need to work with our provincial and territorial partners, as well as with key organizations. The Minister of Indigenous Affairs and the North is working at the national and regional level with our partners to develop options for changing the child and family services system so that there's a real child-focused approach. An overall mobilization approach is intended for child and family services. Beyond additional funds, children's services on reserve need to be reviewed, and that is why we announced the nomination of Dr. Cynthia Wesley Eskimo as special representative to the minister, and she will put together a national engagement process and provide advice on how to reform the child and family services program for First Nations on reserve. This is a concrete step in our commitment to work with partners to implement a large review and reform. We will listen to young people as well as service-providing organizations, First Nations leaders, the provinces, and Yukon Territory. By working together, we can identify the needs of children and families, as well as the needs of service organizations who support them. We can also identify the best way to meet these needs. As this debate has shown, we are determined to create a system that is focused on children and which is focused on families and community well-being. A system that will produce the best possible results for children. Mr. Speaker, this is the key to reconciliation and to a new nation-to-nation relationship with First Nations and Indigenous people. We need to work together to define a long-term solution, not only when it comes to protecting children, but also when it comes to dealing with social and economic issues. Together, we will build on the strengths of First Nations communities and develop a way forward. I encourage all members of this House, representatives of all parties, to work with us so that we can make real progress on this important issue. Thank you.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires? La députée.
The Honourable Member for Skeena-Bulkley Valley. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I would like to thank my colleague, a new member here, and that might lead to a bit of confusion for him because he asked us all to work together to do something, and that's exactly what we see in this motion. One of the problems here is a lack of funding and an absence of federal effort to respect the law.
Comprehensible from my Liberal colleagues across the way is the motion today simply calls on the government to respect the law. The Liberal government, who said that they would be different than the previous Conservative government, particularly when it came to First Nations children. There should be no division in this place over the importance of that, and yet what was the decisive action taken by the minister today was to appoint a special envoy. Well, I'm sure First Nations families are celebrating from coast to coast to coast. My goodness, a special envoy, where the Liberals have the opportunity right here to confirm that they wish to respect the law that has shown that the Government of Canada is discriminating against First Nations children. So my question is simple. What part of the law doesn't he understand? What part of respecting First Nations children doesn't he understand? And why does his special envoy tell the CBC today that the problem isn't money, that the NDP wants to spread around, as she said, like confetti? How insulting to First Nations communities.
The Honourable Member for Avignon, Metapedia. Well, my colleague, the NDP member, well, I think that be able to see the major effort that our government has undertaken in our commitment to work with First Nations to fill the gaps in terms of healthcare. If my colleague wants numbers, I'll give him some numbers. $634 million, which were announced in the 2016 budget over 5 years for Child and Family Services. If he wants additional numbers, I'll give him some more. $382 million over 3 years to fund this new approach. There is money, there's a will. We have a minister who's passionate, who is committed. We have a government that is ready to work and will continue to work to ensure that health care for families and for children is there on the ground.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Kamloops, Thompson Caribou.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I think we all in this House recognize the need for transformational reform in terms of the child's welfare system. What we have here is a motion that is looking in filling a gap. We have Jordan's principle, which is incredibly important. So I guess my question to my colleague, he talks about some money, which quite frankly is backloaded down past the next election, but can he guarantee that right now there is enough funding that is available so that every child that is First Nations, Indigenous, will have the same services and programs available to them as another child that lives off reserve?
Hear, hear.
The Honourable Member for Avignon, Metapedia. I would like to thank my colleague in this House. And once again, I'm very happy to say that we work together well on the Indigenous Affairs Committee, and she does remarkable work. And as I said earlier, the financial commitment that we made in the budget, that's concrete money that is there to help fill the gap that exists in healthcare for families and children. And is that enough? Well, clearly no. We need to continue to work together with communities to properly define what are the actual needs beyond that which has already been announced. And we said earlier, the minister announced that Dr. Wesley Eskimo has the mandate to act as a special advisor to hold consultations across the country and come back with specific recommendations. However, we're not waiting for those recommendations to come back. We've already invested additional funding. There's $71 million this year, and over the next 3 years, there's $382 million that will be invested additionally to help children and families. So we're very proud of that commitment, and we will continue to work that way because we want to ensure that our First Nations communities have the support that they need.
Resuming debate. Reprise de débat. The honourable member for Skeena, Bulkley Valley.
Very much, Mr. Speaker. And at the commencement, I'm happy to be splitting my time with the member from Cowichan, Malahat, Langford. I'm searching for the right word, Mr. Speaker. I typically or traditionally say it is an honor or a pleasure to rise today, yet in my few years here in Parliament, the number of times I and others have stood in this place demanding, pleading, insisting on change for First Nations children has become so repetitive as government after government finds another reason to fail the most vulnerable in our society. And this is for folks watching, this is an so-called opposition day in which the opposition puts forward a motion that we see as a priority. And there were many things we as a New Democrat caucus wanted to put forward today. There's oil, diesel spilling over the coast in British Columbia. Where's the Liberal protection plan for our coast? There's a climate change crisis facing the world and big Liberal promises, yet no plan. And the poverty and the inequality going on in our economy with what is performing in a very weak level, manufacturing jobs continuing to be shed. These are all important priorities for Canadians. Yet when you hold up this particular case, when you look at the Human Rights Tribunal decision of earlier this year, is there anything more stark? Is there anything more defining as a moral imperative for a government than when the Canadian Human Rights Tribunal declares definitively that the federal government is prejudiced and running a discriminatory program, a racialized program against the interests of a particular group, and that in this case that group is First Nations children. I'm trying to remember if it was another distinct group in Canada. I'm trying to imagine if it was another ethnically decided upon group in Canada. The Human Rights Tribunal came forward and said the federal government is consistently enacting policy that is discriminatory, that is racist towards that group of Canadians. If it would take just one report, and yet we've had dozens of inquiries, we've had dozens of investigations and dozens of Human Rights Tribunal reports into the federal government's discriminatory, race-based actions against the interests of First Nations children and families. And we have this new government, just now a year old. And you'd say, well, for that first year, there's lots of priorities and lots of things to figure out as a government. So how do they treat those different priorities? Because I just heard the Liberals say this is a crisis. This is a crisis for the Liberal government. It's a crisis for the Canadian. So let's compare how the rate of activity. That when they had a decision over a mega dam project in northeastern British Columbia that went against First Nations interests, did the Liberal government hire an envoy to go out and consult and understand the different interests and values? No. They just fired up the bulldozer, and 24 hours later they approved one of the most damaging project to the environment in Canadian history. No special envoy, no consultation tour. When they went forward and had to approve a liquefied natural gas plant on the north coast in my riding that again had specific, and today a lawsuit in court against First Nations rights and title, did the Liberals say, well, we need to make sure that everybody's on side and we actually understand the science? No, they said, let's fire it up and get that done too. And yet when it comes to this, that for months and months and years and decades, we've known that there is a shortfall of funding for First Nations kids, and that shortfall causes real harm and in some cases death to First Nations kids. After the apology that took place on the floor of the House of Commons, which all parties agreed to, after the many betrayals, and I use that word very importantly, Mr. Speaker, and very specifically, because a betrayal is when a promise has been made and hope has been offered, and then the opposite comes forward. And when First Nations leaders talk about the betrayal of the federal government, they mean it. And it's based on something substantive and important and real. When it comes to dealing with this crisis, the Liberal response was to hire an envoy who just a few minutes ago said the NDP's idea and Cindy Blackstock's solution to this is to throw, and I'm quoting here, to throw money around like confetti. When it was the Human Rights Tribunal and Cindy Blackstock, who is renowned throughout this country in fighting for the welfare of First Nations children that has told us definitively that the shortfall is $155 million to First Nations kids. Instead, what's this government's response? To congratulate themselves, to say we're doing more than can even be expected. Well, who are you going to believe? Who are you going to believe? You're going to believe Cindy Blackstock, or are you going to believe this Prime Minister who got a tattoo on his arm to signify how important First Nations relations were, which, by the way, he technically stole from the Haida, who are not too pleased about that right now. But the notion that this Prime Minister has wrapped himself, oh, no, it's true. To help my Liberal friends out here, the Prime Minister of the country had a tattoo put on his arm, which he got off the internet, which is nice, except that in the Haida tradition, that's theft, because he took a sacred Haida design and put it on his body, which the Haida came to and said, okay, there is an honor in this, that the Prime Minister, a high profile and a significant person, has chosen to have Haida ink on his body. The Haida interpret that as meaning a sacred connection, actually, a very important connection, and I've had the privilege of years of spending time with that incredible First Nation. And the Haida are out today, and the artist who actually rendered that beautiful piece, saying they feel betrayed by this Prime Minister and no longer feel that him walking day to day as he does around this place and around the world, wearing that significant piece of Haida art is no longer an actual an honoring of the Haida people. You've got to give pause on this, Mr. Speaker. There's day-to-day moments that happen in politics. There's things that come and go and tweets and hassles, and yet there's something deeper and more sacred that we're talking about here today. I've spoken with the various First Nations agencies in my riding, the Gitxsan, the Wet'suwet'en, the Carrier-Secani, who are doing, despite the lack of resources, incredible work with First Nations families. Despite long odds, despite almost impossible situations, they are finding ways to connect their young people to culture. I was in the far north of my riding, along the Yukon border, and the First Nations there, the Taku River Tlingit, and others have found, the Tahltan, have found ways, despite the racist policies of federal and provincial governments, found ways to have their children no longer being taken into care by outside agencies, have found ways to meet the challenges of dependency and the theft of land and the poverty that comes with that, to restore tradition, to restore culture and language and a sense of self, despite all of these things. So when we stand in the House of Commons today and we hear the government's response, the Liberals say, we're different, and pull a muscle patting themselves on the back for the appointment of a special envoy, that more consultations are the trick after so many years of betrayal, so many years of conclusive reports, after the Human Rights Tribunal has come down, and that's what this motion from the NDP calls for, is simply respect the Human Rights Tribunal, respect Jordan's principle, which this House passed almost a decade ago. And yet when we ask for that to actually come into force, to be beyond just a motion in the House, when we say in this vote, in this Parliament, Canada's Parliament, we're going to do more than mouth the words about respect for First Nations, more than mouth the words about crisis in First Nations communities and that the crisis that children are facing, which are real and horrifying. Rather than just mouth those words, we thought, well, here's a good idea. Let's tell the truth and shame the devil and actually put those words into action. And what we hear from Liberals today is, well, we can't vote for this. We can't implement things that we voted for in the past, because why would we want to do that? That First Nations should simply trust us because we're Liberals and we're not Stephen Harper. That's not good enough, my friends. Speeches are not good enough from this government. Photos are not good enough. Showing up at ceremonies is not good enough. A tattoo is not good enough. What's good enough is actually doing what the Canadian Human Rights Tribunal has ordered this government to do in an unprecedented declaration of January of 2016. I don't understand, for the life of me, how the Liberals can say to First Nations leaders, to First Nations families, to First Nations kids, we care. Yet stand in this House on a day like today, when we have in front of us an opportunity to bring into action, to make real that promise, to make real that hope, that the Liberals stand and say it's good enough, a special envoy should satisfy. I don't know what planet Liberals are occupying right now. That if they wish to, and this is a sincere offer, visit with me or on their own, will facilitate and make it happen. My riding in northern British Columbia, if they want to meet the families struggling with these issues, if they want to meet the frontline workers who are day to day making solutions, making a better world possible with limited and almost no funds in some cases, then they're welcome. We humbly offer up the many good examples happening in northern British Columbia, despite the racist policies, despite the discrimination, and despite the continual lack of funding. And no more cynical, we're funding it and we're going to fund it in the 5th year of our government. First Nations got wise to this a long time ago, and Liberals promised to do different. And yet, when you look at their funding promises, where does the majority of the funding land after the next election? Really? That's the best you've got? First Nations deserve more. First Nations will get more. Let's pass this motion. Let's do the right thing. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? Question commentaire on la secrétaire parlementaire.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Aboriginal Affairs.
Speaker, and I listened very attentively to the members' comments. First of all, I want to say is we have accepted the rulings of the tribunal. We have started the implementations of the rulings by the tribunal. We have accepted the definition of Jordan's principle, and we certainly did not need a motion from the NDP for the government opposite here to start doing what was urgent and what was necessary. Mr. Speaker, the problem that I have with what the NDP is pushing here today in the House of Commons is that they don't believe that a renewed relationship with Indigenous people in this country should be shaped by Indigenous people. They believe, Mr. Speaker, that the government should have a top-down approach and that they have the best ideas for Indigenous Canada. Well, Mr. Speaker, it is that kind of thinking that have gotten us to where we are today. And what I would remind the member, Mr. Speaker, and ask him why he does not agree with the tribunal ruling that the Government of Canada should fund children on First Nations based on need and not based on a number that the NDP pulls out of the air.
The honourable member for Skeena-Bulkley Valley.
Well, 2 words from my friend, Muskrat Falls. How's that going for top-down government handling of an issue? How is it that the government now says, we agree with everything in this, but we won't vote for it? We agree with everything in it, but we won't vote for it. Where do you think these ideas came from? First Nations people who had to go to court, had to take the previous federal government to court to get resolution over this at the Canadian Human Rights Tribunal. That's where this came from the Assembly of First Nations. What First Nations is she talking about? You want to work with First Nations? Vote for the motion. Where did this idea come from? First Nations. Who would this help? First Nations. What part of this sentence doesn't the minister's assistant understand that comes from the Prime Minister's own mandate letter to all cabinet ministers? No relationship is more important to me and to Canada than the one with Indigenous peoples. Oh yeah? Walk the talk. Vote for the motion.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Kamloops, Thompson Caribou.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I was not here, but I know in 2007, everyone in this House committed to Jordan's principle. What we have seen over the years is there has been changes, but we're not there yet. So I wonder if my colleague from Skeena-Bulkley Valley could share where we still need to go in terms of making sure that Jordan's principle is in a way that we all intended way back in 2007, because again, I don't think we're quite there yet.
The honourable member for Skeena-Bulkley Valley.
Well, it's clear we're not. Here's the fundamental thing for people to understand that, and many of our ridings in British Columbia can show this descriptively, where you have a First Nations child attending a school on reserve, and in some cases, literally across the street, another First Nations child, but attending a school that's not on reserve. There's a 30 to 40% funding difference between the two kids' experience. Why would that be? Well, because Ottawa controls the purse strings on the funding going to the kid who happens to be going to a school on reserve. Now, in some places, that's an across-the-street situation, but on rural and remote First Nations communities, there is no across the street. There's only the First Nations school. And so we say, and the Human Rights Tribunal has said, these are racist, discriminatory policies. End of sentence. If this was against African Canadians or Jewish Canadians or any other identified group of Canadians, we'd all be up and on arms and saying, how could this possibly be? But it's First Nations kids. And it's been the way it's been for 150 years of Liberal and Conservative governments. And they're looking around to blame somebody and that they're somehow different. You want to make it different, then be different. You want to be different, then don't backload the funding in such a cynical way that's been done so many times. First Nations have gotten wise to the oldest trick in the book.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for oh my goodness sake. Courtney Alberni, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to thank my colleague for his important speech. This morning when I talked to Deb Foxcroft, the president of the Nuu-Chah-Nulth Tribal Council, about this motion earlier, she issued a plea. She said, our children, youth and families have been waiting a long time to get much-needed supports and services to ensure their safety, well-being, and most importantly, connection to their culture, families, extended families and communities, as well as the prevention services to ensure they don't have to come into care in the first place. Let's open our hearts, she said, and minds today and show that we truly care for all of our children in this place we call Canada. We all have a responsibility to our children. Let's not have them wait one more day, one more night, one more month, one more year. Deb Foxcroft urged me to urge and call on all MPs in this House and ministers to support this motion and release this critical funding for the delivery of child welfare. Will the member talk about this call to action and why we should support this motion to end the discrimination of First Nations children?
The honourable member for Skeena-Bulkley Valley, a short response.
Yeah, so to understand this for Canadians, the Canadian Human Rights Tribunal has now had to issue 2 compliance orders after its ruling. Made the ruling in which the federal government, by the way, said, we accept the ruling, and then did nothing about it. So they had to issue a compliance order. You said you'd do it, you didn't do it, that's first. Canadian government said, oh yes, we'll get right on that. They had to issue a second compliance order, all the while the Liberal government telling First Nations, we got your back. It's obviously not true. They need some urging. I want them to succeed on this, Mr. Speaker. I want the Liberals to actually follow through on this important promise. I want them to have the courage of their convictions to actually show up with the commitment in real terms, in real dollars, not another special envoy. The time is gone. Enough with the excuses. Enough with the special consultations. Just get the job done.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Cowichan, Malahat Langford.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Following my colleague from Skeena-Bulkley Valley, I wish I could say it's a pleasure to be rising in the House today, but frankly speaking, it is not. We are speaking today on the motion brought forward by my courageous friend and colleague from Timmins, James Bay, who has done so much for First Nations in his riding and in Canada, and which was seconded by the member for Desnethe, Misnippy, Churchill River. It's 2016, Mr. Speaker, and here we are still talking about this issue. The 149-year relationship between Canada's federal government and First Nations is filled with reneged commitments, unfilled obligations, and broken promises. We know that First Nations children on reserve get less funding for child welfare services than other children, despite the fact that they have higher needs, which results in more of them placed in state care today than at the height of the residential schools era. We know that this hardship is compounded by inequalities in other federally funded services such as child and maternal health, early childhood programs, education, health, water, and sanitation. We know this leaves First Nations children at higher risk for health and education problems such as suicide and dropping out. Mr. Speaker, let's talk about a solemn promise. Shortly after the October 19, 2015 election, the Prime Minister promised to implement the Truth and Reconciliation Commission's calls for action. Child welfare equity is the #1 call to action, and full implementation of Jordan's Principle to ensure First Nations children can access government services on the same terms as other children is #3. These are amongst the easiest of the Truth and Reconciliation's calls to action. They are backed by solid solutions from the Auditor General and Joint First Nations and government reports going back 2 decades. Mr. Speaker, in January 2016, the Canadian Human Rights Tribunal found that the federal government's inequitable provision of child welfare services and a failure to properly implement Jordan's Principle was racially discriminatory against 163,000 First Nations children. I salute the hard work of people like Cindy Blackstock and the Assembly of First Nations, who have worked for almost a decade on this file. A historic ruling was handed down this January, and we must respect it in this House. The government must respect it. The tribunal found that there was sufficient evidence to establish a case of discrimination, that First Nations children and families living on reserve are denied equal child and family services, and that there was a narrow definition and very inadequate implementation of Jordan's principle, resulting in service gaps, delays, and denials for First Nations children. The Liberals did not appeal this decision, and thus they have accepted the tribunal's ruling. The problem with this, Mr. Speaker, is that the government has not met its obligations to these children as was laid out by that tribunal. There have been now 2 compliance orders from the court because the government refuses to meet its legal and moral obligations to First Nations children. I don't care what the government's plans are. It has been found in contempt of the tribunal's ruling, and that is what matters, the rule of law, Mr. Speaker. This is not some kind of vindictive attack on the government, and I do know that Liberal members of Parliament feel just as passionately about this issue as I do. But the time here, Mr. Speaker, is to bring the gap between what was promised and actions together. That is what we're talking about, Mr. Speaker. Action must be taken, and an immediate injection to close the funding shortfall in child welfare services must be found. It also, I acknowledge, must go hand in hand with a long-term reform of the system that caused this mess. Mr. Speaker, I was very honored to work with the former Member of Parliament, Jean Crowder, when she brought in Jordan's principle in 2007. And I want to bring it to the attention of this House that on the 12th of December 2007, this House of Commons passed that motion, 262 yeas, 0 nays. It was absolutely unanimous. And it was a proud day for this country. I truly thought that after that day, we would not have need for debates like this. And yet here we are, 2016, Mr. Speaker, and we're still talking about it. Now, I know the Liberal government regularly defends its position by pointing out to the $684 million that it set aside over 5 years. However, it regularly fails to mention the fact that over half of that money will not come until the year of the next federal election in 2019 or the year after. That, Mr. Speaker, is a very long time for children in crisis to wait. The budget shortfall has been identified as $216 million by Cindy Blackstock. This is $155 million less than what is needed because the Liberals only proposed $71 million. It is not an arbitrary number, as the Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Indigenous Affairs has stated in this House. We are not making this number up, Mr. Speaker. There has been an admission by the government that the budget response was developed by the previous Conservative government under Stephen Harper. Again, part of that real change that was promised. This shows that the government had not even seen the decision in January before they went ahead with the response, which was totally inadequate. And while on the topic of the budget, Mr. Speaker, I'd like to point out the following fact. Governing is about making priorities and decisions. And every Liberal member of Parliament in this House decided to give themselves a $670 tax break, costing $1.2 billion to our Treasury. And they are arguing over $155 million for First Nations children. If that doesn't get you angry, I don't know what does. Mr. Speaker, discrimination against Indigenous children and peoples is one of the oldest and greatest shames of our history. And the Manitoba legislature just yesterday passed a unanimous motion that outlined the situation. And it should be noted that the member for Winnipeg North has a personal familial connection to that his daughter in that legislature was part of that unanimous decision. Some of the highlight of their points was that First Nation education is underfunded with 30% less money spent on each Indigenous student than the national average. There has been a 2% cap to funding increases to social services on reserve since the Liberal government of 1996, which has entirely failed up to keep up with the growing Indigenous population. And Mr. Speaker, many healthcare services are routinely denied to First Nations people when they would otherwise be covered. The fact is, the Liberals are not living up to their word. The Prime Minister has stated that no relationship is more important to him and to Canada than the one with Indigenous children. And unfortunately, the Prime Minister's government is fighting families in court to deny care. As a standard government practice, children are still being denied critical medical procedures, and we have examples, so many examples, far more than we can count. And I know the member from Timmins James Bay regularly brings them up in this House. Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister is still taking advice from those who were in Stephen Harper's government, who led the fight against First Nations children receiving care. And in my concluding remarks, Mr. Speaker, the government often tries to shift the attention of caring Canadians to its first steps and, quote, historic investments. And they regularly excuse their non-compliance with the excuse that, well, we just can't change things overnight. Well, did Canada fail to meet its obligation when it brought in 30,000 Syrians? No, we stepped up to the plate then, Mr. Speaker. We have stepped up to the plate regularly in this country when the time has called for action, and there is absolutely no excuse for the government not to do so now. So, Mr. Speaker, as I look at the motion that's been brought forward by our party, I plead with Liberal members of Parliament, I plead with the government. Join us in this House and make this a unanimous motion. Let's close the funding gap. Let's fully implement Jordan's Principle. Let's fully comply with all of the orders of the Canadian Human Rights Tribunal. Let's stop fighting Indigenous families in court. And please make public all of the documents related to the overhaul of child welfare and the implementation of Jordan's Principle. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Let's get the job done this time. This is our moment in history to repair our relationship with First Nations people.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Indigenous Affairs.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I really enjoy debates, but I also really enjoy informed debates. And Mr. Speaker, what I will say is that this debate today is very misguided. It's misguided simply because we should be debating here how we're going to reform the entire child care and child welfare system for children on First Nations, Mr. Speaker, because the government is already implementing the recommendations of the tribunal and accepting Jordan's Principle. My colleague talked about we've not dealt with the 2% freeze, Mr. Speaker, the cap that has been implemented on First Nations budgets. I want to remind them that that this year we've invested in an additional $1.2 billion over and above the $107 million that would have been provided on the 2% cap. Because we've lifted it, $1.2 billion extra will go to First Nations this year. And, Mr. Speaker, the total funding over the next 4 years of our office will increase from the 2% cap to 22%. And I want to make sure the member is aware of that.
Member for Cowichan, Malahat, Langford.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would like to remind the Parliamentary Secretary that the Liberal platform that was showed earlier this year had a $1.7 billion funding gap announced it because it was relying on what they thought was pre-existing funding that they supposed existed from 2016 to 2019-20. The problem is there was no existence of this funding in 3 primary sets of government financial documentation. It wasn't in existence in the main estimates, the public accounts, the reports on plans and priorities. So if we want to talk about facts and gaps, Mr. Speaker, the Liberals are very clever at moving the numbers around and making it seem like what they promised is going to fix everything. But when we get to the real action, it's all hat and no cattle.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Vancouver Kingsway.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, I I think the very essence of the matter before this House right now concerns a fact that I think is indisputable, which is there has been a finding by a quasi-judicial tribunal on a number of occasions now that establishes conclusively that the amount of money that the federal government spends for the education of First Nations children in this country is substantially lower than that which is spent on all non-Aboriginal children, period. And I don't think there's anybody in this House that can stand up and deny that fact. The second thing I think that we have to recognize is that this has been a long-standing chronic problem. It has been an issue that has existed through Conservative and Liberal governments before them. So my question to my honourable colleague is this, is what does he think the present government needs to do right now? What concrete steps can be taken to start addressing this very real discrepancy that the Human Rights Tribunal has found so that we can ensure that First Nations children receive exactly the kind of education that they deserve and that every other child in this country is getting?
The honourable member for Cowichan, Malahat, Langford.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I alluded to some of that during the course of my speech when I pointed out the fact that, you know, every Liberal member of Parliament in this House voted to give themselves a $670 tax credit because, you know, that applied to people making between $89,000 and $200,000 a year. And that's going to come at a budget shortfall of $1.2 billion. And yet we can't address the funding shortfall for First Nations kids, which has been identified in this year alone as $155 million. How much longer will our country have to go through with this kind of continued relationship with First Nations? As my colleague from Vancouver Kingsway has pointed out, what needs to be done is we need to look at the recommendations that were put forward in the tribunal. We need to close the very clear, black and white identified funding gap and finally get right on the right promise. For far too long, successive federal governments have been making promises, not living up to it, and as my friend from Skeena-Bulkley Valley so adroitly pointed out, First Nations are now getting in on this game. They know exactly what to expect, and that's a sad fact of the state of affairs of our nation.
Resuming debates, the honourable member for Red Deer Mountain View.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And at the outset, I'd like to let everyone know that I will be sharing my time with the member from Fort McMurray, Cold Lake. Mr. Speaker, about 40 years ago, I had the opportunity to go to Saddle Lake, and I was there for the centennial commemoration of the signing of Treaty Number 6. And I took a memento from there that I kept in my classroom for the other 32 years that I was teaching, and it's been in my office as well. And as the saying, as long as the sun shines, the rivers flow and the grass grows, is so critical, and it's also the main reason why I have the commitment that I do to our Aboriginal communities. I know that in the city of Red Deer and in the county of Mountain View and Red Deer, we don't have any reserves, but we do have friendship centers. We have some great people that work to help to make sure that these friendship centers are able to give some security and some information to our community. And of course, we have great elders that work with us in order to help our children. But I was on the Standing Committee for Aboriginal Affairs and Northern Development. And with that, I had the opportunity to travel with our committee to Northern Canada and to be in each of the territories to talk to those people that felt that there were severe barriers to development. And of course, part of it has to do with the way in which funding can come in, but a lot of it has to do with how they are managing to keep their people together and to help those that are in serious conditions. And as a teacher, when our government had come in with the First Nations Education Act, I once again asked that I could come back on Aboriginal affairs so that we could see this through and to see all of the things that we knew would help in the education field. And I was saddened to see that fail, but I'm also saddened by the treatment of children on reserve. One of the other things that I had done when I first was engaged with Aboriginal affairs is I read a book called Dancing with Dependencies by Calvin Halen. And he offered strategies to establish, to eliminate welfare dependency and to help eradicate poverty among our Indigenous population. and he reframed the prevailing impoverishment and despair directly to a dependency mindset forged by welfare economics, by advocating to a return to Native peoples' 10,000-year tradition of self-reliance based on personal responsibility and cultural awareness. And there are many examples of Native groups that are trying to follow this path. However, although that might be a great goal to strive for, it doesn't mean that it's a reality, nor is it likely to be attained in the near future. But this is why this particular motion is so important. And I want to thank the member from Timmins James Bay for presenting this today. The first part of this motion speaks to investing $155 million in new funding for the delivery of child welfare and looking forward to the adequate funding that would be required in the future. We've heard in our discussions today how it wasn't that difficult for the Liberals to spend $4.3 billion outside of Canada, but they couldn't find $155 million for Canada's most vulnerable children. Some of the reasons that have been given have to do with the Liberal commitment and their failing to deliver. With the Conservative government, we ended the boil water advisories on reserves, and we were looking at ways to improve this, a commitment by the Liberals of $360 million a year, whereas we had been averaging, our Conservative government had been averaging $400 million a year previously. Funding for mental wellness on reserves, a Liberal commitment of $271 million, whereas we had been providing $300 million to that same type of commitment. And a broken education system. Liberals $2.6 billion over 5 years with no plan to fix the current system. We looked at equivalent dollars, but with a plan that was designed by and for First Nation communities, looking at minimum standards for education certification, core curriculum, graduation requirements, and this is such a critical part to helping communities, and especially when we start to take a look at the situations that occur as students move in and out of school into difficulties that they may have, and certainly being engaged and involved with the welfare system. Now, Jordan's principle, and again, I knew Jean Crowder very well and enjoyed being on Aboriginal Affairs with her. And bringing in Jordan's principle was so very important at the time, and it's important that we continue to recognize the significance that is there, as it aims to make sure that First Nations children can access public services ordinarily available to other Canadian children without experiencing the service denials, delays, or disruptions related to their First Nation status. The payment disputes between federal and provincial governments over services for First Nations children are not uncommon. And what's so important is we need care first, worry about jurisdiction later. So it includes all of the service. It includes services in education, in health, in childcare, recreation, culture, and language. And Jordan's principle calls on the government of first contact to pay for the services and seek reimbursement later so that the child does not get tragically caught in the middle of government red tape, as was the case with Jordan. On January 26, 2016, the Canadian Human Rights Tribunal ordered the federal government to immediately stop applying a limited and discriminatory definition of Jordan's principle and to immediately take measures to implement the full meaning and scope of the principle. And that's what we are hoping for today, Mr. Speaker. Next, it's a case of complying with the orders made by the Canadian Human Rights Tribunal and stopping the practice of fighting Indigenous families in court who are seeking access to services covered by the federal government. Because certainly that money would be better spent giving services than paying for legal costs. The final point from the motion is again discussion on the Human Rights Tribunal, and it found that the federal government's funding model and management of First Nations child and family services resulted in denials of service and created various adverse impacts for many First Nations children and families living on reserve. The decision also says that the government must cease this discriminatory practice and take measures to redress and prevent it. and it calls for a redesign of the child welfare system and its funding model, urging the use of experts to ensure First Nations are given culturally appropriate services. And in the discussions that we've heard today, that's been one of the questions. And says, well, how are you going to redefine this? What are you going to do in order to redesign the child welfare system? Well, we know what the situation is right now, Mr. Speaker, and we recognize the need that must take place immediately. Many times in Aboriginal Affairs Committee, Cindy Blackstock would come and speak about the issues and concerns that were there. And this is just an opportunity for us to be able to take that one step further. Now, the final part from the motion is making public all pertinent documents related to the overhaul of child welfare and the implementation of Jordan's Principle. And I think it's important that we all take a look at this, realize that it is a point of accountability as well. We're talking about putting more money into a system. We've all looked at transparency. We've all looked at ways in which this can be done properly. And I think this is a great opportunity for us to look and bring those two things together. And I know that having the dollars that are sent, having them spent in the proper manner is what we should all be striving for. We can do better as government. First Nations people want to do better for their children. They want to return to their 10,000-year tradition of self-reliance. So let's work together to make this happen. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Indigenous Affairs.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank him, my colleague, for his contribution to the debate. What I find very ironic, Mr. Speaker, is that what we're doing today as a Liberal government is something that should have been done in this country a long time ago, done by the former government, the government of the party that he's a part of. Mr. Speaker, when the rulings came in 2007 to accept Jordan's Principle, why did the government opposite not accept it? That's what I'd like to ask him. It's when we came into office in the last year that the Liberal Party in Canada, under the Prime Minister, Mr. Speaker, accepted Jordan's Principle, accepted our urgent responsibility to care for children in First Nations across this country. And I just find it so ironic today to hear members who had that opportunity for many, many years but failed to act up on it. And I'd like to know the reason why.
The Honourable Member for Red Deer Mountain View.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. But, of course, I think in true recognition is that is what we had done. I mean, there are changes and there are situations that need to now come into play. And whether or not it was completed in the way in which it should be and all the issues and problems that we still have, this is something that we need to continue looking at. But it's interesting that today the Liberals speak about all of the things that they are going to do. I mean, this government ends up getting pushed into action constantly with the Yazidi genocide that we looked at, even the Liberal private members' bills that we dealt with last night, and the review of our Aboriginal youth welfare, the special envoy. These are things that are a reaction to the good work that was presented here on the Yazidis and the good work that is being presented by the NDP here today, speaking about Jordan's Principles. The Liberals are reactionary, and that is the situation that we have. There were things that were done on Jordan's Principle, and we were proud to be part of that.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Courtenay Alberni.
We know that dollars invested in child welfare save lives. Do the Conservatives believe that in a budget deficit of over $30 billion, there's any justification for the Liberal government to not find an additional $155 million for child welfare services as required by the Court of Law? I'd like the member to respond. Thank you.
Member for Red Deer Mountain View.
Well, I thank the member very much for that comment. And of course, as we take a look at the last election campaign, there were a lot of things that were said as the to and fro that had taken place. But the NDP had looked at the situation and how they were going to manage. They also felt that it could be done responsibly, and certainly whether or not we might have had positions as to whether it could have been done without creating a deficit are two different things. But certainly when you can go 3 times as much as the credit card that you asked the Canadian people for, and that's where you've gone with this. You should have been able to find $155 million to help out our Canadian children.
Questions and comments? Question commentaire. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Indigenous Affairs.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I do want to ask this question because what the motion on the floor today is doing is it's asking the government to conform to the ruling of the tribunal, which we're already doing. It's asking us to accept Jordan's principle and to fund it appropriately, which we're already doing. It's also asking us to fund it based on numbers that the NDP sees fit, not what the court ruling is saying. The court ruling says it should be funded based on need, and I'd like to ask the Conservatives what their view is on that.
Member for Red Deer, Mountain View.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the member opposite for her question. I have faith in the work in which our Conservative Party has looked at this particular position. I have faith in the work that has been done by the NDP in bringing this very important issue. So I think it's important for us to realize that it's time that something is done about this. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Fort McMurray, Cold Lake.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm honored and humbled to serve as a committee member for the Indigenous and Northern Affairs Committee. You know, with the government's commitment to reconciliation and the Prime Minister's vow to enact the 94 recommendations of the Truth and Reconciliation Report, it was clear that the committee would be working on pressing issues. The committee began with an introduction to Indigenous issues. During these meetings, we heard how residential school systems affected Indigenous families and their culture. Although residential schools are often thought of being an issue of the past, the lasting effects are still a major hurdle that continues to plague Indigenous people. Many of the witnesses that appeared before the committee have gone to residential schools or have family members or families who attended. Residential schools were designed to break their culture. From their mother tongue to their spiritual beliefs, Indigenous people had to give up who they were. But the greatest trauma was caused by forcefully being removed from their families. When the children returned, they came back to families and a culture that they were no longer a part of. Often, Indigenous people had no way to cope with their trauma. They began to develop mental health issues because there was no belief that things would get better. Many of the survivors turned to drugs and alcohol to deal with their pain. Without being healthy, they could not hold a job and often fell into poverty. It was shocking to hear that the suicide rate in Indigenous communities across this country ran up to 11 times higher than the non-Indigenous rate. They may have survived the residential schools, but by not having the resources in place to deal with their trauma, the cycle often continues. Indigenous communities still experience the trauma of losing their children daily in this country. First Nations Child and Family Services every day takes children from their parents due to neglect. Unfortunately, these children find themselves removed from their families, culture, and community when they are placed in provincial custody in the South. Right now, according to experts, it's not uncommon for 6% of the children on reserves to be in a state of care, in state care. In some communities, the numbers can be double. This is totally unacceptable. In 2005, many Canadians across the country were exposed to how broken the system was with the passing of Jordan River Anderson. Jordan was born with a rare muscular disorder. Due to his disorder, Jordan spent the first 2 years of his life in a hospital away from his family. When doctors determined that he was ready to go home, he couldn't. There was an issue with Health Canada and First Nations Child and Family Services. While on the reserve, the health care of Indigenous people is provided by Health Canada and is paid by the federal government. Jordan was in medical foster home because the treatment he needed was only available in Winnipeg, 800 kilometers away from his home. Medical foster homes fall under the care of the First Nation Child and Family Services, which is funded by the provinces. Jordan needed medical treatments at home, but the federal and provincial governments could not agree on who would be responsible to fund his home care. Instead of going home, Jordan was forced to wait. 2 years later, Jordan died at the age of 5, alone in Winnipeg. Jordan never had the opportunity to live with his loving family. He never had a real home. As a father, I find his story painful to tell. I cannot imagine having a child that did not receive care because neither level of government wanted to take responsibility. While some find Jordan's story shocking, First Nation Canadians from across this country know this story is still a common one. No child should ever be put in Jordan's situation. That is why Jordan's Principle was developed. We must take common sense approach to services. The child welfare should come first. An Indigenous child should never receive services that are lesser than their non-Indigenous peers because of the provincial and federal funding disputes. Members of Parliament on both sides of the House showed that they agreed with this sentiment in 2007 when they unanimously voted in favor of the private member's motion M296, stating that the government should immediately adopt the Child First Principle, based on Jordan Principle, to resolve jurisdictional disputes involving care of First Nations children. The vote may have been unanimous, but the problem did not end with the adoption of M296. When the Truth and Reconciliation Commission released their report, the third call to action was, we call upon all levels of government to fully implement Jordan's Principle. On Indigenous and Northern Affairs Committee, we heard Jordan's Principle mentioned constantly. There are still First Nation children who do not have the same access to services and opportunities as every Canadian child. The stories are just as heartbreaking as Jordan's. The Liberal Party made a variety of large commitments to the Indigenous people of this country. The Liberals have promised a new nation-to-nation relationship with Indigenous people of this country. They also call for record funding to Indigenous programs and the implementation of the TRC calls to action. They also called for the implementation of the calls to action on Jordan's Principle. We already know the Liberal government has a questionable track record on their promises. Their first budget exposed what many Canadians already knew, that the Liberals was the party that tells you what you want to hear, but not necessarily what they will do. Just as expected, Budget 2016 failed to deliver on several large commitments to Indigenous Canadians. The record funding that had been promised was often less than what the previous Conservative government had committed to. While the Liberals promised to implement Jordan's Principle, Budget 2016 only included $71 million for child welfare. This was far short of the $108.1 million that the former Conservative government said in 2012 was the shortfall. The Liberal government claims that their promises of $634.8 million over 5 years will make things right. Over half of that is budgeted after the next election, which can only be described as a plan to deflect criticism. While the Liberal government can break most of their promises without consequences, but the Jordan Principle is a matter of human rights. The principle was brought before the Canadian Human Rights Tribunal by the Assembly of First Nations and Blackstock, the Executive Director of the First Nation Child and Family Caring Society of Canada. The tribunal ruled the government was not respecting the rights of Indigenous Canadians. In July, the Liberal government submitted a compliance report to the Canadian Human Rights Tribunal in which they were committed to investing up to $382 million. They also claimed they were compliant. The stakeholders were skeptical. Blackstock lawyers said the government response was vague. He was right. The government presented figures with no plan or timeline. The tribunal agreed with Blackstock. The government was not in compliance. The tribunal found that the government had a narrow interpretation of what the medical needs to be covered, only focusing on acute and complex medical situations. The government had adopted a policy that only applied to Indigenous people on reserves. This was not the government attempting to live up to its commitments to First Nations. This was a Liberal government attempting to do bare minimum. You cannot do the bare minimum when the welfare of children is on the line. We can't keep going back and forth in courts. We need to move forward on this issue. When my colleague, the Member of Parliament for Timmins, James Bay, presented his motion, he put forward an opportunity to end the stories we hear too often in the media and firsthand at committee. He also put forward a motion that all sides of the House can agree on, not because the tribunal is involved, but because it's the right thing to do. I know that the New Democrats support this motion. I know that many of my Conservative colleagues and I support this motion. Now it's up to the Liberals to make a decision. Hopefully it's for the children.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Timmins, James Bay.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to say thank you to my colleague. I have enormous respect for the work he does on our committee. And what we've seen today is a government that seems to believe the compliance order of the tribunal doesn't apply to them, that have ridiculed the shortfall numbers, saying that they were made up out of thin air, as I think the minister said, cooked up in a back room, when these are the numbers put forward by Cindy Blackstock to the tribunal, and they've gone unanswered. But I want to ask my colleague about his concerns about the residential schools, because he has heard, like I've heard, the connection, the intimate connection between the suicide crisis and the residential schools, and he's brought forward a motion to committee to study the implementation of the Truth and Reconciliation, and the first 4 recommendations are about the overhaul of child welfare and the implementation of Jordan's Principle. Now, the New Democrats support the view that we should be looking at the Truth and Reconciliation Commission and the implementation. My colleague does. I'm concerned that the Liberals are walking away on those commitments, and I want to ask my honourable colleague if he's concerned about any efforts that would happen at our committee if we did not take the time to find out whether this government is actually serious about implementing the promises of the Truth and Reconciliation Commission, because we know the Prime Minister said that that was going to be his priority. So it is going to be coming before committee. We haven't voted yet, but does my colleague have any concerns that the Liberals are against reviewing something as simple and straightforward as whether or not Canada is in compliance with the recommendations, the call to action of the Truth and Reconciliation report?
The Honourable Member for Fort McMurray, Cold Lake.
Yes, I'd like to thank you, the member, for his question. Yes, I'm definitely concerned. You know, during many of our witnesses, they have spoken, and they're concerned that the TRC has to be implemented, all the recommendations. And you know what? There's a feeling that that this study will be pushed aside, and I share that with my colleagues from the Conservative side and NDP side. But looking forward, and if we want to make real change, we have to push forward on the TRC recommendations, and we have to be able to get the grassroots feeling from the communities we have as witnesses. So, moving forward, I think that. Hopefully, I don't see the Liberals shutting our study down, but there's always hope.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Indigenous Affairs.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank my colleague for his speech today in the House. One of the things that he raised is with regard to talking about the government not forthcoming with enough money, in his opinion. Mr. Speaker, we took very seriously the ruling of the tribunal. In fact, Mr. Speaker, we know that the system is broken and that it has to be reformed as it is related to child services on reserve. That's why, Mr. Speaker, that we moved immediately to invest urgent funding of $71 million this year. But, Mr. Speaker, I want to ask the member this because the amount called for today in the opposition motion is arbitrary, and it's not rooted in a real assessment of need. The tribunal said that the government should invest based on need, so I would like to ask the member if he feels that government should invest based on the need for financial support for children in First Nations, or just based on a number that the NDP would like to put in a motion.
The Honourable Member for Fort McMurray, Cold Lake.
Well, thank you for the member across the aisle. I believe that what need has to come money. I mean, you can't have both. And, you know, Mr. Speaker, the Liberals have set aside $634.6 million worth of child welfare funding, and most of it will not be seen until after the next federal election. Are the Liberals trying to justify their negligence by saying that of that $634.8 million, they cannot find the money to fund this potential life-saving initiative?
Thank you. Resuming debate. The honourable member for Churchill, Kiiwetinoong-Aski.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I'm proud to rise in this House to speak to an Opposition Day motion put forward by our party, and I want to acknowledge the important work of my colleague, the Member of Parliament for Timmins, James Bay. I do want to share, given that this Opposition Day motion is very important for the people that I represent, people in my home in northern Manitoba, and I want to share the language of this motion so people at home and people that are tuning in know exactly what we're putting forward here today. That the House call on the government to comply with the historic ruling of the Canadian Human Rights Tribunal, ordering the end of discrimination against First Nations children, including by A, immediately investing an additional $155 million in new funding for the delivery of child welfare that has been identified as the shortfall in this year alone, and establishing a funding plan for future years that will end the systemic shortfalls in First Nations child welfare. B, implementing the full definition of Jordan's Principle as outlined in a resolution passed by the House on December 12, 2007. C, fully complying with all orders made by the Canadian Human Rights Tribunal and committing to stop fighting Indigenous families in court who are seeking access to services covered by the federal government, and D, making public all pertinent documents related to the overhaul of child welfare and the implementation of Jordan's Principle. Before I go on, Mr. Speaker, I would like to indicate that I will be splitting my time with the member for Abitibi Bay James, Nunavik EU. Mr. Speaker, the Opposition Day motion I just referred to in the House, whose language I just read out, is extremely fundamental. We're talking about addressing the systemic underfunding of First Nations child welfare. We are talking about implementation of a decision on a historic matter, that of Jordan's Principle, that we all supported in 2007, 9 years ago. It is about complying with the orders of the Canadian Human Rights Tribunal. It is about stopping the fight against Indigenous families who are seeking justice. Mr. Speaker, this motion is fundamental in terms of the work that we should be doing as parliamentarians. But it is also deeply troubling that a year after a new government got elected, a government that made all sorts of commitments to First Nations people, that we have to put such a motion forward because the government is so deeply failing First Nations people in our country. I also want to spend a moment reflecting on how disturbing it is that we have to stand once again in this House to call on federal leadership when it comes to Jordan's Principle. Jordan's Principle was named after a little guy from my constituency, Jordan Anderson, from Norway House Cree Nation. Jordan's experience of being shuffled back and forth between the provincial and federal system is sadly the inspiration behind Jordan's Principle. Jordan, because of the illness that he faced and the way in which the federal government, and unfortunately the provincial government as well, dealt with him, meant that he wasn't able to be at home with his family. And sadly, because of the chronic underfunding of the federal government, of First Nations youth and First Nations in particular, Jordan couldn't even spend the last days of his life at home with the people that he loved. Jordan's family and leaders of his community, like Mike Muswagon and many others, fought for justice for Jordan. But they went beyond that and said that no First Nations child deserves to live through what Jordan lived through. And that a First Nation child, no matter where they're from, like any child in Canada, ought to have the same access to health care, the same access to safe housing, the same access to services if they have disabilities, the same kind of dignity that any child in Canada ought to have. And Mr. Speaker, 9 years ago, parliamentarians stood in support of Jordan's Principle. And I, like my other colleagues, want to acknowledge the hard work of Jean Crowder, a member of Parliament that I had the privilege of working with, who put forward Jordan's Principle in this House. It is absurd that so many years later, and despite the promises of the government across, despite its commitments, its hollow commitments to First Nations people, that we have to once again ask them to fulfill their commitment to Jordan's Principle. Mr. Speaker, I have the honor of representing 41 First Nations in our constituency. And in our constituency, I see day in, day out the incredible energy that so many young people have in First Nations and Métis communities across our north. But I've also seen over the last number of years the incredible challenges, the massive barriers that they face. And particularly on reserve, Mr. Speaker, we can trace all of those barriers to the inherent neglect that we see from the federal government, to the decades of underfunding of First Nations healthcare, housing, education, infrastructure more broadly, services. And we can also trace it back to a colonial mentality whereby liberal and conservative governments have imposed views, patriarchal views on First Nations people, seeking assimilation, practicing genocidal acts, and ensuring that First Nations people, time and time again, do not live the lives that so many other Canadians live in terms of dignity. Mr. Speaker, yesterday I was honored to host a one-of-a-kind forum on Parliament Hill. It was focused on the rise of precarious work in the millennial generation. And we heard loud and clear from Indigenous speakers about the particular barriers that Indigenous youth face in our country. And that is perhaps most emblematic in the experiences of young people, children and young people that have grown up in the system of child and family services, the child welfare system. Young people that have often been left to their own devices, young people that have faced incredible abuse, and young people that we know will be living with the impacts of that kind of neglect for generations, for years and even generations to come. One of the most powerful speakers yesterday was Tasha Spillett, a Nahia woman from Winnipeg, whose roots are in our north, who talked about the difficulties or the dangers, of being, as she called it, young and brown in Canada. She talked about the impacts of colonization. She talked about the marginalization of Indigenous youth in our country. And in her speech, she connected these broader issues to a very real example of the way in which Indigenous youth in our country are facing abuse. She actually chose to focus on perhaps one of the most powerful examples of the way in which Indigenous lives in our country are shown by some to not matter. The case of Colton Bushy, a young man who was killed in August of 2016, this very year. A 22-year-old Cree man from Red Pheasant Cree Nation who was shot and killed by a white farmer after approaching a farmhouse in Saskatchewan. Mr. Speaker, Tasha talked about the need for justice for Colton, and so have others, like an incredible writer, Erica Violet Lee, also based in Saskatchewan. She talked about in one of her in one of the articles that she wrote that it's important that we ask why Indigenous values, and particularly the lives of Indigenous youth, are devalued in our country. She asked, quote, "What is it like to live with the fear of Native people so intense that a second thought is not spared on loading your rifle and shooting a young Cree man dead who simply dared to cross your fence line?" Unquote. She goes on to say, despite the foreign weight that bears on our bodies, Native folks are just like you, meaning non-Indigenous people, at least in some ways. She goes on to say, we take naps in the August heat, we go for long drives to the river, we swim, we fall in love. The difference is that we do all these things in a country that long ago decided that Native freedom, Native love, and Native life are more than anything else a threat. A threat to westward expansion, to Canadian civilization, to private property, to your farm tractor. Take your pick. She goes on to say that in the few remaining warm days of this year, Native people will continue doing what we have always done since time immemorial in our prairie homelands, surviving, thriving, and resisting. Mr. Speaker, my concluding message to this government is that if we're going to make it clear to Indigenous youth that their lives matter, supporting and fulfilling the motion is one important step of doing that. Thank you.
Before we begin the question and comments section, pursuant to Standing Order 38, I would like to let the House know the questions that will be put forward this evening. The Honourable Member with regards to Aboriginal Affairs, the Honourable Member for Regina regarding national defence, and third of all, the Honourable Member for Saskatoon West on the status of women. Questions and comments?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Prime Minister.
Thank you, and I thank the member opposite for heartfelt comments and commitment to an issue which is not going to be undone with $155 million. 150 years of failed confederation combined with 500 years of failed contact have left us a massive problem that needs to be undone immediately. The question I have for the House and to the member opposite is a very simple one. They've identified a fixed dollar amount, not 154 million, not 156, not 200 million, 155, a very specific dollar amount. And I am curious, as we look at 623 distinct Aboriginal communities across the country, across 10 provinces and 3 territories, combined with the municipal responsibilities and the provincial responsibilities, all of which as levels of government bear responsibility for the crisis we find ourselves in, how much her province would get out of that $155 million, and in particular to the community that she identified, what that precise share is for the community that she identified out of that 155, since they have come up with such a precise formula down to the child.
The Honourable Member for Churchill, Kiiwetinoong-Kaski.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I will remind the member across that the number identified here is a number that's been put forward by a renowned human rights activist and Indigenous advocate, Cindy Blackstock. And so if he's prepared to go back to his riding and talk about his need to oppose Cindy Blackstock and the measures she's put forward, I mean, that's something that he's going to grapple with. But I think what really strikes me here is the way in which the Liberals are frankly flailing to come up with excuses to say no to this motion. This motion is fundamental. We're talking about stopping the fight against Indigenous families. We're talking about the implementation of Jordan's Principle. We're talking about addressing the chronic underfunding of child welfare. These are all the bullet points that they want to say no to. We had a Prime Minister that committed to the 94 recommendations of the Truth and Reconciliation Commission. Still waiting. We had a Prime Minister whose ministers talk about the UN Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous People, but conveniently leave out the word implementation. We have a Prime Minister and a government that use rhetoric, making themselves trying to look better when it comes to Indigenous people's issues. And so, if they want to actually match the talk with action, supporting this motion is the way to go, and Indigenous people will see right through their opposition to this motion and see it as frankly, a betrayal to them in terms of this government's commitments to them in the election.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Vancouver Kingsway.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, I'm having a hard time understanding the difficulty that my honourable Liberal colleagues have in supporting a motion that is clearly drafted and absolutely unassailable. It calls on this House to have the government comply with the ruling of the Canadian Human Rights Tribunal to order the end of discrimination. It asks the government to immediately invest an additional $155 million in new funding for the delivery of child welfare. That has been identified as the shortfall this year alone by Cindy Blackstock. It asks this House to implement the full definition of Jordan's principle as passed by resolution of this House, to comply with all orders of the Canadian Human Rights Tribunal, and to make public all pertinent documents relating to the overhaul of child welfare. So my question is quite simple to my honourable colleague. What possibly could any member of this House have difficulty with if they truly believe in ending systemic discrimination and helping First Nations children in this country?
Really? Yeah.
The honourable member for Churchill, Kiwatanuk-Aski.
Thank you to my colleague for that important question, and he's absolutely right. I mean, what possible reason, logical reason, could they have to say no to ending systemic discrimination against First Nations youth? I mean, the one reason that I can see is to be right in line with previous Liberal governments when it comes to First Nations people. I mean, it is under Liberal rule where we have seen the chronic underfunding of First Nations overall. You know, in the 90s, they brought in the 2% cap. They told First Nations that they had to, share the burden, so-called, for the government's cutbacks, when in fact First Nations people have borne the burden for centuries, when it comes to Canadian governments. They have told, I mean, basically what we're talking about here is a Liberal government that has talked a big talk when it comes to working with Indigenous peoples in Canada, and yet that they're not willing to shore it up with action. They're not willing to address the underfunding of First Nations. They're coming up with some pretty half-baked excuses as to why they can't do that. They're willing to go up against incredible advocates like Cindy Blackstock. Indigenous youth and Indigenous communities are seeing through this kind of rhetoric, and they expect leadership. They expect the Liberal government to support our NDP motion to end the systemic discrimination of child welfare of First Nations.
Resuming debate.
The honourable member for Abitibi, Bay James, Nunavik, AU.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And first of all, I would like to thank my colleague from the other side of the Bay for bringing this motion forward. I'm honored to be his colleague and very grateful to him for having bringing this motion forward. Mr. Speaker, on January 26, 2016, Canadian Human Rights Tribunal found the Government of Canada was racially discriminating against 163,000 First Nations children. This is not something that happened in the past, Mr. Speaker. This is happening today, 2016. In fact, the Canadian Human Rights Commission Tribunal ordered the government to resolve the problem with the first reasonable opportunity, according to their words, the first reasonable opportunity. And that first reasonable opportunity was on March 22nd when the government presented its budget, and resolution did not happen, Mr. Speaker. I would like to share with this House something that Cindy Blackstock taught me. There are several things that have always been true about the government's relationship with Indigenous children. That they have always known about the wrong at the time it was perpetrated, that they have always known about the degree of harm at the time it was perpetrated. The government has always known of solutions to fix the problems, but has chosen not to do it. Canada's first public health officer, Dr. Peter Henderson Bryce, found that 24% of the children who went to residential school were dying every year. And if you followed those children over 3 years, that number increased to 47%. Dr. Bryce said that the health science at that time knew exactly what to do to save many of those children. The government at the time said it was too expensive, and they retaliated against the doctor for speaking out in defense of Indigenous kids. Deliberate inaction on the part of the government to prevent the deaths of children amounts to manslaughter, Mr. Speaker. Those are not my words. Those are the words of a respected lawyer who examined Dr. Bright's report in the 1920s. There are key elements to Dr. Bright's story that are instructive in the case of the 163,000 kids today. Number one, the government knows about the preventable deaths to children. Number two, they have solutions to fix it. Number three, they have chosen not to obey the order of the tribunal to prevent further harm. And in fact, they retaliate against and resist those who demand better. And number four, they can get away with it if members of parliament allow it. We cannot make the same mistake twice, Mr. Speaker. The findings of the Canadian Human Rights Tribunal are so contrary to the ideals of the that Canadians adhere to and identify with. Racial discrimination is not tolerated in Canada in 2016, Mr. Speaker. It is easier to tell ourselves that what we have accomplished, the Canadian ideal, than to face and remedy the inequalities that the government of Canada continues to perpetuate. It is much easier to think that the residential schools are a tragedy of the past. However, through its policies and programs, the government continues to actively racially discriminate against hundreds of thousands of children, against little kids in this country, Mr. Speaker. So today I have heard many excuses from the other side. I have heard the government speak about current funding levels of their programs, but no one of them had the courage to stand up and acknowledge that the discrimination still has not been remedied. That they are continuing the policies of the past, they know that they are perpetrating harm and have chosen not to fix the problem. Well, Mr. Speaker, I will not sit quiet and allow the government to discriminate against little boys and girls in this country anymore.
Yeah.
I have heard you can't fix this problem overnight. And they've said that repeatedly. We cannot fix this problem overnight. It will take time and consultation. That the government has made a good first step. Why is it that in 2016, Indigenous kids are being asked to be grateful for the government that is only willing to take one baby step today?
Yeah, exactly.
In the brave work of the First Nations Child and Family Caring Society of Canada, one little girl defined racial discrimination as when the government doesn't think that you are worth the money. If that is how children feel today in this country, do we really have to ask ourselves why we have suicide crisis in so many communities in Canada? Children as young as 10 do not feel as though their lives are worth the same as those in other municipalities. For those of us who have children, for those of us who have grandchildren, and care for children in our lives, imagine if we were told that our children were not worth the money. What part of that statement is acceptable, Mr. Speaker? What part? And if it is acceptable, then what is it that we can do today to make substantial and meaningful changes to improve the quality of life of First Nations kids in this country? The work of the Truth and Reconciliation Commission is not over. It's not over. Now, Senator Murray Sinclair explained it has taken 150 years to get us in the mess we are in today. It may take 150 years to fix it. But, Mr. Speaker, that was not an invitation to do nothing. That was not an invitation to take major steps today as we speak and as we approach the 150 years of this country. Mr. Speaker, the government must, as quickly as possible, ensure that there will never be another generation of Indigenous children that have to recover from their childhoods, and that there will never be another generation of non-Indigenous children who will have to say, I'm sorry, again. Monsieur le Président, j'ai souvent...
Mr. Speaker, I've often said that this country is an incomplete one. How can we explain that today, a country as rich as Canada, member of the G7, how can such a country be incapable of improving the lives of First Nations and the First Peoples of this country, and especially the lives of the most vulnerable children, women and girls of this country, the people that are the most marginalized? 2 orders have been ignored by the government. Why is it up to the opposition to table a motion in order to force compliance to these 2 orders? It's incomprehensible in our democracy. They're not following court orders despite an order to be compliant. Then what will happen with the other promises made by the government to the First Nations of this country? Mr. Speaker, I ask all members of this House to vote for this motion, as it is the only right thing to do in this country today. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Prime Minister.
As always, it's an honour to stand in the House with my colleague across the way. His commitment to this is beyond profound and respected, profoundly respected. What we're grappling with here is this notion that $155 million voted on today will solve anything specific tomorrow. The question I asked was very specific. How much of this $155 million will be assigned to the children in the riding of the member opposite? Because what we're grappling with is a government that has a government-to-government relationship with hundreds of communities and nations across this country through treaties and legal agreements, is a mechanism to turn that $155 million into real impact in real children's lives. And so what we're concerned about as a government is that, yes, you can identify 155, which I do not think will solve 500 years of racism in any way, shape, or form in of itself. But the question I have is, how do we split that up in an equitable, just way that honours treaties and recognizes Aboriginal title to the money that they seek to make available?
The Honourable Member for Abitibi Bay James Nunavik EU.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank my friend for that question, and my friend from Toronto for that question. Well, first of all, there's none of this $155 million will go to my riding, because my riding is largely covered by the James Bay and Northern Quebec Agreement, and we have our own arrangements in that part of the country. Second of all, I think the government has had this figure for a long time. Cindy Blackstock has submitted documents to demonstrate, or to at least demonstrate where this money is particularly needed, and that was the figure that was presented to the Human Rights Tribunal. They knew about it, so it's way higher than what they're proposing in their budget and what they're proposing after the next election, if they remain there. I don't think that's going to happen, I'm pretty sure. But thirdly, I think one of the things that we need to realize in this discussion is that that amount is identified for this year alone, I believe. And I think there's a lot of work to be done. I agree that we cannot fix 500 years of discrimination. That's going to take a while. But that's not an invitation that was given by Senator Sinclair. That was not an invitation not to do anything at this time.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Timmins James Bay.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have such enormous respect for my colleague, and he knows what institutional attempts to destroy families mean, and he's lived it. And what we're talking here today is a compliance order with the Human Rights Tribunal, and we see the Liberals making things up in the House, claiming that these numbers came out of thin air when the government's had the numbers for 8 months and have offered no counter numbers. And so for the minister to stand in this House and say these numbers were pulled out of thin air, to me, is a slap in the face to the work of Cindy Blackstock and all the people on the ground who are doing this work, who brought forward these numbers. But I want to ask my honourable colleague, given their sudden concern that they have to consult and they're going to get an online portal, it's a question of priorities, because look at the Site C project, what the Minister of Justice said was a complete overriding of Indigenous rights, and they asked this government to work with the communities on those permits, but they rubber-stamped those permits immediately because it was a priority for this Prime Minister.
Where was that
it was the same with the LNG project. When the chiefs came here to talk, they were already in Vancouver approving it. They didn't set up a consultation process. So why is it that they can take all the time in the world when we have children dying in my riding, dying in northwestern Ontario, dying and being denied basic services? That's what we're talking about, is pennies for these children, but they can take all the time in the world to consult.
For Abitibi Bay James, Nunavik EU.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague for his question. He's right. I do have a long experience dealing with governments that don't honour court orders, decisions, and I'm one of the rare, if not the only person who spent time in a residential school. So I do know that history. I do know my own story. And I think it's important to point out the importance of a court order in this country. If we have to continue to remind the government what law and order is in this country, I think we have a problem, Mr. Speaker. I've often heard members stand in this House and speak out, talk about the rule of law, but without really understanding what the rule of law is. It means respecting our institutions and the tribunals and courts that are in place to ensure that we take the right action and we deal properly with the injustices of this country being faced for 150 years. Now, for 150 years, the federal governments, be they Liberal or Conservative, 150 years they've gone to court as adversaries against First Nations people. And there was never a case where the federal government was on the side of Aboriginal peoples. Now we're going to be celebrating our 150th anniversary, and perhaps it's time to change that attitude because it's not compatible with reconciliation, Mr. Speaker.
I recognize the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Prime Minister in resuming debate. I'll let him know it's a 20-minute speaking slot, but we'll have to interrupt him in about 9 minutes at 5:15, that being the ordinary time for the business of supply to end. And so we'll get going just the same. But he has 9 minutes. How much of that he chooses to use for his speech and/or questions and comments will be up to him. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Prime Minister.
Thank you very much. And without trying to make light of the serious situation, I'll try to speak quickly. Maybe I can do the 20 minutes in 9. At any rate, this is, and you can't sit in this House today. In fact, I don't think I've ever sat in this House once and not thought that this issue is the seminal issue in front of us as a generation of Canadians. And the testimony that comes directly from those people who are Indigenous and Aboriginal, Métis in this House and Inuit moves us to action as no other voice in this country should or can. Mr. Speaker, there are a few things we should recognize. It has become a new custom in the East, and I know that from my time in Vancouver, it has been a much longer custom to acknowledge the territory that we're on as we make remarks as politicians. Not often done in the House because of time constraints, but in public speaking engagements, as we move from community to community, we now seek to find out where we stand as we speak and to acknowledge the traditional peoples who have put up with us in ways that are unimaginable to many. We stand here on Algonquin territory today, and we know that there are children of Algonquin families in this city that don't enjoy the rights that children of all over the world who've come to this country enjoy. This has to be fixed, and this government is committed to changing that. But it's a complex process. We've inherited 500 years of colonialism, of racism, of death, of tragedy, and the scars of those tragedies live on in the lives of far too many people in our communities as we speak. And I would hope, and I don't think there is, division across that emotion in this House as we speak of these issues. What we're seized with is to find the best way forward and not to take baby steps or single steps, but to march forward together for the first time in this country's history towards a future which doesn't discriminate based on whether you were born on or off a reserve, with or without defined lineage because of technical or bureaucratic decisions. We have to find a way to share this country in a spirit that has been taught to us and shown to us and we've ignored by the First Nations and the First Peoples of the communities we all come from. That change has to happen, and this government is committed to it. Will there be debates about whether 154 or 155 or the $200 million that was originally spoken to following the decision is the right amount? There will be debates, and there will be debates about the mechanism by which that money flows and the relationships that are established nation to nation, or even in those areas where no nation-to-nation relationship has yet to be established. Those negotiations must happen and will happen, and hopefully will bring us to that new future. We've been talking about the ruling from the Canadian Human Rights Tribunal, a ruling which does not specify $155 million, which is why we wonder sometimes exactly how this dollar amount has been arrived at and exactly how it will impact child by child, community by community, treaty by treaty, nation by nation across this country. We are grappling with that, and that's the issue we're grappling with. Not the principle or the spirit of the motion, not the intent of the motion, but the functionality of the motion. And while the opposition, and I was in the opposition in the previous term of Parliament, is easy to say, that's the right way. If you don't follow it, you disagree with us. The reality is we agree with the direction. What we're trying to figure out is how to get those dollars into the lives of families and children so that the outcomes are transformational and the promise of truth and reconciliation is fulfilled in real time, in real ways. And I admit it. Any government that doesn't admit that they're struggling with this issue is not being honest. We are struggling with it. You know, it's as if you've been placed into a boat that's leaking, and you start bailing, and you start crossing the river thinking you can get there if you bail quick enough. The reality is repairing the boat before you cross the river and carrying the bailer is perhaps the best way to go. But some in a hurry want to go while the boat is still leaking. And the fear that you might have is that that boat won't cross that river. And I think we've heard eloquently from the previous speaker that failing to cross that river puts real people, children in particular, in jeopardy. And that would weigh on all of our conscience. If we put the $155 million on the table tomorrow and didn't change the lives, where would we be? And what accusations of failure would come our way? And we grapple with that. And it's a fair point for the opposition to push us. And we as a government have a responsibility to respond, and we are. And part of that response is the budget that was put down. And you listen to the criticism of the budget that it's back-end loaded. What we know about First Nations communities across this country, whether they're on reserve or off, whether they're in our major cities or our biggest provinces or in our smallest communities, is that it's one of the fastest growing demographics in the country. And the reason it's growing is because there are more children this year than last, and there'll be more next year. If the budget didn't grow towards the 5th year of the announcement, you'd be locking in spending as the number of children and the needs grew. How is that responsible? And so to be criticized for foresight and to invest downstream when you know the waters downstream are going to get choppier is not a criticism of this government. I think it's something we should be praised for. We've been told that the 2% cap on the increases of transfers was wrong. That's why this year we removed it. It's gone. And the investments are beginning to grow. But the significant challenge we're dealing with, and it's the questions that I asked of members opposite as they made their presentations, is when you say 155, how do you operationalize that? Because it matters. You can announce a spending envelope, but if there is no mechanism to transfer it to communities, it doesn't show up in the communities. And we have to sit down with leadership from the Assembly of First Nations and from other organizations and figure out how it arrives as we improve the funding envelope. And that's the issue we're struggling with, and that's the issue that is slowing down, unacceptable to some, the process of getting those dollars delivered. But I assure you, the department, the minister, this government, every member on this side is committed to delivering those dollars in bigger numbers as quickly as possible into permanent changes that improve the lives of individuals. And so, What are we doing? There are investments right across the board in terms of our relationship and our treaty obligations with different nations and different communities and different individuals. We have also, in this calendar year, received instruction from the Supreme Court about non-status Indians, about our responsibility to the Métis Nation. And as we grapple with the changing environment in which we operate, we have got to grapple with budget numbers that must change in accordance. And so have we stepped up on Jordan's Principle? Yes. Have we invested more? Yes. Have we put more dollars into education and into housing and into social services and into our relationship? Absolutely. Has it all been solved in one day? Absolutely not. And what I've been asking the members opposite, and what I want them to answer, is how does this $55 million work? Because when you read the reports and the comments from the person they claim has said $155 million is the magic number, she has also said $200 million is the right number. Which is it? And why $155 million? It's the precision that's part of this motion that is what is causing us concern and stopping us from supporting it, besides the fact we support the principle and the intent and, quite frankly, the honor at which it's presented. The party opposite is asking the right questions and moving the absolutely right motions. What we're trying to figure out is what it means for us as a government who have to administer and deliver this money, how we operationalize the instructions they're trying to give us. On that point, we disagree. And on that point, we need clarity. Because as a government, as a country, in a nation-nation relationship, we have learned that if you don't move in agreement with First Nations communities, you quite often cause as much damage, even though the intent is good. I'll continue my remarks later.
This being an opposition day, there won't be any further debate on the particular question, but it being 5:15 p.m., pursuant to an order made earlier today, all questions necessary to dispose of the opposition motion are deemed put, and a recorded division deemed requested and deferred until Tuesday, November 1st, 2016, at the expiry of the time provided for oral questions. I see the Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader, perhaps on a point of order?
Yes, on a point of order, Mr. Speaker. I suspect if you were to canvass the House, you would find consensus that we see the clock at 5:30 at this point, so we can start private members' hour.
Is it the pleasure of the House to see the clock at 5:30 p.m.? Sure. Yes? Agreed? Agreed and so ordered.
It being 5:30, the House will now proceed to private members' business according to today's order paper, orders of the day.
Private members' business, resuming debate at second reading of Bill S-208, National Seal Products Day Act, standing in the name of Mr. Sims.
When the House last took up debate on the question, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader had 7 minutes remaining in his time for his remarks. And so we'll go to him now, resuming debate, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm going to be fairly brief in my comments because I know that this is a very important issue to a number of my colleagues, in particular from the Atlantic regions, but rest assured that Canadians as a whole understand and appreciate the significance of who we are as a nation and how important seal products are. From my perspective, Mr. Speaker, I applaud in particular the sponsor who's brought the bill into the House today, because I know how genuine he is on such an important issue. It's a very important issue, and as I would suggest, it is a part of our Canadian heritage. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Red Deer Lacal.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and it's a privilege for me to rise and speak to this as the chair of the Conservative Hunting and Angling Caucus. I first want to pay tribute to my colleagues, the member for Caribou Prince George, who has spoken eloquently about this, and of course my colleague from Dauphin, Swan River, Neepawa. And I know my colleague from the North Okanagan Shuswap is about to follow up on this, and we'll hear some very enlightened comments, I'm sure. And this is an issue that actually transcends political party boundaries in this particular House. So I'll keep my remarks. You'll see my remarks won't be typically. Sometimes some remarks can be partisan in this place. So I just want to talk a little bit about how important this issue actually is, from the perspective of an Albertan. Now, why would an Alberta MP want to speak to a bill that deals with national seal products? I'll tell you why. Because from my perspective, growing up on a farm in rural Alberta, the use of animals, whether it's through livestock, which I grew up on a Simmental cow-calf operation with milk cows and so on there. We had chickens, we had hogs that we both, from farrow to finish, that we would do in a mixed farming environment. And all along the while, the connection that I had with the farm, with that outdoor and rural way of life, led me to my passion. And my passion is hunting and fishing. And I love it. I don't know anybody else. I'd ask for a show of hands, but I think it's completely inappropriate. But I think most members in this House, especially those from rural areas, love hunting and fishing. And what does that have to do with seal products? Well, it's all about efforts. And there are efforts afoot all around the globe from anti-animal use activists that are constantly trying to shut down a rural and outdoor way of life. And that's fine. In democracies around the world, everybody has the right to their opinion, the right to express those opinions. I would be horrified if I lost the ability someday to go hunt, ethically hunt for the food that I want to provide my family with, to go fishing, to spend time with my son and my family members and my friends that we do, whether we're fly fishing on the North Ram River or catching some beautiful brook trout in Gap Lake. And I know the same thing would be felt by all the communities, and that pressure is there for all the communities, the coastal communities on all the coasts that we have in our magnificent country to shut down a lawful seal harvest. But I'll also come at it from a different angle. I also had the privilege, because of my passion, I had the privilege, the good people of Canada paid for 70% of my post-secondary education, and I was able to get into the University of Alberta and graduate with a fisheries degree, zoology degree in fisheries and aquatic sciences, and was able to further my passion by working for Alberta Fish and Wildlife on walleye experiments, to work as a fishing guide in the north, and to be able to pursue that career. And I want to just let people know how important, from an aspect of governance and management is concerned, wildlife management techniques are so important. And one of the most effective wildlife management techniques that any government has is the issuance of hunting licenses and hunting permits. Now, imagine a situation where you have too much of something or too little of something. You can simply change the rules a little bit so that you can allow more wildlife or more of something to flourish in a particular area, and where you have a little bit too much of something, you can sell licenses and tags and permits to people. Not only does this generate a source of revenue for governments to be able to fund all kinds of various services and programs, most notably these things go back into wildlife conservation efforts, but it also allows the government the ability to get rid of a problem or to manage a problem that it has when it has too much of something. Most Canadians would be shocked to know, and I don't think the average Canadian actually does know, but back before the moratorium on the cod fishery on the East Coast, there was not nearly as many seals as there are today. There were only slightly over 1 million seals, and correct me if I'm wrong. I mean, I spent a number of years on the Fisheries Committee and on the Natural Resources Committee, Environment Committee here in my tenure as a parliamentarian. But today, I think we have in the order of 6 to 7 times as many seals off in the Atlantic coast of Canada. At the same time, we still haven't, since, when was the moratorium? 1990, it was in the 90s, right? The moratorium on the cod fisheries, the early 90s. It was very controversial, very much impacted the industry and the way of life because of the inappropriate, some would say inappropriate or mismanagement of the cod fishery there. And that stock has had a moratorium on it ever since then. Now, I'm a fisheries biologist by training, and that fishery should have recovered in part by now. And I know in some places it actually has, but I know in the vast majority of areas it has not. This has cost so many people on the coast their way of life. And I wouldn't want that on anybody. I don't want that on the farmers that I represent in Central Alberta. I certainly don't want foolish policies affecting the way of life of my energy resource workers in Central Alberta. I don't want this to affect the way of life for the people who live in our coastal communities as well. It's vitally, vitally important. So, from these perspectives is where I'm coming from, Mr. Speaker. Now, the act as proposed by my colleague, and I applaud him and admire his courage in bringing this forward, because bringing forward a piece of legislation that deals with this issue often is very divisive for some people. It brings out emotions in people. It defies sometimes even logic when people use arguments one way or the other. But the bill focuses primarily on traditional culture and heritage of Canada's Indigenous peoples and coastal communities, respecting the use of ocean resources. Why on earth would we not do that? Why on earth would we not promote seal products here in Canada? Why on earth would we not defend the people who earn a livelihood? In some communities, the ability to go harvest seals might only grant that family an extra $7,000, $10,000 a year through the seal harvest. But if that family only has a household income of $15,000 or $20,000 a year, we're talking about a significant portion of their earnings. Some people live on those earnings, Mr. Speaker. And to take that away by not defending, we shouldn't even have to be defending this. We should be promoting this. The responsible harvest and use of these natural resources in a sustainable and ethical way is something that we should be applauding, not admonishing. And we've heard report after report after report at the Fisheries Committee, myself with the member who's the sponsor of this piece of legislation, saying how much has changed in the practice of seal harvesting over the years and how much more ethically and responsibly done it is to date. But in a world of social media and in a world of celebrities, foie gras eating celebrities in some cases, yacht-owning celebrities in some cases who take up charges that seem completely hypocritical, we have, what do they say? We have blue sky, white ice, and of course a harvest going on. But the reality is, it is completely ethical and sustainable to do so, and we should be not only applauding the people that do it, but we should be encouraging them and promoting them to do it. So it makes complete sense from a wildlife management perspective. We have a great record, all parties in this House have, of when they're in government defending this, promoting it, defending these interests at the European level, at the World Trade Organization, and so on. And I think this piece of legislation passed just puts one more feather in our cap as a nation as we promote this. And it also, the bill also builds on the importance of ecological sustainability through practices like the seal harvest that help maintain healthy wildlife populations. Well, I've already talked about that. And one of my favorite events here on the Hill, Mr. Speaker, is we usually have a seal products day on the Hill. And to have an actual day enshrined, not in a legislative way where we have a holiday or a legal holiday, but just a day that recognizes the importance of this small but vibrant and necessary industry is absolutely wonderful. If we go to these dinners, you see amazing products made out of seal skins. We've got natural health products with seal oil and omega-3s, amazing crafts that are made primarily from First Nations and Inuit people. We have beautiful coats, beautiful mitts and boots, very, very, very beautiful top quality products. And these products have a demand. There are people who are willing to buy these, and it makes complete sense that we would allow this to happen. Not only allow it to happen, but encourage it to happen. So, Mr. Speaker, I can only say thank you to my colleague for sponsoring this bill and bringing it forward here in the House of Commons. And I want to thank all of my colleagues in the House of Commons who stand up against things like animal rights legislation, posing as legislation that's animal welfare, as we saw with Bill C-246, legislation that would have actually been harmful to these efforts. And I just want to say thank you to all the folks who work in this particular industry, risk their lives sometimes. This is some of the, seal harvesting is one of the more difficult occupations you can actually have, and it's done in a very safe and responsible manner. And I just want to wish them health and safety as they continue on with this. And I just encourage all of my colleagues here in the House of Commons to support this common sense piece of legislation. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for South Okanagan, West Kootenay.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to start by saying that I'll be supporting this bill, as I support rural communities across this country, and I support the long history of well-managed traditional wildlife harvest that has been the lifeblood of many of these communities for centuries and even millennia. I know that the seal hunt is controversial and that support for it varies widely in different parts of Canada and different parts of the world. I know this. I was born and raised in British Columbia, where there was considerable opposition to the Atlantic Coast seal hunt, especially 30 or more years ago when whitecoats were still being harvested. I lived in Newfoundland for a few years during that time, and I witnessed firsthand the hard feelings between Newfoundlanders and animal rights activists from away. But I also witnessed the excitement in spring when the first boats returned from the front and seal flippers appeared in the local grocery stores. And yes, I have eaten flipper pie. I also spent a summer in the northern Yukon in the early 1980s and witnessed traditional seal hunting while on Herschel Island with an Inuvialuit family. Now, while I was born in British Columbia, I have to mention that I have a long family history with the seal hunt. My great-great-great-great-grandfather, that's 4 greats and a grand, Azariah Munden, came to Brigus, Newfoundland in 1759, and by 1768, he was a sealing captain out of that beautiful port. In 1798, I know his crew took 10,000 seals. In 1819, his son, Captain William Munden, built the Four Brothers, the first Newfoundland-made sealing schooner weighing over 400 tons. By then, Brigus was one of the main centers of the seal fishery in Newfoundland, and the Mundens and other Brigus masters were world famous for their exploits on the icy seas, including the Bartletts, who captained the ships that took Admiral Peary to the Arctic and eventually to the North Pole. In the middle of the 19th century, the Newfoundland seal fishery harvested between 400 and 500,000 seals per year and was a critical part of the annual wages for many men on the island. Today, this fishery is rather different, and not just because the age of sail gave way to steam and then to diesel. There are 6 species of seals in Atlantic Canada, but only 3 or 4 are hunted regularly. Ringed and bearded seals are hunted in the Arctic, primarily for subsistence purposes. A few gray seals are taken on the Atlantic coast. But it's the harp seal that's always been the main focus of the hunt, and it's the most abundant marine mammal in the North Atlantic, probably one of the most abundant marine mammals in the world. They're hunted in Atlantic Canada, the Canadian Arctic, and in Greenland. The harp seal population right now is around 8 million individuals, 7.4 I hear from some seal experts. I've heard as much as 9 million. But that population has been more or less stable for the past decade, and it's nearly or more than triple what it was back in the 1970s. The harp seal hunt is one of the best managed harvests of wildlife in the world. And for one thing, Madam Speaker, it's relatively easy to count these animals as the adult females haul out on the ice to give birth to their young in spring. I've spent my life counting all sorts of animals and can only dream of such an easy census opportunity. And I know there's a couple of fisheries biologists here in the House today, and so they can appreciate trying to count fish underwater. Well, these are animals, dark animals, hauled out on ice. You can fly over them and count the dots. So the population estimates we have a very good level of confidence. About 65,000 seals were harvested last year in the Atlantic hunt, well below the quota set by DFO at 400,000 animals per year. That quota is somewhat above the number that would be set for a precautionary approach, but that would only be used if there was some level of concern about the population trend, and there clearly is not. This management policy is considered one of the best in the world and has been copied by other sealing countries such as Norway. So, Madam Speaker, I'd just like to finish by commenting on another topic that often comes up in conversations around the seal fishery and seal populations, and that's the effect of seal predation, the effect that seal predation might have on fish populations, and particularly the populations of the endangered northern cod and Atlantic salmon. Both gray seals and harp seals are mentioned in this regard, since their populations have risen as those fish stocks have declined. and I know there was an annual cull of gray seals based on this belief until 1990 in an attempt to improve the recovery of cod populations. But without going into details here, I would just say that culling one species of animal to improve the numbers of another species, when it's been our actions that created the problem in the first place, is problematic both in terms of biology and logistics. So I just wanted to say that I'd be hesitant to support a seal cull as an effort to improve fish populations. But I do support the commercial harvest that of seals on the Atlantic coast and in the Arctic that in modern times is both well managed and humane. So, Madam Speaker, I support this bill to showcase seal products, as I support the rural communities that depend on the traditional seal fishery as a source of income each and every year. Thank you.
Reprise de débat. Resuming debate. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Indigenous and Northern Affairs.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and it's a pleasure for me to rise and speak to this bill. Those of you in this House who know me know my passion for the sealing industry and support for Inuit across Canada who depend so heavily upon the sealing industry, as do the people in my riding and those across Atlantic Canada and in Quebec. Mr. Speaker, this bill was brought forward by Senator Céline Havette-Payette, who was a Liberal senator who since has retired from the Senate, but she introduced this bill, an act respecting National Seal Products Day, and that bill has now made its way to the House of Commons, championed by my colleague from the Coast of Bays in central Notre Dame, another individual who we know is a very passionate supporter of the sealing industry in Canada. But, Mr. Speaker, this bill will designate May 20th of each year as National Seal Products Day throughout Canada. And National Seal Products Day would not be a legal holiday. However, it would be an opportunity for us to reflect upon the seal, the cultural use of the seal, the sustainability of the seal in our lives in Canada, and how it maintains, Mr. Speaker, its strength, how it maintains its strength for Canadians as a source of food, as a source of craft, as a source of economic sustainability in many regions across the country. I think it's important that we recognize and honour this occasion. In fact, Madam Chair, I, on several occasions, have had the opportunity to host Seal Day on the Hill. This past year, I hosted Seal Day for my colleagues, the members of Parliament, but also for others who were supporters of the seal industry across the country. It was an opportunity for advocates and promoters, for artists and crafters, for Inuit and others to be able to talk about this industry and how this industry is sustaining them as individuals, but also their communities. And so it's important that we continue to do that. Those of you who know me know I'm a strong promoter of the seal industry, and I wear seal nearly every day in one way, shape, or form. But, Madam Chair, I grew up in a small Inuit community in the north. My father was a hunter and a fisherman, and seal was such a large part of the diet of our family. It was our main source of protein as we grew up, but it also was, it brought so much more value besides food sustainability. The seal itself became one of the main products that was used in making clothing, in making things that you would need for the use of outdoors every day, for the use of indoors every day. To this day, my mother is still a crafter of seal product. She makes beautiful designs of product, so we don't waste anything. We have full utilization of seal. Madam Speaker, I don't know if I've ever seen a more sustainable harvest in my entire life as it exists in the sealing industry. Back 30 years ago, 40 years ago, the exploitation of the industry by those who were non-supporters, whose only goal was to set out to sabotage the lifeblood and lifestyles of Inuit and Northerners. And, Madam Chair, they were successful, which was unfortunate. But as Canadians, we're also resilient, and those of us that depended upon this resource to sustain our families, we continued to fight back. And I watched many times as a young girl as my father and my uncles and my brothers all fought those great protesters that would come because they thought that they were barbarians, that they were less than everyone else in the country because they were trying to provide for their family in a very sustainable way. Well, Madam Speaker, the sealing industry is one of the most humane industries in Canada today. Everything about the seal is humane. The way that it is harvested, the way that it is cured, the way that it is utilized, there is no waste. And in fact, Madam Speaker, as my colleague opposite spoke to earlier, it has probably become one of the greatest impediments to fish stock rebuilding in Canada of any other instrumental argument that you could make. As we know, we have an overpopulation of seal because of those protesters, because of the way they tried to erode the lifestyle of Canadians who depended upon this sustainable animal. Madam Speaker, our ecosystem is in a complete imbalance, an imbalance that it has affected the livelihood of other Canadians, especially in Atlantic Canada, especially in Newfoundland and Labrador. The imbalance of the ecosystem has not only been a tremendous impediment in having the rebuilding of our cod stocks, but I live in a region where today I watch seals that go into rivers, that fish for salmon in rivers, something that you would have never heard of 20 years ago. That's because they're starving. Their population is so large that they're starving. They have nothing in the ocean left to eat. We have allowed the ecosystem to have this imbalance within the ocean that is affecting all of the other food supply in the fish that we depend upon. Is that wise? Of course it's not wise. But that's an imbalance that was created by people who did not understand the importance of the seal industry to the people who utilized it. When we fish from the ocean or harvest from the land, Madam Speaker, we do so leaving it in a sustainable way. We don't waste, we utilize. We don't do it for fun. We do it for need as a cultural part of our lives. You go to the Magdalen Islands, you go to Bonavista, you go to St. Anthony, you go to Nain, you go to Kujavak. These are all places around Canada where both Inuit and non-Inuit have used the seal all their lives to sustain their families. Mr. Speaker, it's such an important part of our culture. And it's unfortunate that we've seen the seal banned from the European Union, but I want to say this. I want to say that as devastating as an impact it has been on Indigenous and coastal communities that depend on the seal harvest, we have been working hard to find a way to get our products back into the EU. I want to certainly recognize and commend the Inuit artists and the Inuit Art Council for the work that they've done in building that relationship with the Europeans. And I want to commend them for the show that they've done on Indigenous art and seal products in the European Union just recently. They have made some progress, Mr. Speaker, and now all seal products from Nunavut will have access to the European market, and we are now working with the government of the Northwest Territories to ensure that they too will have that access. Excuse me. So, Madam Speaker, I want to point that out because most people, when they hear about the seal industry, they often hear it from those that are well-funded protest groups that have their own ideology about how the ecosystem and society should work. And our ideology is not based upon cultural values of people who live in Canada. We're a country that respects each other. We respect the cultures of each other. In our culture, Madam Speaker, seal is a very important part of that. It's a part that not only feeds our body and nourishes us, but it's also the part that sustains us economically, and it has been for a long time. To be able to raise the profile of that is important. I remember doing about 5 different shows in promoting the seal industry in Canada, in Montreal, Toronto, and Ottawa, in which we certainly promoted seal products of Inuit people, talked about the seal industry and how it works. And I had so many people coming up to us and wanting to know more, wanting to know what was happening. So, Madam Speaker, I will be supporting this motion. I think it is a good motion, and I would ask my colleagues to recognize the cultural importance of seal and to mark this occasion with myself, my constituents, and all Inuit and others in Canada.
Resuming debate, reprise de débat, the honourable member for North Okanagan, Shuswap.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. It is an honour today to rise to speak to Bill 208, an act to respecting National Seal Products Day. Madam Speaker, I believe that this bill is important in its purpose in affirming that the traditions and heritage of peoples, especially our First Nations peoples who inhabit Canadian coastal communities and seek to preserve our way of life and identity. If we examine the fabric of the identity of these people, Madam Speaker, we will find interwoven in that fabric the hard work and enterprising spirit and many threads of tradition and culture that bring color and distinction to their identity and ours too as Canadians. Madam Speaker, this bill affords the Houses of this Parliament an opportunity to issue respect and stand with our fellow Canadians, the women and men of our coastal communities, members of First Nations determined to preserve their traditional way of life, to stand with Canadians with pride in the face of those who oppose the utility of the seal. And we need to stand up against those who would deny our fellow Canadians their way of life, those who would deny our fellow Canadians their cultural traditions, and those who would deny fellow Canadians their identity.
Yep.
As such, Madam Speaker, I stand in my place in this House today in support of not only this bill, but of our fellow Canadians who depend on seals the same way others depend on salmon or wheat or vegetables to pay their bills, the same way others depend on harvesting trees to feed their families, the same way many other Canadians rely on sustainable and natural resources to maintain their ways of life. Madam Speaker, our fellow Canadians deserve our support, and I sincerely hope our Parliament possesses the fortitude to afford this support. Now, more than ever, we must demonstrate solidarity with our fellow Canadians who seek to recover from the ill-conceived European Union ban on seal products in 2009. The EU ban was not based on science. The ban was not based on principles of sustainability. The EU ban was the result of a high-profile lobby campaign fueled by celebrities who took a few hours away from their lavish lives to denigrate and prejudice the lives of our fellow Canadians. Sadly, their campaign was fed by biased information based on emotion, not science. The lobby campaign succeeded in undermining a sustainable industry based on seal hunts that were an important part of Canada's management of fisheries and oceans. What the EU did or did not see through the smoke and mirrors of the celebrity campaigns was that the Royal Commission of 1986 brought Canada's seal hunt into the 21st century. The Royal Commission provided a foundation to ensure Canada's seal hunt was sustainable for our seal population and sustainable for the complex ecosystems they inhabit. The Royal Commission also precipitated a modernization of regulations to ensure the hunt would be carried out humanely. Unfortunately, Madam Speaker,
the EU ban has not only injured economies of our coastal and First Nations communities, the EU's infantile ban has also harmed our oceans. Over time, we have learned that harvesting or not harvesting one species has impacts on other species, and indeed the entire ecosystem in which they exist. Madam Speaker, one might ask what an MP from the interior of British Columbia would know about seals or seal products. Well, Madam Speaker, in my former roles dealing with fish and wildlife management, and now as Deputy Critic of Fisheries, Oceans and Canada Coast Guard, I speak with an understanding of how important it is to manage on an ecosystem basis, managing all species holistically, not just on a species-by-species approach. In my home province of British Columbia, I've been witness to the reluctance to manage predator species and the devastating impacts this reluctance has had on prey and other species. This reluctance to manage predator species was born from similar campaigns based on emotion and vacant of scientific reason. Much like the campaign that led to the EU ban, these campaigns were supported by foreign funds and blatantly ignored the traditions, cultures, and ways of life of our fellow Canadians. I've also had the honor of traveling to Atlantic Canada for numerous meetings over the past few months, where I connected with many Atlantic Canadians who depend on the ocean for their subsistence. The ocean and its bounty is their livelihood. A fisherman friend from Newfoundland recently relayed to me, and I quote, that there was a time when the residents of Newfoundland and Labrador relied completely on the bounty of the sea, that the island of Newfoundland was founded on fishing and sealing industries that supported the very survival of the inhabitants of Newfoundland. This was the way of life for hundreds of years, solidifying the importance of sealing in Canada's history as a heritage activity. It has been over 24 years since the cod moratorium was announced, and an announcement that precipitated the largest layoff in Canada's history. This fisherman also told me that the sealing industry is without a doubt a crucial element which is needed in order to help the cod stocks of northwestern Atlantic recover from the devastating collapse of the 20th century. In order to ensure that the fisheries in Atlantic Canada will have a future, we need to protect them from an ever-increasing seal population, which is severely limiting their recovery. Population control is an essential tool which is needed to ensure a balanced ecosystem can exist. Madam Speaker, hunters and fishers are able to harvest seals humanely, and they ought to be able to do that and be supported in this, as it is a means for them to provide for themselves and for others. By passing this bill, we would be helping to restore that way of life that existed in Newfoundland and other coastal communities that has been so drastically impacted. We would also be building a stronger case for the EU to overturn its ban. By undercutting Canada's seals hunt, the EU ban has undercut an industry that had an important role in maintaining a delicate balance of our ocean ecosystems. A reduction in the number of seals being harvested has wreaked havoc in our fisheries. Canada's Atlantic salmon fishery continues to struggle, and we know that predation and a booming seal population is a factor in this. The same can be said for Canada's northern cod fishery, the snow crab fishery in Atlantic Canada, and the list goes on. The EU ban has hurt the economies of our coastal and First Nations communities, especially in our northern communities. In fact, I recently learned of a correlation between the imposition of the EU ban on seal products to an increase in the suicide rate in Canada's northern communities. The EU ban has undermined a legitimate industry that was also part of a broader system of maintaining a sustainable balance of the ocean food chains and ecosystems. Madam Speaker, enough is enough. The European Union may close their market to our seal products and undermine our system, but the European Union and their chaos cannot and will not impinge the pride and dignity of our fellow Canadians. I applaud the sponsor of this bill for the fortitude to take on a challenging issue and bring it to the forefront. but I would be remiss if I did not mention a previous and similar bill that was introduced and passed in previous Parliament. Bill C-501, passed in 2014, recognized National Hunting, Trapping and Fishing Heritage Day. We now have one day of the year that officially recognizes a fundamental part of our Canadian heritage and not only helped build this great nation, but continues to provide food and sustenance for people across this land. Bill S-208 and C-501 have very much in common. Both bills recognize the importance of our Canadian heritage, history, and way of life. Both bills seek respect for those people who make their subsistence from our renewable and sustainable resources of fish, wildlife, and marine species. Madam Speaker, if we fail to recognize and defend that which has made us Canadians, we open the door to exterior forces that would erode our identity, forces and voices that would detach Canadians from our heritage and our land and our oceans, and sever our connections to the earth. The human race evolved by learning how to harvest and utilize our natural resources around us. In doing so, we are now learning that we must manage those natural resources around us in a way that finds balance. Madam Speaker, the people, including the First Nations who live on the front line of harvesting, understand and need the natural resources such as seals to understand this balance. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Reprise de débat, resuming debate, l'honorable député de la
The honourable member for Laurentides-Labelle.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. It gives me a great deal of pleasure to rise today to defend Senate Bill S-208, an act respecting National Seal Products Day. The issues in the industry have been well explained by the many speakers we've heard, so I won't repeat what they're saying. I agree with them. They're very good speeches. I seconded this bill, sponsored by my friend, my colleague, and my mentor, the member for Coast of Bay Central Notre Dame. When he asked me if I would do it, there was no hesitation on my part, for while the population of seals in the Laurentians is decidedly low, it is an important issue close to my heart, one that I've been passionate about going all the way back to high school. And Speaker, there is a backstory to this that you probably won't hear very often. I grew up in a political family, not a partisan family, but political in the sense of getting involved in the community, in issues, in nation building, in our own little corner of the nation. For reasons of opportunity not germane to this debate, I attended high school at a boarding school in Massachusetts, received the maximum financial assistance from the school available to foreign students. There, at an institution founded in the latter half of the 19th century called Northfield Mount Hermon School, I met students from dozens of countries, and of course, as a teenager, I learned how to swear in many languages. But never did I swear so loudly as I did after the school invited, as a guest, a speaker on an issue that I, to that point, knew nothing about and had not even heard of. So when Captain Paul Watson of the Sea Shepherd Conservation Society spoke to the entire assembled student body about the need to destroy the sealing industry in Canada and about how he had sunk 2 ships through his activities, more, he said, than the Canadian Navy itself had sunk since the Second World War, I twigged to a fundamental injustice. As a 15-year-old from rather far inland in rural Quebec, I did not yet know what the seal hunt was. Google did not exist. Websites were often turned off at the end of the business day. Wikipedia was 5 years away. People still used the Gopher protocol and had RFC 742 or finger profiles. And so information had to be gleaned in more traditional ways. But my instinct in listening to this energetic and by my fellow students very well received speech was that it did not add up. That the seal hunt no doubt was an important part of Canadian culture and a part of my country I knew nothing about. For me, it felt like an attack not only on a people or on an industry, but on my country. For me, I took it as an attack on Canada itself. I was never shy in school to identify myself as Canadian. Of over 1,100 students from around 75 countries, there were never more than a dozen from here. Most of my classmates referred to me by the nickname they gave me, Canada. And I can tell you that upon returning to Canada, it was a bit of a disappointment to lose that nickname. Though in a similar way, in the years I lived in Ontario, I was just as proud to identify myself as a Quebecer, which I consider to be an integral part of my identity, of who I am. Now at NMH, we were early adopters of technology. Jonas Reed Klein had graduated in the class of 1993, 2 years before my arrival. A very promising technologist, he went on to the Massachusetts Institute of Technology that autumn. But tragically, he was killed in an unusual small plane crash in November of that year, knocked out of the sky in a collision with a skydiver. I never met Jonas, but my brother Jonah, who attended NMH before me, did know him. And one of the most important mentors in technology My classmate Seth Schoen, who is now at the Electronic Frontier Foundation, met him and learned from him and passed on a lot of that knowledge and his passion. As a result of Jonas's very promising career and strong and by all accounts contagious interest in technology, his family set up a memorial fund at my school to promote the use of and education of technology. Had the series of events not happened, I would not be standing in this house today. The Technology Fund created two things. One was the technology package needed to create a campus club called GEEKS, a recursive acronym for Geeks for Electrical Engineering and Computer Science, which had a 386 running Slackware Linux on a 1.2 kernel, where I got my first Linux experience, which directly resulted in my first career as a technology journalist and news editor at Linux.com under the mentorship of Robin Miller, known in the technology world simply as Rob Limo, and made me probably one of the few people ever to use Lynx, the text mode web browser, professionally. The other was a system years ahead of its time called SWIS, the school-wide information system based on the first-class collaboration suite. By the end of my 9th grade in 1995, every student in the school had an email address which we could use on the Mac LC475s and 520s in the Cutler Computer Lab. Somewhere between a BBS and a social network, the system allowed students and faculty to interact electronically in what was then a very novel way with message groups on arbitrary topics. One of these groups was on food, essentially. Frequently, vegan advocates would argue for veganism, something they are well known to do. Their argument, which was not unfair, was that people should not eat meat without knowing where it comes from, that it is not justifiable to eat meat if you are not part of the process of how that meat ended up on your plate. Being a lifelong homesteader, my parents Joe and Sheila, any nearby Australians may want to take note of their names, were named among the runners-up for Mother Earth News Homesteader of the Year back in 2012. So I knew a thing or two about where meat comes from. My whole life, we have raised our own meat, vegetables, eggs, and so forth. Today, in our multi-generational household, we produce around 80% of the food we eat, when, of course, we're not here in Ottawa. So my argument back to these vegan activists was always, here's my connection to meat. And I would go into detail. Here's how to raise a chicken. Here's how to slaughter a chicken. Here's how to clean a chicken. Here's how to store a chicken. And here's how to prepare a chicken. And of course, this put the vegan activists in a really awkward spot. The general consensus and response from them on the Swiss message board was, nobody should eat meat except David. And there's the trouble. When a vegan or an activist or someone who is only against the seal hunt but will happily go eat a hamburger tells me or you, Madam Speaker, or any of our colleagues here, or our families, or our fellow citizens what we can and cannot eat, what we can and cannot produce, what we should or should not do, they are making assumptions about who we are, about what our experiences are, about what our realities are. In my years since, it has been important to me to learn about other people's experiences and realities, to become that much more worldly, and among many other things, to understand what the seal hunt actually is, beyond my baseline high school instincts. And I would invite others to do the same. When people all over the world tell our communities, who over millennia have become very much part of the ecosystem in our coastal regions, where managing the seal population does not only serve to feed a population directly, but also ensures fish stocks can survive the voracious appetites of our fellow predators, that this particular hunt is wrong and must result in a social and economic stigma that has nothing to do with reality. I believe that it is important that we use our technology to post on our worldwide information sharing systems what our reality actually is. The stigma has made it so that buying a seal meat in a grocery store or through a fishmonger, which should be possible, is not possible. I believe it is incumbent on people like us, parliamentarians, in our position of protecting the interests of our society, of our future, to respond in kind, to say no, we do not accept the social and economic stigma based on no facts whatsoever, but only on a perception and on a quick political win where there is no real need to worry about the realities over there in Canada. No, we do not buy the argument that sinking more ships than the Canadian Navy as a protest against the livelihoods of our people is productive, fair, or justified. No, Speaker, we will not put up with these attacks on a Canadian way of life which goes back far longer than Canada as we know it. So, Madam Speaker, I believe it is very important for us to pass Bill S-208, to make May 20th National Seal Products Day, to make a statement that we defend our people and the way of life of our people, that we defend the livelihood of our people, that we will celebrate our culture, that we want to see our products succeed. This bill does not make a holiday, Madam Speaker, it makes a statement. It is a statement I am proud to make, proud to shout from the rooftops, and one I hope my colleagues will be proud to make as well. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Resuming debate, reprise de débat. We go to the right of reply by the sponsor, the honourable member for Costa Bay Central Notre Dame.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. First of all, I want to thank my colleague, my former employee and colleague. I didn't even write the speech for him. With all the technical words in it, I'm just not capable of doing it, quite frankly. But I want to thank him for that because he illustrates a very important point. Number one, it's not just a holiday, it is a statement. It's absolutely correct. And here is someone who has no connection to any of the communities that we've mentioned, whether they're in the north or on the coastal communities of British Columbia or Atlantic Canada, and he has managed to make a connection as a Canadian. A Canadian, all Canadians, over 30 million of us, to look at Seal Products Day as a necessary thing. And I also want to thank the other colleagues, and I'd like to mention some of them. Someone who did not get a chance to speak, but I want to thank the member from Nunavut, who has been supplied many of the seal ties you see here today, and he has been truly an advocate. As a matter of fact, when he greeted the President of the United States, he was wearing a seal tie. So I think that's probably the first that's ever happened to an American president. Hopefully not the last. To the member Dauphin Swan River Nipo, I want to thank him very much because he brought forward the argument of wildlife management. And I want to share a story with him that there was a gentleman, one of my predecessors, he was a member of Parliament for Bonavista. His name was Captain Morrissey Johnson. He captained a boat himself and then became a politician. He was on Front Page Challenge, this television show on CBC, as a guest about the seal harvest, the seal hunt. And they asked him, they said, well, what makes you so convinced that these seals are eating fish? And his response was, well, they're in the ocean. They're certainly not eating turnips. Which was a very illustrative point, I thought. It was pretty good. So I want to thank him for that and his vast experience in wildlife management. That certainly was educational. The member from Red Deer Lacombe, low incomes. Seal provide extra money for people with low incomes. Very true. He compared it to when Europeans who don't like the seal hunt and what it represents and the cruelty it represents and then eat foie gras. And I don't have to illustrate how foie gras is made. I probably shouldn't, or else we wouldn't eat supper. But I do support that industry as well. Anyway, let's go out South Okanagan, West Kootenay. I hope I got the writing right. He talked about the coast-to-coast connection, his family being from Brigus, Newfoundland, sealers themselves, and then on the west coast with the Nunavut, I hope I pronounced that correctly, and my colleague from Labrador. She does host Seal Day here. She has been a very extremely passionate advocate for it, and I thank her greatly for all that she has done. And she is certainly a champion for this, more so than I am, quite frankly. North Okanagan Shuswap, I also want to thank some of his comments. He talked about the EU ban and how unjust it was and how unfair it was, which goes back to the point that was made by my colleague from Laurenti Labelle about the fact that here you have people who look at this as being extremely cruel but have no problem wearing or eating other animal products without any idea where it comes from or how it is slaughtered or how it is raised. Yes, and of course, I also want to thank the colleagues around who questioned me during my first speech, and I want to thank them for that. But again, I remind you, this day, as my colleague pointed out, is not just about a day of celebration. It is a strong statement for our communities. There are exemptions in place in places like the European Union for cultural reasons, Aboriginal, First Nations, Inuit, but quite frankly, they still don't understand how this works, because they do have to sell this commercially in order to make things viable, as well as the Atlantic communities. So, all that being said, I want to thank the colleagues, all my colleagues in the House, for allowing me to bring this in. I want to thank Céline Havil-Payette, former senator, for being the genesis of this particular bill. It was my honor to bring it here. And I also want to thank the former member of Yukon as well, who also made a go at this and didn't quite work. But now we got it in the House for a vote, and let's hope this happens. So again, this bill, I stand here and vote for S208 in the same way and in the same spirit I voted for C501. And that is to protect our cultures tied around our wildlife and how we manage it and how we champion it as Canadians. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The question is as follows. Mr. Sims, seconded by Mr. Graham, move that Bill S208 enact respecting National Seal Products Day be now read a second time and referred to the Standing Committee on Fisheries and Oceans. Plaît-il à la Chambre d'adopter cette...
Is it the pleasure of the House to adopt the motion?
Que tous ceux qui appuient la motion veulent...
All those in favor of the motion will please say yea.
Que tous ceux qui s'y opposent veulent...
All those opposed to the motion will please say nay.
In my opinions, the yeas have it. Pursuant to Standing Order 93, the recorded division stands deferred until Wednesday, November 2nd, 2016, immediately before the time provided for private members' business. À l'ordre, à ce moment-ci, conformément...
Pursuant to Standing Order 38, a motion to adjourn the House is deemed to have been made and seconded at this time. Therefore, the question is that this House do now adjourn.
The honourable member for Courtney Alberni.
Madam Speaker, tonight I stand with the Nuu-Chulnut people to call on the Government of Canada to honour their commitment for reconciliation with First Nations and to uphold the Supreme Court of Canada's decisions. It's been 7 years since the Supreme Court of Canada reaffirmed the Nuu-Chulnut's Aboriginal rights to catch and sell fish. Even after a Supreme Court of Canada justice had mandated the government to deal fairly and negotiate with the Nuu-Chulnut nations on their fishing rights, they still remain without a negotiated agreement or a reasonable offer from the federal government to exercise their proven, established, and constitutionally protected rights. So instead of being on the water fishing where they belong, the Nuu-Chulnut are still in court arguing with federal government lawyers, sound familiar, who continue to try and minimize their Aboriginal fishing rights. Just last June, in fact, we felt hopeful for meaningful progress when the Minister of Fisheries and Oceans met with the Nuu-Chulnut chiefs here in Ottawa. Still, nothing has changed and the conflict continues. At their last September meeting with the Department of Fisheries and Oceans, it was made clear by DFO officials that their department had no mandate to implement the Nuu-Chulnut Nation's rights-based fisheries. That's when the Hatwiya, the hereditary chiefs, dismissed the DFO regional director from their meeting and asked her not to return until Canada develops a meaningful mandate to implement their rights-based fisheries. Madam Speaker, in an unprecedented move, the Nuu-Chulnut Hatwiya, the hereditary chiefs, have also told the Prime Minister he is no longer welcome on their lands until this conflict is resolved. For thousands of years, salmon has been the main food source and food sustenance of the Nuu-Chulnut people, and the Nuu-Chulnut just want to find their rightful place in a new respectful and trusting relationship with Canada. Here we have an economic development opportunity that supports self-determination, and finally we have a government that says they are on side and support Indigenous people with action. But instead this government, like the Harper government, refuses to let them move forward. Indigenous people have repeatedly said enough already. As we know, the Crown has a constitutional duty to consult and accommodate Indigenous peoples before taking action that may affect claimed or proven Aboriginal and treaty rights. This is a recognized legal requirement pursuant to Section 35 of the Constitution. The Supreme Court tells us that the underlying purpose of the duty to consult and accommodate is to advance reconciliation in the relationship between Indigenous peoples and the Crown. This duty to consult and accommodate is in line with the Prime Minister's mandate letter to the Minister of Justice. It seems like all the pieces are in place to move forward with a fair negotiation of the Nuu-Chulnut fishing rights. So why is this government stalling? Why is Canada's relationship with the Nuu-Chulnut nations not moving towards reconciliation? The Nuu-Chulnut deserve to have answers to these questions, Madam Speaker, and every time I ask these questions, I don't get the answers. The government lawyers continue to argue in court that the Nuu-Chulnut fishing rights should be minimized. The ministers say one thing and do another. I have lived in the Nuu-Chulnut territories for 2 decades, and I've come to know the Nuu-Chulnut people to be respectful, kind, patient, and more than fair. So I'm hoping the government will consider showing that respect back. The Department of Fisheries and Oceans must be given a clear mandate to negotiate fairly. I ask the minister opposite to please explain the government's next action steps to resolve this conflict so the Nuu-Chulnut can find their rightful place in this new relationship with Canada, Madam Speaker.
L'honorable secrétaire parlementaire.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Fisheries and Oceans.
Côtière.
Merci, Madame la Présidente. Et
Thank you, Madam Speaker.
start by thanking the member opposite for his interest on this issue. Et vous savez, l'établissement d'une relation, comme vous le savez,
You know that the establishment of a nation-to-nation relationship founded on acknowledgement of rights and partnership is one of the top priorities of our government. We wanted to be clear, Madam Speaker, the federal government is not opposing the rights of the 5 Nuu-chah-nulth First Nations. On the contrary, our government remains committed to the consultation and negotiation process and accommodating and implementing the rights of First Nations. In its decision dated November 3, 2009, the Supreme Court of British Columbia found that the 5 Nuu-chah-nulth bands on the west coast of Vancouver Island have an Aboriginal right to fish for any species of fish within their fishing territories, which extends offshore 9 miles, and to sell that fish. On the appeal, the Court of Appeal excluded the geoduck from the scope of that.
which the court characterized as community-based localized fisheries involving wide community participation and using small, low-cost boats. Consultation and negotiation with the 5 Nuu-chah-nulth First Nation have been ongoing since 2010. À la suite de l'établissement de ce droit,
Following the establishment of the right, the party set up a substantive consultation and negotiation process that was modeled on treaty negotiations with a main table for negotiations and a joint working group for technical discussions to work with the First Nations to address outstanding fisheries issues.
these main table and technical discussion, DFO senior officials have met regularly with the First Nation to help work out the details to accommodating the First Nation rights. Les enjeux faisant l'objet des consultations.
The matters that are subject of consultations are inherently complex. One of the significant challenges for these ongoing negotiations is that there's a different view on the scope of the right, which was described by the court as a right to sell fish into the commercial marketplace, but not on an industrial scale. Since 2010, significant fishing access has been provided to the First Nations. For example, in 2007, the First Nations had 23 commercial licenses, and now they have access to over 126 licenses and additional quota. In 2015, to help guide the discussions, DFO developed a negotiating framework to enable DFO and the First Nations to further test and evaluate the accommodation of preferred means fishing through local summer boat fishery approaches for Chinook salmon and other species of interest to the First Nations. Through these consultations, we are seeking to continue implementation of the Court's decisions, provide regular commercial access to participate in commercial fisheries, enable fishing by the First Nations using preferred means, ensure that after food, social, and ceremonial requirements, there is access for the First Nations for the regular commercial and recreational sectors in the fishery, and ensure that proper management and control mechanisms are in place to support conservation and compliance for all fisheries.
Are complicated matters, the consultation and negotiation process established by DFO and the 5 First Nations have helped develop a common understanding of our respective views and is assisting us in finding mutual agreeable resolution to outstanding issues. Je peux vous assurer que le gouvernement est déterminé.
I can assure you that the government is committed to working with the First Nations through the current consultation and negotiation processes to accommodate the rights of the First Nations.
The honourable member for Courtenay Alberni.
Madam Speaker, one thing that the government has in common with government lawyers is that the government is basically continuing to try and minimize the Aboriginal fishing rights of the Nuu-chah-nulth. And that's clear in what I just heard today and what we're seeing in the courts. This isn't a nation-to-nation relationship. This isn't about consultation and accommodation. Accommodation is coming to the table with a mandate to negotiate something fairly, respectfully, based on principles that are going to advance each nation to nation so that they can thrive. This is the sustenance of these nations. I'm asking the member, will the government issue a clear mandate to the Department of Fisheries and Oceans to negotiate fairly with the Nuu-chah-nulth nations so they can implement their rights-based fisheries? And I invite the member opposite to explain how the government will move beyond its words and show real actions that back up their commitments to the Nuu-chah-nulth people and Indigenous people.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Fisheries, Oceans and the Coast Guard.
As I said before, you know that the Renew Nation to Nation relationship with Indigenous people is a top priority for our government. Encore une fois, nous ne nous opposons pas.
Our government is not opposing the rights of the 5 Nuu-chah-nulth First Nations. The government takes this right seriously and has been working with the First Nation.
With the 5 First Nations have been ongoing since 2010. Et comme je l'ai dit, Madame la Présidente,
And as I said, since that time, Madam Speaker, significant additional commercial fisheries access has been provided and demonstration fisheries established to test the preferred means approaches to fishing described in the decision. We continue to work together in order to come up with acceptable solutions to resolve outstanding issues as we implement the right.
working with the First Nation through the current consultation and negotiation process to accommodate their right. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The honourable member for Regina Louvain.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Back in June, I asked why the government had not started an open and transparent competition to replace the CF-18 fighter jets. At the time, it appeared to many observers that the government was set to do a sole source deal to obtain Super Hornets. To give credit where it is due, the government has not yet purchased Super Hornets through a sole source deal. However, to the government's discredit, it has still not started a transparent process to replace the CF-18s. Now, Madam Speaker, one of the key arguments against an open competition is that it would take too long. So I want to put it on record that if the government had started an open competition when I pressed this issue back in June, we would now be 4 months in to that process. If we back up a little bit more, part of the Liberal election platform was an open and transparent competition to replace the CF-18s. If the Liberals had kept that promise upon taking power, we would now have had a year to conduct that proper process. So if at some point down the road the government comes out with a sole source deal to purchase Super Hornets or some other aircraft to replace CF-18s and says there's not enough time to run an open competition, let's remember that the government has already missed so many opportunities to do the proper process. So, Madam Speaker, I'm really hoping that the parliamentary secretary across the way is going to update this House on where the government is at on fighter procurement and is going to explain why the government has not yet followed through on its promise for an open competition. But, Madam Speaker, since we have such limited information to work with on fighter procurement, I do want to address another troubling trend in military policy: the increased saber-rattling towards Russia. This summer, our Liberal government thrust Canada into a leading role in a very provocative military deployment to Latvia against Russia. The government made this decision without consulting Parliament. Now, Madam Speaker, I believe that for a deployment of this nature, the government should come before this House and should make the case to explain what it's doing, why it's doing it, and what the exit strategy may be. South of the border, we have the likely next president of the United States, Hillary Clinton, promising a no-fly zone in Syria. Now, what that would actually mean if the United States were to follow through on that promise would be to shoot down Russian planes over Syria. Madam Speaker, in short, that would mean war with Russia. Now, earlier this month, Russia conducted a civil defense drill with 40 million people. The Bulletin of Atomic Scientists has its doomsday clock set at 3 minutes to midnight. I'm proud of the role that the NDP has played as a voice for nuclear disarmament and peace, but this should not be a partisan issue. Canada as a whole should be working for nuclear disarmament and peace. Unfortunately, this Liberal government has obstructed UN efforts to ban nuclear weapons and continued to take a provocative stand versus Russia. Madam Speaker, our country needs a better defense procurement policy and less military provocation.
Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of National Defence.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I thank the honourable member for raising the question. First of all, let me say that I've noticed that being in this place for a number of years, that whenever there's a great success, it's greeted with deafening silence. So today we had actually a great success in the National Shipbuilding Strategy, where the government announced that it had shortened the time process by 2 years by simply picking a single hull design, and then has invited 13 contractors, all of the interested contractors, to submit bids, and that'll all be done by April. And so we're moving at almost at lightning speed in government terms, to fulfilling the crying need of the Canadian Navy. So I take note that the honourable member submitted his question in June, and he should take note that shortly after the submission of his question on July the 6th, to be precise, the government invited all 5 contractors in an open and transparent way to update all of their information, and all of that information was collated and received on the quality of the various jets that were being considered, and that information has been now brought forward, collated, and it is being prepared for a memorandum to cabinet. So, in the about 1 year time, we've gone from what is essentially a chaotic process of procurement for the jets to having the cabinet make a clear decision as the kind of jet that is needed to replace the F-18s. 2, to invite all 5 contractors to submit in an open, transparent way what they think that they could do to fulfill the requirements as set by cabinet. 3, complete an analysis and collation of the information in a form, and 4, the preparation of a memorandum to cabinet so that the cabinet can make an informed decision on this open and transparent process. So, Madam Speaker, I think quite candidly that we have more than responded to the honourable member's inquiry. Thank you.
The honourable member for Regina Leuven.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I appreciate the response from the Parliamentary Secretary. I noticed he used the adjectives open and transparent many times. He said they were gathering information in an open way, but even the Parliamentary Secretary has not claimed today that the government has kept its promise to conduct an open and transparent competition to replace the CF-18s, and that's certainly what the NDP is pushing for in this House. I also note, Madam Speaker, there was no response at all to the points I made about provocation of Russia, and I would simply note that U.S. President Theodore Roosevelt's foreign policy was to speak softly and carry a big stick. By contrast, our Prime Minister's foreign policy is to speak inconsistently and carry a selfie stick. Madam Speaker, our country needs better defence procurement and less military provocation.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of National Defence.
I don't know how more open and transparent we can be in terms of trying to invite all 5 contractors to submit their material and try to assemble and collate that stuff in accordance with a statement of requirements as set out by the Cabinet. That's pretty open and transparent to my way of thinking. As to provocation, Madam Speaker, I'm not quite sure who's doing the provoking here, Madam Speaker. It wasn't anyone else that invaded Crimea other than Russia. It wasn't anybody else who've been bombing Syria other than Russia. It's not anybody else who's continually encroaching on international airspace other than Russia. It's not anybody else who's building military facilities up in the Arctic other than Russia. So, Madam Speaker, you can take the choice of burying your head in the sand and ignore all of these provocations, but, Madam Speaker, you're going to have a hard time convincing the Finns, the Estonians, the Latvians, the Lithuanians, the Poles, and the Ukrainians, that it's anyone other than Russia is doing the provocation.
Member for Saskatoon West.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I'm welcoming the opportunity to revisit the important issue of pay equity for Canadian working women. On May 20th, I asked the government when it would be introducing proactive pay equity legislation so that Canadian women could finally get equal pay for work of equal value and make inroads on closing the gender wage gap. The Parliamentary Secretary replied that she agreed that a wage gap in 2016 is unacceptable, and she went on to talk about a few things that might support women's labour market participation, and said that she looked forward to reviewing the report from the Special Committee on Pay Equity. But she did not answer my question. The Special Committee's report, entitled It's Time to Act, was tabled on June 9th, and just a few weeks ago on October 7th, the government tabled its response to that report, and their answer is not until 2018. Despite the urgency that the report's title seems to suggest, the Minister and this government don't think it's problematic and shameful to ask Canadian women to wait at least another 2 years for what is their fundamental human right, equal pay for work of equal value. Madam Speaker, the Prime Minister calls himself a feminist and he boasts about a gender-balanced cabinet, but talk is cheap. When it comes to walking the walk, it seems that this government is not quite as feminist as they like to say they are. The so-called gender parity cabinet includes 5 women, no men, who are junior ministers. They joined with the Conservatives to vote down a bill that would have helped level the playing field and removed barriers, systemic barriers, for women candidates, and now they are shamelessly kicking the can on pay equity. Waiting another 18 months to even introduce legislation means that the government will be able to conveniently hold pay equity for ransom during the next election. Look, they'll say, we finally brought in legislation, but in order for us to actually make good on it, you'll have to re-elect us. Madam Speaker, this is the height of cynicism, and the Prime Minister and the Minister of the Minister for the Status of Women should be ashamed of themselves. Pay equity was declared a fundamental human right in 1977. Madam Speaker, and today in 2016, we are still fighting to have our government enshrine this right in legislation. The Pay Equity Task Force conducted consultations and issued a report in 2004 that provided a roadmap for the government to act. Unfortunately, the Liberal government of the time declined to do so. 10 years of darkness for women's rights followed the fall of that Liberal government. But the optimism that came with the election 1 year ago of this Liberal government seems to have been misplaced when it comes to standing up for women's rights. This Liberal government likes to brand itself as a feminist, but given the chance to finally correct an injustice to women, they have also declined, or maybe just postponed. But justice delayed is justice denied, Madam Speaker. As Barb Byers of the Canadian Labour Congress and Robin Benson of PSAC, both witnesses who testified at the Special Committee on Pay Equity, said, countless women have died waiting for pay equity. How much longer do Canadian women have to wait? Women who worked at Bell Canada at Canada Post had to wait decades to receive their fair wages. Why won't this government do what is clearly right and bring in proactive pay equity legislation now? Why has it once again abandoned those women most vulnerable to exploitation? Indigenous women, women who are racialized, and those who work in non-unionized workplaces are disproportionately affected by the gender wage gap. Why does this government put equity and women's rights in Canada at the very bottom of their real change to do?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary for Status of Women.
Madam Speaker, I welcome the opportunity to participate in this adjournment debate on the issue of pay equity. Pay equity is defined as equal pay for work of equal value. It means that jobs are evaluated on their skill, effort, responsibility, and working conditions, and can be compared for their value in the workplace. The gender wage gap is the broader issue of the difference between the total of what women earn in our country compared to men. The two are linked because addressing pay equity allows us to acknowledge the undervaluing of work traditionally performed by women and consider ways to address it. Pay equity, however, is only one part of the solution to the gender wage gap. It is a complicated issue with multiple causes and requires a multifaceted response. No single action by an individual, organization, or government will close the gender wage gap. It's going to take all Canadians working together to do this. The need for action is clear. According to Statistics Canada, a woman working full-time makes 73.5 cents for every dollar a man makes. The good news is that we know women are making incredible strides throughout society and economy. Yet even with this progress, the statistics tell us women are still concentrated in lower-paying sectors such as retail, healthcare, and social services. Women are also overrepresented in part-time work and are less likely to reach more senior-level positions.
For all of these reasons, I I'm very happy to see that the Government of Canada has responded to the recent report from the Special Committee on Pay Equity. On October 5th, the Minister for the Status of Women, the Minister of Jobs, Workforce Development and Labour, and the President of the Treasury Board reaffirmed the government's vision that equal pay for work of equal value is a human right. Pay equity between men and women and fair treatment for all workers in their workplace without distinction based on sex is essential to promote growth and create a prosperous middle class. So here are the measures that the government is taking. First, the government will undertake major consultations and will produce a full study on pay equity. By the end of 2018, it will table a proactive law on pay equity applying to all federally regulated workplaces. This law will require that employers regularly examine and proactively examine their pay regimes to get rid of, to identify disparities in pay between men and women and take measures to eliminate them. The new pay equity regime will be rigorous and it will respect the needs of all workplaces under federal regulation, from the federal public service to small business. Thank you.
Member for Saskatoon West.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I thank my honourable colleague for her comments. And I certainly agree with her that the larger issue of the gender wage gap is complicated and complex. But that's not what I was asking. Today I was asking about pay equity legislation. And once again, we sort of see there's going to be some consultations. We're going to reaffirm, but no action for two years. The government really has provided no good reason and no real evidence for their 2-year timeline. There is no reason, not one single witness asked for the government to redo the 2004 task force. It was told to us by witness after witness that that report is still relevant today. It is one of the best pay equity task force reports done in the world. There are no excuses for the government not to move forward. As I said, there was not one single witness that recommended delaying the introduction of pay equity legislation. So I ask the government again, why are you delaying the implementation of the legislation?
Just want to remind the member that I'm not delaying it. So again, we have to talk in the third person as opposed to the first person. The Honourable Minister of Status of Women, for Status of Women.
Madam Speaker, yes, no problem. This is why we will be introducing proactive pay equity legislation in 2018. To answer my colleague's question, this is what's going to happen. Madam Speaker, we strongly believe in the principle of equal pay for equal work, of equal value, and the fair treatment of all workers, regardless of gender. Pour permettre aux femmes d'accéder à des postes
to allow women to get management positions, we put in place a new open and transparent process based on merit to recruit high-quality candidates for around 4,000 governor and council appointments and ministerial appointments. This new way of working will help us ensure that commissions, councils, Crown corporations, agencies, and tribunals across the country are more representative of Canada's diversity.
We also believe in making sure the needs of women and girls are fully understood. Thank you so much.
The motion to adjourn the House is now deemed to have been adopted. Accordingly, this House stands adjourned until tomorrow at 10 a.m. pursuant to Standing Order 24-1.